Chapter 51 Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meeting Part 2 Li Tai deserves to be Li Shimin's favorite prince. This Mid-Autumn Festival poetry fair in the palace of the Wei dynasty is huge, and the guests invited are even more extraordinary. Xiaoyu, Li Gang, and Liangzhou. None of these three bigwigs are simple characters. Needless to say, Xiaoyu has worshipped the minister many times, is the top honor of Chainan City, and his influence in Jiangnan is even more extraordinary. Although Li Gang is not as famous as Xiaoyu, he is also an extraordinary figure. He was a high-ranking official in the Sui dynasty. During the Wuda period, he was in the position of Prince Taibao, and now he is still Li Chengqian's teacher. It stands to reason that he is Li Chengqian's person, but in fact he is no one. Otherwise, this time Li Tai's poem meeting would not be able to invite him. Unfortunately, if there were no accidents, he estimated that he would not survive this year. As for Liangzhou, he was one of the four great calligraphers in the early Tang dynasty. He had extraordinary literary attainments and was absolutely qualified to be a judge of today's poetry society. There is no fixed process for the poetry club. In general, it means that a few important figures determine the theme. Let a group of literati write poetry within a certain period of time, and then compare it, and so on. Of course, there will be some Moiran performances in the middle, which can be regarded as the embellishment of the poetry club. August Osmanthus scented. Since ancient times, Osmanthus has been loved by gifted scholars and beautiful ladies. How about choosing Osmanthus as the first theme of today? In the middle of the courtyard, similar to the position of the rostrum of later generations, there are Xiaoyu, Li Gang, and Liangzhou sitting, and Li Tai and the others are at the next table. The first topic was Liangzhou. The poem meeting was not a formal occasion. Naturally, Xiaoyu and others would not contradict Liangzhou on such matters. Therefore, the first theme Osmanthus of the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting in the palace of the Wei dynasty is set. Brother Wang, the sweet-scented Osmanthus in Taiyuan is well known in the world. Today's first theme is sweet-scented Osmanthus. It seems that I will watch you show off tonight. Chang Sunchong rarely flattered Wang Ji. Although the talent of Chang Sunchong is considered outstanding among the honorable children, compared with the most outstanding children of the Taiyuan Wang clan, Chang Sunchong is self-aware. It's hard to say. Liangzhou and Zhenghai are here too, and we are still not sure which poem is better. There is also Kui King from the Kui family, right? Although it was not a direct son, and was arranged by the family to be responsible. Commercial, but the poetic attainments are actually quite deep, and it's hard to say whose works are the best. Taking the Osmanthus flower as the theme, it happened to be the question that Wang Ji had pressed. Although he was secretly happy in his heart, he was still humble. The children of these aristocratic families, when they have an advantage, can often behave politely. Brother Lu is good at writing lyric poetry, Brother Zheng is good at classics, Kui King's poetry is more focused on words. In my opinion, this first round, it should be the first round of Wang Brother Chang Sunchong to these top honors of Chainan City noble children. They know better. After all, everyone is in a circle. Even if they are in personal relationships, they know each other better. That's ugly for being a brother. Wang Ji expressed humility, and he didn't bother to be self-facing anymore, and quickly wrote the masterpiece he had prepared. Other talents who had ideas to participate in the first round of the competition also began to think. Those who have thoughts are ready to write, and those who have no clue are pretending to be contemplative. For a while, the surroundings become quiet. Wow! Brother Wang, have you handed in your paper? It was just a cup of tea. Wang Ji completed the poem, and immediately asked the young man next to him to hand in the paper. In this poem competition, unless everyone's level gap is relatively large, the evaluation is often relatively subjective. When everyone's level gap is not obvious, those who hand in the paper earlier will generally win higher. Creative and agile. Although creativity is ahead, agility is also very important. So if you hand in the paper first, it means that with the same quality, you will be the winner. Young Master Zheng has handed in the paper too. As expected, he is the unicorn of the Zheng family. The most talented people in Chainan City are here. I didn't expect the first theme to be so competitive. Of course. Didn't you hear from His Royal Highness Wai Wang? The best works of today's Poetry Society will be ordered by the Wai Wang's mention to contact the printing workshop and spread it to the world. Really? It's no wonder that even a character like Wang Ji took the shot so quickly. It's really a good opportunity. With the first person handing in the paper, it quickly stimulated the others, and the several judges on the stage began to get busy. The full text of Liangzhou's Osmanthus Yin is rich in rhetoric and sentimental. It is amazing to have such a writing at a young age. Xiao Yu simply read a few pieces of content and found a good poem. Duke Xiao, Zheng Hei's Osmanthus is also good, although the text is not that gorgeous, but it is full of solemn feelings, which makes people think about it. Li Gang just saw Zheng Hei's Osmanthus in his hand, and he couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face. The wave behind the Yangtze River pushes the wave forward. This Wang Ji's august fragrance is like a master who has been immersed in poetry for decades. It is indeed the eldest son of the Wang family of Tai Yuan, Xiao Gong. Li Gong, you too check it out. Several people from Xiaoyu kept reading through everyone's works, and put together the more outstanding works separately, and everyone recirculated them, and soon discovered a few good works. It is said that Wai Wanyu is the style of his father. Even if he writes about sweet-scented Osmanthus, it looks magnificent and extraordinary. It is not inferior to the Wang and Lu families at all. Although Li Gang was Li Chengqian's teacher, he did not excuse Li Tai to belittle him. On the contrary, he admired Li Tai very much. Really, in my opinion, the winners of this first round tonight can basically be determined. Wang Ji, Li Tai, and Zheng Hai should be the top three. Xiao Yu looked around and said, it seems that the people who handed in the papers have almost handed in. I think that after a while, the results of the first round can almost be announced. However, at this moment, Wang Xuans took Li Kuan's work and handed it in. Oh, 3 works came at once. They seemed to be poems by talented scholars who came together. Liangzhou smiled and took one of the papers. Li Gang and the others also took a copy. The Osmanthus flowers fall in idleness. Liangzhou just saw the first sentence, and immediately became energetic. He straightened up and looked down greedily. Yejing, spring and sky. The moon rises to startle the mountains and the birds are screaming in the spring. Liangzhou couldn't help but read, good poems, good poems. Ha ha, Duke Xiao, Duke Li, I guess it will be the first. The position is about to be released. Xinban, don't be happy too early. In my opinion, no matter how good the poems you have, you will be second at best. Li Gang is the oldest, so he can call Liangzhou directly. Gong Li, I admit that Zheng Hei's poems are good, but the poem I would recommend is definitely better than it. Liangzhou gave a fascinating and confident smile. Listen well, let's enjoy the sweet-scented Osmanthus. The night is still in the spring and the mountains are sky. The moon rises to startle the mountain and the birds are screaming, and the time is in the spring stream. How about, is this poem number 1? After reading the whole poem, it seems that people can see a beautiful picture of a deep mountain at night. Among the empty woods, the silence is abnormal, and the sweet-scented Osmanthus falls from the branches. At this time, the moon came out, and it alarmed the birds in the mountains. It's amazing. Before Xiao Yu could read the work in his hand, he immediately praised the poem when he heard Liangzhou read the poem. But Li Gang was stunned. Liangzhou just read a good poem. How come he holds it? You also listen to the poems in my hand, and then come to rank. Chapter 52 Unexpected Results. Both Xiao Yu and Liangzhou knew Li Gang's personality very well, and they felt strange when they suddenly heard him say this. Could there be better works in his hands? Impossible. Hasn't he finished the comments? Could it be the world's peaches and plums are all in Jin's hangman? As soon as Li Gang spoke, Liangzhou and Xiao Yu felt extraordinary. This is definitely a good poem. Climbing up and down to fight for shortcuts, and this spring breeze. As if eating a peach, Li Gang continued to speak with a smile on his face. Under the frost in the sky, the glory will not last long. Good poem. Before Li Gang finished reading, Xiao Yu couldn't help but applaud. Under the frost of the sky. The writing is really good, and the unique charm of sweet scented osmanthus is written. There is no way to compare all the poems today. Brother Xiao, I haven't finished reading this yet. Li Gang gave Xiao Yu a dissatisfied look. Anzinanshan osmanthus, with green leaves and fragrant roots. Quinine can also be supported. Hixishu Juniyun. Li Gang finished reading in one breath, and then felt that he was reading too fast, and he didn't have enough aftertaste, so he read it from the beginning. Good poems, really good poems. Letters and the masterpieces in Li Gong's hands are all works that can't be met. I saw 2 poems at once. It's not in vain. Xiao Yu asked while savoring it. Said, who wrote these 2 poems? Yes, I forgot to see who wrote it. Ouyang immediately looked down at the paper in his hand. Huh? At the same time, Li Gang's mouth also made a surprised sound, and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Could it be that his old eyes were dim? After confirming that he was not mistaken, Li Gang raised his head in surprise, just to meet Ouyang's eyes. The expressions of both people are full of surprise. Then the two exchanged the works in each other's hands eloquently, confirming again. This confused Xiao Yu on the side. What's the matter? Letter book. Who wrote the poems in your hand? Duke Xiao, see for yourself. Yes, you can read this one too. Xiao Yu's heart had long been tickled by these 2 guys, and after receiving the paper, she couldn't wait to look at the signature office. Li Kuan, as if to confirm something, Xiao Yu immediately read another piece of paper. Is Li Kuan again? The 3 of them were stunned. This result is a bit unexpected. In all fairness, don't say that these 2 poems were placed in today's poem society. Even if they are placed in the long history, they will still be able to retain fame. Unexpectedly, it came from the hand of Chu Wang Li Kuan, who was unlearned and unskilled, and his reputation was ruined. It's really unbelievable. Duke Xiao, did you have a piece of work in your hand just now before you can see it? That person just sent 3 pieces of work here. Liangzhou suddenly thought of something, but he couldn't believe it. Yeah, I'm so confused. There is still a piece of work underneath that I forgot to read. Xiao Yu said as he found the paper on the table that he put down at will. Duke Xiao, let me find it for you. Liangzhou was more active than anyone else. He quickly found the piece of paper just now, and couldn't wait to look at the works inside. Read it out. Li Gang was sitting on the far left, with Xiao Yu in the middle, and he couldn't stand up and look at it with Liangzhou. It's not a human species. Move from the middle of the month. Good. It really is another masterpiece. Don't talk nonsense. Just read it. Li Gang looked at Liangzhou with an unhappy expression. This kid did it on purpose. Right? Guian has a little fragrant, and it blows all over the mountains. Xiao Gong and Li Gong, in my opinion, these 3 poems are difficult to distinguish between the pros and cons. Each has its own characteristics. Written by Chu Wang Li Kuan again? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Liangzhou, that's right. Sure enough, it's awesome. When His Royal Highness Chu wrote, once the sea was difficult for water, except Huashan is not a cloud, although it caused a lot of repercussions, more people suspected that this was a ghostwriter. To be honest, even the old man believed this statement. Li Gang sighed, and turned his head to find a circle in the crowd, but unexpectedly did not see where Li Kuan was sitting. However, the abnormal performance of several big guys on the stage has long aroused the curiosity of many talented people. Brother Zheng, it seems that today is still a gathering of heroes. There are many good works. Lu Xuan and Zheng Hai were sitting on 2 adjacent tables, talking in a low voice. Wang Litai, the eldest son Chong of the Chengsun family, has an extraordinary literary talent. When I came in just now, I saw Wang Ji from the Tai Yuan Wang clan. I don't think the works of these people are any worse than those of Brother Lu and mine. It's normal for the senior to be a little entangled. Zheng Hai has confidence in his work, but he dare not say that he is the best today. That's right, in my opinion. In the first competition tonight, The top 3 should be between them and you and me. But I am more optimistic about Brother Zheng. Brother Lu is overwhelmed. It is possible for you and my brother to win the top spot. At the same time, Chang Sunchong and Wang Ji are also discussing. Brother Wang, you will come to the top for a while, and then you can be merciful. If you are the best in 3 games in a row, it is estimated that the girls in Yaihonglu will eat you tonight. Although Chang Sunchong felt that his writing was good, he also saw Wang Ji's work and admitted that he was still a little different from him. Brother eldest grandson, with your auspicious words, I just saw the Hongai girl in Yaihonglu and the Zixia girl in Tanxiang Pavilion. If it is really what you said, you and my brother will be blessed tonight. Wang Ji is determined to win the first place. Anyway, the works have been handed in, and he is too lazy to be humble. But after several big men on the stage discussed for a while, they finally decided to come out 1, 2, 3. Everyone is quiet. The old lady sees that you can't even drink, so you must be eager to see the results of the first round, right? Liangzhou was the youngest and stood up as a representative of several bigwigs to announce the results of the first round. The third place was His Royal Highness King Chu. The Songbird's song stream describes the sweet Zentidosmanthus from a different angle, which makes people feel a while the king of Chu Li Kuan. How could it be him? Kui King couldn't hear what Liangzhou said in the audience, only knew that Li Kuan's dude had actually taken 3rd place. Although it is 3rd, not 2nd, and not the 1st, it shouldn't be him either. The performances of Li Tai and Chang Sunchong were no better. A ghostwriter. I must have someone else ghostwriter. This Li Kuan is really shameless. Li Tai muttered angrily. I knew this king would also find someone to ghostwrite. Shameless. Too shameless. Even dare to cheat in this kind of occasion. Are you afraid that I will expose you on the spot? Chang Sunchong glared at Li Kuan in the corner. Li Gang didn't see where Li Kuan was sitting, but Sunchong knew everything about Li Kuan from beginning to end. Chapter 53. No one can hit. Liangzhou looked at the surprised expressions of everyone in the audience, and her heart suddenly became balanced. I am not the only one who was surprised by this result. Besides, even more surprises are yet to come. Before coming to this poem meeting, although I had some expectations, I knew that some good works would emerge. To be honest, this expectation was beyond my imagination. It was His Royal Highness Chu Wang who won the 2nd place. If you listen to me read it again, you will know whether this work is really good. What Liangzhou said. Chang Sunchong couldn't listen to it anymore. No matter how well Li Kuan's poems are written, what is it? What's nice will only make myself uncomfortable. Wang Ji and Zheng Hei's reaction is not much better. If the 3rd place was Li Kuan, everyone was a little surprised. Then it was really just a little surprised. But now the 2nd place is also Li Kuan. Liangzhou also read out his work in public, obviously not afraid of everyone jumping out to oppose it. And when the phrase Guang Axiang a little bit, blowing all over the mountain, Wang Ji knew that he had planted this time. He knows how his work is. Although it is a very satisfying poem, it has to be compared with someone else. Among those present here, one counts as one. Even if he can't write any good poems himself, he still has the ability to appreciate it. Naturally, no one is stupidly strong. As a result, after Liangzhou announced the 2nd place result, the scene fell into a strange tranquility. Everyone is waiting for him to announce the 1st place. Will it be Li Kuan? Girl. The literary talent of His Royal Highness Chu is even more extraordinary. At the beginning, after he was drunk in the girl's room, he made the poem he used to be troubled by the sea, but the washan was removed. It was surprising enough. Now he actually took out 2 poems in succession. It is really surprising that it belongs to the previous poems. As the top card of Yaihonglu, Hong Ai sat aside and prepared to sing. It was clear to everyone's reaction to the scene. As her personal servant girl, Xiao Kui couldn't help whispering in Hong Ai's ear. Hong Yi had a good impression of Li Kuan before. When he was in his own room, He listened to music and drank in peace. He was so talented without any frills. It was really Xiao Kui. I will see if there is a chance to ask His Royal Highness Chu to write a pair of calligraphy for us to mount it in the room. I have a feeling that from now on, in Chainan City, any poetry meeting will not be able to bypass Chu. Your Royal Highness is this man. Girl, it's not easy. I don't think you need to worry at all. As long as you send out an invitation, he will naturally come to Yihong Building to find a girl. Then he will have nothing to do with what he wants. I am full of confidence in the girl's charm. Yeah? I didn't see that. Several talented people on the side kept looking here with their eyes from time to time. Xiao Kui and Hong Yi are called masters and servants, and they are really sisters, and they talk very casually in private. You girl, dare to make fun of me, don't you? Ah, girl. The first place is also His Royal Highness, and all three are taken by His Royal Highness. At this moment, Liangzhou announced the most important term in this round of competition. Not surprisingly, this is still Li Qian's pocket. If the prince doesn't make a move, he shocked the audience. From now on, where there is a prince, who else would dare to write poetry? Wang Zhuans was very happy to see his master dominate all three in one go. To be honest, when he first entered the palace of Chu, he was more for the purpose of treating his younger brother, and later he also worked for the palace of Chu with a grateful attitude. It wasn't until one after another saw Li Qian's extraordinary that he worked for the palace of Chu from the heart. The way of poetry is just a small skill. Li Qian had practiced a cheeky early, and he didn't feel embarrassed about the practice of stealing other people's masterpieces. At this moment, he is more concerned about how much his charm can rise after the poem meeting is over, and can he meet the system's mission standards. This broken system, anyhow, give a quantitative indicator. I don't know what rewards will be for completing the mission. Wang Ji from the Wang family in Taiyuan, Lu Xuan from the Fan Yangla family, Kui King from the Kui family in King, and Zheng Hai from the Zheng family. These people are all outstanding among the young generations of the great families, but they all fell to the prince at the foot. From now on, the scholars of Chainan City will probably never dare to be arrogant in front of the Chu Palace again. Although Wang Zhuans himself has read many books, he is not very good at writing poetry. Because of this, his prince was able to defeat the outstanding children of several big families, and he was happy from the heart. Hey, this king didn't expect that there would be no one who could fight. As soon as Li Qian's words landed, Li Tai, who was approaching him, paused and almost fell to the ground. Is there anyone who can fight? What do you mean? Didn't this put yourself in the eye? Second brother, your performance today is really surprising. Li Tian said sadly, regardless of the eyes of many people around him staring at this side brightly or darkly. If Li Qian's performance today is ordinary, Li Tai might not come to pay attention to it at all, or even think that there is no such person as Li Qian. If Li Qian's performance today is very poor, then Li Tai would probably pretend to be magnanimous and say a few words for him, showing his demeanor as a wise king. By the way, Li Qian was in the limelight in the first round of poetry competition. No, it can't be described as being a limelight anymore. He completely rubbed all the people present on the ground. I have held a poem meeting for so many years, and there has never been a situation in which a single person takes the top 3 poems on the same theme. Today, this record was actually broken by Li Qian. Li Tai's suffocation can be imagined. Originally wanted to pretend to be forced, but was beaten in the face. At this moment, he felt that way in his heart. Right? Fourth brother, you don't know enough about your second brother, otherwise I won't make a fuss. Isn't it just a few poems? What's the problem? Li Qian always looked at Li Tai not pleasing to his eyes. Of course, Li Tai looked at Li Qian even more not pleasing to his eyes. Therefore, the speech will not be too polite. Others are afraid that he is king. Why? So what is there to be afraid of? Even knowing his future, he is destined to be the one who has failed in the reserve, and there is nothing to end. Besides, a dignified traverser, if anyone is going to kneel and lick, that would be a failure. But Li Tai turned black when he heard Li Kuan's smelly shameless look. Why do you come here by yourself? Are you looking for sin? HMPH, don't overspeak your words. There are still 2 themes that haven't started yet. Li Tai finished speaking. Before Li Kuan could speak, he immediately turned and left. Although Liangzhou on the stage also noticed this scene, he didn't say much. After discussing with Xiaoyu and the others, he directly announced the second theme, Moon. Mid-autumn night, full moon night. With the theme of moon, this is not beyond everyone's expectation. Even many people have prepared poems on this theme in advance to take this opportunity to make a blockbuster. However, it is hard to say if it can be successful in the end. Chapter 54. Is this still a human? There are thousands of servants in the palace of Y, and the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Fair has been held for many years. The palace is very experienced. Although there were a lot of people here today, the maids and servants were interspersed among the crowd without any chaos, and they continued to deliver a variety of pastries and drinks. However, after Liangzhou announced the theme, all those who had ideas on the scene were not in the mood to taste the delicacies. They spread paper and rubbed ink, ready to show their skills. Yuna, it seems that the person who wrote to Hongyi a while ago was His Royal Highness Chu himself. I don't believe anyone can write 3 poems, no. It should be said that they are 4 poems that have been passed down through the ages. But the world has never heard of it. A beauty was standing on the side of the backstage, not far from the master and servant of Hong Ai. This was Tangxiang Pavilion's top brand Zixia girl. Speaking of this, Tangxiang Pavilion and Yihong Tower can be said to be the most prestigious brothels in Chainan City. Many of the girls in there are performers and do not sell themselves. Of course, it is hard to say whether they will actively invite to stay overnight when they meet a beloved man. Girl, I see that His Royal Highness Chu Wang is not arrogant and domineering at all. I don't know why so many people say bad things about him outside. Yuna's existence is a bit similar to Xiao Kui next to Hong Yi, who belonged to the closest people to characters like Zixia. The top cards of these brothels are more miserable in all likelihood, and they often don't have any relatives, or they don't even know who their relatives are. At this time, the role played by the personal servant girl is not just as simple as the servant girl. His Majesty Chu, if he doesn't sound, he is already a blockbuster. It really surprised me. The other sisters in the listening pavilion had said about him before, but they all said that he was a dude. It seems that everything is blunt by ears. Seeing is believing. Zixia looked at Li Kuan expectantly, looking forward to the second round of the moon competition. Li Kuan could once again come up with a few good poems. Although, intellectually, Zixia thinks this possibility is too low. Even if His Royal Highness Chu is quick-witted and talented, it is impossible to create outstanding works in such a short period of time, right? Yes. Although this poem is not written specifically for girls, but with such a good poem, girls have a lot more choices when they sing. Yuna glanced at Hong Ai a little enviously. I don't know what good luck the Yihong Tower has gone. His Royal Highness Chu Wang actually left 2 masterpieces in their building. Obviously before, her own girl was more famous and talented than Hong Ai girl. But since Li Kuan left, it was difficult for the sea to be water. In the city of Chainan, Hong Ai has been faintly regarded as the #1 celebrity in the brothel. Yuna, stop speaking. I think His Royal Highness Chu has already started writing. While the servant of Zixia was talking about Li Kuan in a low voice, Li Kuan sitting in the corner suddenly noticed that a pillar picture appeared on the system panel with 3 characters of charm value displayed next to it. Although there is no number, it is obvious that the bar chart is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although I don't know how far away from the target, it is definitely rising. Li Kuan immediately picked up his spirits and began to write poems. No, to be precise, he copied poems. Copying 1 is also copying, and copying 3 is also copying. Realizing that he had simply copied 3 poems just now, it had added a lot of charm to himself. and Li Kuan then felt that he would just give everyone a bit more fierceness. As for whether it will leave any psychological shadow on the talents of Wang Ji and Zheng Zi, then I can't control that much. Xuans, go and hand in the paper for this king. In less than a cup of tea, Li Kuan wrote 3 works, and many people around were frowning and thinking about how to write. Wang Xuans looked at Li Kuan's writing, so he naturally knew what the level of these 3 poems were. After hearing Li Kuan's words, he quickly picked up the work on the table and headed straight to the stage. Ah, that guy is going to hand in the paper again. Is it possible that His Royal Highness Chu gave up this round and handed in the paper just at the beginning? It's not that you have prepared your work beforehand. When the theme is announced, you will be ready to submit it immediately. Kaozi made a poem in 7 steps. His Royal Highness King of Chu wrote 3 poems on tea kung fu. This is a long experience for me. I suddenly looked forward to the results of the second round. Some low noises began to sound at the scene. Those who did not hope to compete for the top few, or those who were originally here to play soy sauce, have given up writing poetry. Brother Wang, have you finished writing? 2. Chang Sun Chong originally thought about the theme of moon. A few days ago, he wrote several works that he believed to be good. When he saw Li Kuan hand in the paper so quickly, he immediately chose one. The first transcript that he thinks is the best is ready to hand in the paper. Even if he can't compare to Li Kuan in quality, at least he can't lose to him in momentum. However, as soon as he asked the servant to hand in the paper, he found that Wang Ji had already finished it, but he was still considering whether or not to modify it. Hand in my work too. Wang Ji saw that Li Kuan and Chang Sun Chong had both handed in, and didn't want to fall behind. In many cases, unless your work is really outstanding, or if you submit it too late, the chances of getting good results will be lower. In this way, the scene that was a little noisy becomes even more lively. Many people who have prepared their poems in advance don't pretend it, and just hand them in. Anyway, everyone knows that this poem was written in advance. However, although the audience was a little bit noisy, the big guys on the stage fell into a new round of tranquility. The younger generation is terrible, the younger generation is terrible. Li Gang was immersed in the poem for a while before putting down the paper, and took a deep breath. At the same time, Xiao Yu on the side also said with emotion, "The prince is old and respectful, Wai Wang is talented, and Wu Wanning is intimidating." Originally, the old man felt that the princes of His Majesty were already brilliant enough. I didn't expect it to be more brilliant and eye-catching. The 3 poems of the first round. If you still have some questions, then 3 more are here. From my point of view, the number 1 talented man in Chainan City is none other than His Royal Highness the King of Chu. Liangzhou handed over the poems in his hand. I gave it to Li Gang. Gong Li, take a look at my article. I guess the situation is similar to just now, and no one is bad. It's not bad. It's just Li Gang didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Prior to this, he always believed that poetry, to write beautiful classics, must be meticulously crafted and matched with special circumstances and inspirations to get it accidentally. But what about Li Kuan? It simply refreshed everyone's understanding of writing poetry. Whereas poetry writing and copying books is not so fast, right? The key is to forget it soon. The quality is still a toast to invite Minayu, and the shadows will become 3 people. Don't read anything else in this poem. Just by virtue of this sentence, can it be famous? Li Gang took the work handed over by Liangzhou, and the content was a little numb with excitement up. I don't see ancient Xiaoyu today. This month I used to look like the ancients. Li Gong, what do you think of this sentence? This Royal Highness of Chu is really beyond my expectation. I'm very curious about what he can do better. Liangzhou, Duke Xiao. Come again. Is this still a human? Chapter 55 is over at the beginning during the exam. If someone turns in advance, and one after another has someone turns in early, it will be a very stressful thing for the rest of the people. If the papers submitted in advance are all cannon fodder, it's nothing. If the people who hand in the papers in advance are all extraordinary, then could it be that your own strength is not enough, can't keep up with the rhythm? Before Li Tai and Liangzhou, who are optimistic about the work, Liangzhou stepped forward and announced the results of the second round. Everyone is quiet. I now announce the results of the second round. When Liangzhou said this, everyone was stunned. This second round of competition has just started not long, right? Although some people handed in the work ahead of time, most of them are still thinking about it. Why did you announce the results? Shady. There is definitely a shady. It's over just at the beginning. Too disrespectful. If I didn't guess wrong, everyone would be surprised. I think the old men of us are too unreliable. The old man can fully understand your thoughts. Li Tai looked at Liangzhou, a little speechless. Today, I spent some thought to invite some bigwigs to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting, but how do I feel a pot of wine in the flower room? No blind date for a drink alone. Raise a glass to invite Minayu, and face the shadow of three people. Liangzhou did not explain any more, but directly began to recite a poem in front of everyone. That's right, it's the back. After reading several works by Li Kuan several times, Liangzhou was able to memorize them completely. Doesn't know how to drink, the shadow disciples follow me. Temporarily accompany the moon and shadows. And the joy must be in the spring. With Liangzhou's voice, the scene became silent. It's another good poem, a work that is beyond the reach of everyone. Although Liangzhou has not announced the author yet, many people have turned their attention to Li Kuan. My song and moon are hovering, my dance shadows are disorderly. When waking up, they had sex together, and they were scattered after drunk. Forever not of ruthless travel. Phase Miao Yunhan. After Liangzhou finished memorizing it, he looked around and said, if any of you thinks that your work is better than this song, asking the wine and asking the moon, you can bring it up any time tonight, and our three old men will rank you. A toast to invite Minayu, and the shadows will become three people. The talent of His Royal Highness King Chu is truly unparalleled in the world. Zixia's master and servant naturally also heard Liangzhou's words. Zixia, who was very knowledgeable in poetry, immediately became a fan of Li Kuan. If the poem with Osmanthus as the theme just now more highlights Li Kuan's profound knowledge in describing objects and the environment, then after the release of this poem Wine in the Moon, everyone has a deep foundation in his emotional sentiment. It was completely convinced. Yes, girl. His Royal Highness Chu had such a delicate and strong emotional comprehension at a young age, and it really made Yuna recognize the nobles and nobles again. Why, is it possible that in your eyes, all the princes and nobles are ignorant people? Zixia said quietly, jokingly. Girl, I don't know who rejected the countless princes and nobles who redeemed you at the beginning, saying that they did not want to enter the family of the princes in this life. Why Yuna felt that if His Royal Highness Chu was willing to make a move, you would immediately surrender. Hold it. It's not like looking for a fight. Although Zixia stays in places like Danxian Pavilion, most of the time she just plays the piano and sings in the building, and rarely directly confronts customers. As for the guests who enter the scene, there is not even a single guest. Therefore, I was a little embarrassed about Yuna's teasing language. Who will let this girl get right on his own mind? In Zixia's view, someone who can write such delicate poems must be a very understanding of life, not the kind of rich family with only a few bad money, nor the kind of aristocratic family with eyes higher than the sky and arrogance. Child, if you have to choose a destination after you leave Danxian Pavilion, Chu Prince's mansion is really a good consideration. Of course, the Hongai girl in Yaihonglu also has a deep understanding of this. Xiaokui, if we go straight to sit next to His Royal Highness, will it look a bit abrupt? Hongai's personality is obviously much more extroverted than Zixia, and it means that she is not as good as her actions. Girl, you won't be really tempted by His Royal Highness Chu, are you? You said before that men don't have a good thing, So you won't be married in this life? Although Xiao Kui felt that if her girl followed Li Kuan, it might be a good result, but the change was too fast. She was also a little confused. Hong Ai Nuna's mouth motioned Xiao Kui to look at Zixia. Look, I am not the only one who is interested in His Royal Highness of Chu King. Regardless of whether or not he can win the favor of Chu King, it will always do no harm to deepen your understanding. No matter how bad, I can't let others get ahead. Ah, you mean girl Zixia? As soon as Xiao Kui turned around, she noticed that Zixia's master servant stared at Li Kuan without turning her eyes, and immediately felt a breath of competition rushing towards her face. As the top two brothels in Chainan City, Yaihong Tower and Tanxian Pavilion are competitors in their own right, and there are many fierce battles between their respective top brands. Today, compare with which expensive son how much money has been rewarded. Tomorrow, compare with how many people are waiting in line for their girl to play the piano. Anyway, no one thinks that the other party is better than himself. Hong Ai didn't wait for Xiao Kui to continue talking to herself, so she turned a corner from the backstage and ran directly to Li Kuan. His Royal Highness, can the little girl sit here? Li Kuan was thinking about how he would do evil to these so-called talents in the third round, and finally heard a familiar voice. As one of the four evils of Chainan City and a famous dandy, Li Kuan naturally knows Hong Ai. Girl Hong Ai is here too. For the first time, Li Kuan looked at Hong Ai with the eyes of later generations. I have to say that this is indeed a woman with good looks and figure, talent and high emotional intelligence. In future generations, a superstar with tens of millions of fans. How many people in Chainan City want to sit at the same table with girl Hong Ai? This king is no exception. Girl please. When I was pretending to be 13, there were not a few beautiful girls around, and I always felt that it was a bit short. Live now. Hong Ai smiled and sat next to Li Kuan, but felt a little disappointed in her heart. A man like Hong Ai knows the meaning in the eyes and expressions of a woman. Just now, although Li Kuan smiled and asked himself to sit down, and by the way, he made a joke, but it made Hong Ai feel a little alienated and a little out of the way. This is not the result I want to see. Since the New Year's Day, I haven't seen the prince again for more than half a year. Whenever he is free, the prince will come to Yaihongla to sit down. Hong Ai also wants to sing about the masterpiece that the prince has just written by himself. Hong Ai showed a habitual smile. The two small dimples made her smile very sweet. No wonder so many people in Chainan City can be fascinated by her. Sister Hong Ai, His Royal Highness Chu has been to the Yaihong Tower at the beginning of the year, but I haven't seen the prince in Tanxian Pavilion for 5 years in Zhengwen. Because of emotion and reason, does His Royal Highness Chu want to come to Tanxian Pavilion first? At some point, the girl Zixu also came to Li Kuan. Although Xuli and Wang Xuanwu were straight men, they would not come forward so unsightly to stop Zixia from sitting next to Li Kuan. Chapter 56. I'm not afraid of comparing pairs. Li Tai watched Tu Yangzun continue to recite the second-placed work on stage. Not surprisingly, it was Li Kuan's masterpiece. Looking at Hong Ai and Zixia sitting around Li Kuan, as well as the eyes of many people staying in the same direction in the field, I felt that the poem meeting I held today was a bit out of control. Originally, I wanted to use this poem meeting to win over the children of Wang Zheng, Lu Kui and other families and talents of all walks of life, and let everyone see their own talents. But the script didn't follow my own hopes at all. That Li Kuan, although also Li Shimin's son, had no status for the past 10 years because he was only a concubine. Of course, the sense of existence is quite strong. After all, the title of the head of the four evils of Chainan City is not for nothing. To be honest, Li Tai hadn't seen Li Kuan directly, and he had never thought that Li Kuan would pose a threat to himself. However, now I feel it. Truly I have to do something, or I will become Li Kuan's own show today. Today people don't see the ancient time and moon. This month once looked at the ancients. The prince can always surprise people from the ordinary and plain words. Zixia stared at Li Kuan shiningly, her eyes full of worship. It stands to reason that a woman like Zixia has already seen the world. You shouldn't be fascinated by a few poems. However, this can only be said to be that Li Qian's understanding of the position of poetry in the Tang dynasty is not deep enough. In fact, if you think about what happened to Liu Sanbian during the Song dynasty, you can understand how attractive the talented men are to brothel women. Brothel women love talents, just like mice love rice. The article is natural, and you can get it by chance. This king just happened to write a few decent poems. Li Qian silently installed another 13. I heard that the prince has sent many of the singer's servants out of the palace some time ago. I don't know if the prince is willing to take in the little girl if there is nowhere to go, Zixia said half-jokingly. But as soon as these words were spoken, Hong Ai was taken aback. The ones who know you best are often your competitors. There is nothing wrong with this statement in any era. To some extent, Hong Ai is the one who knows Zixia best. Although the remark just now seemed like a joke, many times, behind the joke was temptation. From Hong Ai's point of view, what Zixia said was basically the same as showing her heart. Girl, Zixia joked. If you have nowhere to go, Your Majesty's prosperous dynasty doesn't know how long it will take to arrive. Li Qian is not the kind of gentleman who doesn't know femininity. He is really at the age of 14. It's still a false year. What can you do? You can't overdraw your body so early, or you will have to rely on Tiger Whip every day in the future. Let's talk about it in a few years. Moreover, Zixia is now at the age of 18 or 19. Although in the eyes of Datang people, it is not young anymore. But in Li Qian's opinion, it is still a bit tender. Even if it is delicious, you can wait. Zixia's face darkened, and she said with a strong smile, Master, isn't the prosperity coming now? Everyone, be quiet. At this moment, an abrupt voice came from the station. However, when everyone saw that Li Tai was the master, although they were a little surprised, they didn't think much. His Royal Highness Wai Wang probably wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words. People have spent such a large amount of manpower and material resources on such an activity. You can't really think that he is selfless. This king discussed with Xiao Gong, Li Gong and other great scholars, and decided to change the poem on the third theme to a pairing test. As soon as Li Tai said this, many people immediately turned their attention to Li Qian again. As long as you are not a fool, you know that Li Tai temporarily changed the arrangement of the poem meeting because of Li Qian, who left Li Qian to dominate the top 3 of the first 2 rounds alone. If Li Qian takes the lead in the third round, then Li Tai's poem meeting will really become a stepping stone to Li Qian's fame. Li Tai, who has always seen Li Qian upset, naturally does not want this to happen. The process of the poem meeting is set at the beginning. How can it change as soon as it changes? The Hong-Ai girl said uneasily beside Li Qian. Wang Yi, how could His Royal Highness Wai Wang be like this? How can you say that you are also his second brother? King Jia also muttered unconvinced from the side. That's right, this is too unfair. How can the rules be changed temporarily? Zixia is naturally on Li Qian's side at this moment. Others are also paying attention to Li Qian's reaction. Brother Wang, I heard that you are also a master of pairing. This change of King Wai can finally overwhelm Li Qian's prestige. Chang Sun Chong was almost depressed tonight. I took a group of people and didn't get a place, and watched Li Qian crush everyone there. It was really depressing. If it is usual, like Li Tai's behavior that breaks the rules, Chang Sun Chong will not have to stand up and criticize it. Today it's okay to change. It's more interesting, isn't it? The rules are originally set by people. HMPH, am not polite, right? I really haven't been afraid of anyone. Wang Ji picked up the wine glass on the table and stared at Li Qian with an unhappy expression. I just don't know if Li Qian will jump out to object. At this moment, several bigwigs on the stage are also watching everyone's reaction. Duke Xiao, we accepted Wai Wang's request to change the rules in this way, and it spread later. It is estimated that those King Liu will feel that we are unfair. Liangzhou wondered how Xiaoyu would agree with Li Tai's reasons for changing the rules. The things in this world are not set in stone. They are the real talents who can deal with all kinds of changes indifferently. The old man has seen the poetry level of the King of Chu. To be honest, there is no one in Chainan City. It's his opponent. But in other aspects, the old man also wants to see and see. When Xiaoyu said this, Liangzhou understood a little bit. Obviously, Xiaoyu meant to take a test of teaching and wanted to see how Li Kuan faced this situation. However, they are obviously going to be disappointed, because Li Kuan didn't lose his temper to oppose, nor did he make any other actions. He just showed a smile that met the expectations of the society in a calm manner. This smile made Li Tai and Wang Ji gritted their teeth. Is this being despised again? One will let you know what looks good. Comparing pairs is like comparing pairs. I have been writing poems. I feel a little tired of it. I just want to change my taste. Li Kuan saw that Hong Ai and Zixia were a little worried for him, so he had to say something. Indeed, for Li Kuan, whether it is writing poems or making pairs, it is really easy. Just take a smoke clock bomb blow out, and you can stand invincible. If you want to beat me, let's talk about it first. Do not accept, you bite me. Chapter 57. You are on it together for dating. The matter of pairing was actually a relatively unpopular thing, and it didn't really become popular until the Song and Ming dynasties. However, the poetry itself has something in common with the right pair, so the talented people here are generally familiar with it. Lord, I heard that Wang Ji, the eldest son of the Wang family in Taiyuan, is very good at pairing. You really have to be careful that they deliberately make you right. Zixia obviously knew more about the situation of these honorable children than Li Kuan. Why did Li Tai suddenly propose to change to the right pair? Naturally, she also knew what the purpose was. The right pair, it's nothing more than the sky to the earth, the rain to the wind, the mainland to the sky. The mountain flowers are to the sea trees, and the red sun is to the sky. I can make them doubt life right with my eyes closed. Li Kuan glanced at Li Tai, with a mysterious smile on his face. Everyone stay quiet. This pair doesn't have to be like a poem. Every time everyone needs to write the result. I just talk about the Shanglian directly, and when I think of the Xianlian, I stand up and say it out loud. Finally, select a few good ones for comparison. Liangzhou continued to stand up on behalf of Xiaoyu and Li Gang to explain the rules for the pair. Next, there is no more nonsense, just start. Pine leaves, bamboo leaves and leaf leaves. Liangzhou simply started directly. The sound of autumn, the sound of the wild goose, the sound of cold. Almost following Liangzhou's voice, Wang Ji spoke to the Xianlian. It is good. Brother Wang is amazing. It's wonderful. Song Yi to Ku Sheng, Zhu Yi to Yi Sheng, worthy of being the first talent in the Wang family. Around Wang Ji, there was a burst of applause immediately, and even Li Kuan unexpectedly turned his head and took a look. The reaction was fast enough. 1,000 miles of autumn wind blows brocade water. Liangzhou didn't say anything, and continued to read the Shanghai Federation. Ninefold Spring Drunk Fairy Beach. Wang Ji thought for a while, and Li Tai stood up and confronted a pair of lower leagues. This level can be said to be very high, and it is no wonder that he dared to propose to change to a pair. It seems that he wants to overtake a corner. However, it is obviously going to fail. Next, Liangzhou continued to talk about several pairs, and they all had good answers. Li Tai, Wang Ji, Chang Sun Chong, Lu Xuan and others have gradually become recognized as good people. Liangzhou, the old wood is dead, this wood becomes firewood. Wang Ji, the green water flows and the river is the shore. Li Tai, Chainan is good, with outstanding people and great people. Chang Sun Chong, the moon is the most beautiful now. The atmosphere on the scene slowly picked up, and many talented scholars offered their answers one after another. But obviously, the pairing this time was not that simple, and Liangzhou never continued to announce the next Shanghai League. which means that there is not yet. Men's answer fits his mind. My lord, this pair is not easy. It is easy to fall into a trap if you are not careful. This ancient wood is just dry, and this wood is also firewood. It is estimated that many people have overlooked it. Hong Ai obviously has no literary attainments. Shlo, although I am not satisfied with the answer, at least I can see the difficulty of the problem clearly. Master, if it were you, how would you be right? Zixia on the side looked at Li Qian a little curiously. Since the beginning of the pair, Li Qian hasn't said an answer yet, so people don't understand what is going on. Good girl, beautiful girl. Li Qian smiled and looked at Hong Ai and Zixia. This smile made the two girls who had seen the world blush. Even they themselves don't know why they blush. The prince, this pair is good. Women combined are good characters, and girls add up to seconds, which is completely in line with the Shanglian. Wang Xuan's eyes lit up, and he felt that his prince was absolutely right. King Jia saw that her master was right, so naturally she couldn't wait for a second, and immediately said it out loud. Okay, very good. Liangzhou is naturally also knowledgeable. Obviously Li Qian's answer is the best. The most surprising thing is that his pairing still fits the current scene very well. Li Qian is the top Oiran of Chainan City on both sides. Although it seems a bit far-fetched to describe it as a girl by Datang's standards, it is still fair. This is remarkable. Not only did the Xianlian match up to the Shanghai Lian, but he also praised the girl next to him. The girl is invisible. Next, since he spoke, Li Qian was no longer polite, and rushed to answer 4 or 5 times in a row. The point is that after Li Qian was right, other people didn't dare to say their answers again. Because the gap was too obvious, it was a shame to say it. Liangzhou felt that if it went on, it would become Li Qian's own show. So he simply proposed to let the best performers stand up, play a few pairs with each other, and finally determine a ranking. The prince, the ranking of this pair is set according to the person. Even if it is the prince you are right, you can only get the first place, and the second and third place can only be given to others. Very unfair. As soon as King Jia said what she said, she was stunned to talk about Hong Ai and Zixia next to her. This pair of masters and servants is really well. I don't bother to waste time with you. I will directly talk about the 3 upper leagues, but if your lower leagues are better than I thought, I will lose. Li Qian looked at Li Tai, Wang Ji, Lu Xuan and Chang Sun Chong, who stood up, and he didn't bother to pester them again. Master swept over directly. It depends on whether you are convinced. Second brother, this is what you said, don't regret it then. Li Tai was secretly delighted, and finally he had a chance to win. Although Chang Sun Chong was upset with Li Qian, he would never object to it at this moment. As for Lu Xuan, he was very polite, and he acquiesced directly. I will accompany you to the end how your Royal Highness wants to come. Wang Ji showed up as if he was not afraid of you. As for his guilt, only he himself knew. Listen, you only have a stick of incense. If you don't answer it, I won't have the time to wait for you until dawn. Li Qian didn't feel pressure at all when he looked at a few dedicated people who wanted to deal with him. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Ji's expression changed. You don't need a stick of incense. As long as I don't say the answer within a cup of tea, I will lose. Chang Sun Chong forbearance, feels that this time he still talks less. Everything depends on the result. Bian and Nanfa eating wings and eating things up and down. Li Qian held his arms in his arms, looking like he was watching a good show. If you don't want to give you a stick of incense, you want results for a cup of tea? Ha ha. The 6 directions of east, west, north, south, up and down are all inside. This pair is absolutely amazing. Li Gang was already very surprised by Li Qian's performance just now, but he didn't expect to be even more surprised when it was his turn to ask the question. This should be the hardest pair tonight, right? Can anyone come out right? Even for a while, I couldn't think of a satisfactory answer, and barely 1 or 2 felt unworthy of this Shanghai couplet. Li Gang all behaved like this, not to mention Cheng Sun Chong and the others, His brows almost didn't wrinkle. Chapter 58. More than. There were many people who came to the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting in the Palace of White Dynasty today, but the scene was really quiet. Even if someone is babbling in their mouths looking for the answer, they don't care about making a sound easily to destroy the atmosphere. Okay, the time is almost up. His Royal Highness King Chu can ask the second question. Liangzhou looked at Wang Ji and all of them were dark, standing without saying a word. Obviously, none of them thought of a couplet that could be worthy of the northern geese flies in the south and eat swings and separates things up and down. Forget it, no one has given the answer, so we'll just say the second one. Let's make it simpler. Good study is not good. Li Qian's words made Wang Ji and others gritted their teeth. Is this a bit simpler? What is difficult? Time passed by, but the atmosphere on the scene was indeed getting colder and colder. Gong Li, it seems that no one can match this second pair. Xiaoyu looked at the answer he had just written, and smiled. It seems that these talents are still a little bit different from him, and that Li Qian looks like an old man back then. This Royal Highness of Chu King is really unexpected. Not only is he good at writing poems, but he is also invincible against opponents. The old man is a long-sighted man today. Li Gang has lived for more than 80 years, and he is definitely a longevity in the Tang dynasty, and he can't help but sigh with emotion. I don't think there is any need to waste other people's time. I will also mention the third Shanghai Lian. As long as you can match any of them within half an hour, even if I lose. Li Qian doesn't care about the eldest grandson. Looking at how ugly their faces were, they directly gave their own title: Science, Farmer, Business, and Industry. Corner Uiu, Shinon, Commerce, and Industry. Gongshang Jiaoyu. This pair is a coincidence. Zixia felt that she was thoroughly knowledgeable today, and she had never seen such a talented person in her life. How do I feel that these three pairs are more difficult than one? Hong Ai is also a good person. Li Qian. You shouldn't pretend to be tolerant. If you lose in half an hour, even if you lose, you are absolutely absolute. Right? Jiang Sun conflict suddenly broke out. If anyone present was the most upset Li Qian, it would be Chang Sun Chong. Watching Li Qian shine throughout the night, Chang Sun Chong's heart is not to mention how greasy it is. Especially the Zixia girl she liked actively sitting next to Li Qian, which made the grandson even more upset. That's right. Second brother, you are boring like this. Who doesn't know a few absolutes? Li Tai saw Chang Sun Chong stand up first, and immediately jumped out. This pair, let alone half an hour. Don't even think of a good answer for an hour, it's better to muddy the water. Wang Ji, Wang Wei and brother Cheng Sun also made sense. His Royal Highness Chu's question is a bit boring. What? If the co-author won, you feel unfair. If you can't answer, then you can't answer. It's not just that you can't answer. What's the shame? Li Qian's position in Datang is detached. As long as he doesn't rebel, no one can really scare him. These three pairs, if you can come to the next league that satisfies everyone, I, Li Tai, will be convinced today even if he loses. I, Lu Xuan, would also like to see these absolute bottom lines. In Lu Xuan's words, the word absolute was deliberately bitten heavily. Xiaoyu on the stage didn't think it was too much to see the excitement. His Royal Highness, everyone is actually very interested in this answer, or you can just give them a chance to gain their insights. Li Qian glanced at Xiaoyu. Have I offended you before? Why give me hatred? Although I am not afraid of anyone, but I don't want to be thought of all day long. Forget it. Today's poem meeting is boring here. It's time to wrap up. The front wheel and the rear track go up and down in 2 rounds. Good reading is not good. Cold and hot, warm and frugal. Li Qian said the 3 Xialians together in one breath. How do you compare it? His Royal Highness, you didn't say the second one, right? He stood beside Chang Sun Chong excitedly. Finally found your loophole. See if you dare to be arrogant. Li Qian showed a sneer, and he didn't even pay attention to he, a follower of Chang Sun Chong. Don't talk if you don't understand. My face will be lost by you. Chang Sun Chong glared at Du He from the side, feeling that his little brother was too weak. Good reading is not good. Good reading is not good. Du Langjun, although the characters are the same, the pronunciation of the good characters is different. Kui King on the side explained softly. Du He looked at many people in the field staring at him, his face flushed, but instead of blushing, he was more angry into anger. These pairs always set traps everywhere. You limit the time. How many people can match? Li Kuan didn't bother to pay attention to Du He anymore, but he also knew that this idea of Du He might represent the meaning of many people, so he simply prepared to give this group another blow. In Du He's words, this king guessed that some people's aspirations were said. Let's do it. The lonely cold window is empty and widowed. Whoever can face this bear, this king will give up, and there is no time limit. Li Kuan's lonely and cold window is empty and widowed. It seems that there is no special difficulty, but if you look closely, you will find that it is not that simple. In terms of artistic conception, as long as there is enough time, it is estimated that many of you here should be able to answer the same thing, but considering that every word in this Shanglian is either ba or gai to or aku point ba or gai, it is necessary to identify one that is consistent with it. Yes, it's not easy. To be precise, it is not easy at all, but impossible. This is absolutely forever. Burn out your brain cells, and see if you dare to be arrogant. After Li Kuan finished speaking, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. He directly hugged a few big men on the stage and left. After acting like this for a night, don't you know what's the change in the charm value system? Does my charm enhancement meet the requirements? Just after leaving the palace of Y, Li Kuan turned on his horse and began to confirm the effect. You are too high to look at yourself. Why hasn't he? I think he is rising. Li Kuan was stunned. Is it possible that the poems he copied were not enough? Do you want to go back and do them another round? Charm. Its level is closely related to how many people have a good impression of you. In today's scene, you certainly convinced some people, but more often you think you have robbed others of the limelight, right? Those who can rise up to now are already pretty good. Seeing Li Kuan's embarrassment, the system unexpectedly said a few more words. However, although the words are not pleasing to the ears, the reason seems to be a little bit reasonable. Chapter 59 Chicken Ribs Reward. Today people don't see the ancient times and months. This month once looked like the ancients. Communication in ancient times is far from being able to compare with later generations, but the spread of some news is not slow at all. Datang's entertainment life is too scarce, but any gossip matter immediately spread throughout Chainan City. Are you sure this poem was written by that evil man? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong in a daze, not knowing what was thinking in his heart. Your Majesty, it's true. Everyone at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Conference in the Palace of the Y Dynasty was very clear. Besides, Gong Xiao and Gong Li also participated in the poem conference. Li Zong has gotten used to it, and everything involving Chu Wang Li Kuan is always different from the usual. This wicked man seems to have really opened up. It's a pity that I'm not in the mood today, or I have to call him into the palace. I have to take good care of him. Li Shimin sighed. In the past few years, I have encountered various setbacks. After all, the weather has been going smoothly this year. In the last few days, I have received memorials and secret reports from the northwest one after another, completely ruining my good mood. Your Majesty, the Western Turks are just lingering. I wanted to join forces with Datang to destroy the East Turks. Seeing that the East Turks were finished, they started to think new things. But I have a strong army and there is nothing to fear from them. Several confidential reports were delivered to Li Shimin through Bakizi, and Li Zong naturally knew why Li Shimin was troubled. It's not the same. It's different this time. I always feel that this time there is an expert pointing the Western Turks behind their backs, and they have changed their tactics. Instead of fighting against Datang, they are running around like a group of horse thieves. We don't at all. May send a large army to encircle and suppress. Li Shimin saw that Li Zong didn't speak anymore, and he didn't have any trouble for him. Forget it. You go to see if the pharmacist and Cheng Yojin have arrived. Li Qian was a little depressed for the day, but after eating a clay pot rice with spare ribs made by the chef himself, his mood soon improved. If you don't complete the task, you won't complete it. It's nothing more than enhancing your own charm. What you have is a trick. As for how to do it, you have to think about it. After thinking about it, I fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Li Qian was not awakened by the cock, nor was it the sunlight shining into the room to stimulate him to wake up, and it was not that King Jia interrupted him to sleep. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Please click to receive a reward. Dazed, a familiar voice came from Li Qian's brain, and Li Qian's sleepiness disappeared immediately. What's the matter? How could the task be completed after a nap? Let's take a look at the panel first. Huh? Li Qian looked at the column chart of the charm value on the panel, almost doubled in height, wondering in his heart. System, why did my charisma suddenly rise so fast? I didn't do anything. Why didn't you do anything? Didn't you make a big splash at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Conference the day before yesterday? But didn't the charm value fail to meet the requirements at the time? How many people participated in the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry meeting? How many people are in Chang'an City? The contemptuous voice of the system sounded in Li Qian's brain. That's right. The poems of that evening will definitely be circulated. Yesterday, many more people must have learned about their poems and pairs. The increase in charm value is a matter of course. Receive award. After figuring it out, Li Qian couldn't wait to open the reward. Advanced Art of War. What is it? What do I want this thing for? This is the first year of Zhengwen, not when the world is in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. I am an idle prince, holding a high-level art of war. Is it useful? It is a pity that the system has returned to a high cold state again, regardless of whether Li Qian is satisfied or dissatisfied. There is no sense of service. In the future generations, customers will definitely cry. Forget it. Anyway, I just copied a few poems and pairs, and didn't seem to put much effort into it. The art of war is the art of war. The chicken ribs are a bit chicken ribs. But maybe one day you can pretend to be 13 in front of the gang of generals. Your Majesty, according to the minister, we should not deal with the invasion of the Western Turks on a large scale. We only need to strengthen the vigilance in all parts of Liangzhou. As Shangxiu's Yuopu shot Fang Xuanling, naturally she also knew what was happening in Kazhong these days. So seeing Li Jing, Cheng Yojin, Yu Qigong, Li Xiaogong, Hu Junji and other generals standing in front of Li Shimin, you know what topic to discuss today. As soon as Li Shimin asked, Fang Xuanling clearly expressed his opinion that it is not appropriate to spend a lot of time round wars. I haven't been afraid of anyone in Datang. Although Hu Junji, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of War, is a subordinate of Fang Xuanling in reputation, it is obvious that he will not accept Fang Xuanling's opinions if he is rebellious. In my opinion, the court should send a few more generals, just like destroying the Eastern Turks, and simply destroying the Western Turks. Naturally, no one will harass Liangzhou. As soon as the army moves, there are countless consumption of food, grass, money and food. The Ministry of Households finally took a breath this year. There is no extra money and food to fight another war. The Ministry of Households Shangxiuzhen also expressed opposition to expanding the scale of the war. Your Majesty, the tactics of the Western Turks this time are quite special. According to the memorial report, there are not many people who came here. There should be only 10,000 or 20,000. But these should be the elites of the Western Turks, and they are in the border of Liangzhou. Constant looting, but never confronted Liangzhou's garrison. Liangzhou is so big, if tens of thousands of garrisons go out of the city to find the West Turks, there will be fewer people, but they will not be able to beat them. If there are too many people, it's impossible to say Liangzhou the mansion is over. As the foremost master of warfare in the Tang dynasty, Li Jing drew a lot of things from simple information. Pharmacist, according to what you said, You also support Xu Anling's approach. Li Shimin glanced at Li Jing a little entangled. From an emotional point of view, Li Shimin was very unhappy with the Western Turkic doing this, but from the perspective of the emperor, he should be confessed and shrunk in the state capital like a tortoise. It is only to strengthen the guard, which is actually the right choice. Li Jing, yes, the Western Turks should be thinking about robbing them before the winter. We can't do anything about them in a short period of time with this stray warfare method. It is better to strengthen our guard and look for opportunities to take them down in one fell swoop. If the surrounding military soldiers and prefectures and counties are withdrawn into the capital city of Liangzhou, it will suddenly become very crowded. Liangzhou guard Nujinda may not be able to calm the scene. Li Shimin frowned and thought, Your Majesty, Liangzhou is the fief of His Royal Highness Chu. If a prince sits in Liangzhou city at a critical moment, it can not only suppress all forces, but also let the people see that the court attaches great importance to them and let them know that the court has not given up. At this time, the grandson Wuji, who was standing aside, said nothing. 60 When it comes to the history of China, the Tang dynasty is a dynasty that cannot be ignored. When it comes to the Tang dynasty, in addition to emperors such as Li Shimin and Li Longjai, emperors such as Chengsun Wuji must also be in existence that cannot be ignored. Regardless of whether Chengsun Wuji was able to occupy a high position, whether he was in the light of his own sister, at least his abilities and methods were absolutely first class. There has been a long history, and there have been more relatives, but there are still very few people like Chengsun Wuji who have left a lot of color. He suggested that the imperial court send a prince to Liangzhou to sit in the town, which is indeed a solution to the problems faced by Liangzhou city. The most important thing is that Li Qian's fief is Liangzhou. It is reasonable to say that the prince will stay in the fief after he reaches adulthood. Now, taking this opportunity to kick Li Qian to Liangzhou, it can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Even if Li Shimin knew that Chengsun Wuji and Li Qian were not very good at dealing with each other, he couldn't say anything. As for Fang Xuanling and Li Jing, Chengsun Wuji's proposal also expressed support for them, and naturally would not oppose them. Since the imperial court adopted the policy of appeasement, the general's opinions became less important. Okay, let King Chu go to Liangzhou, and set off in half a month. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Shimin made a final decision. Master, are we really going to Liangzhou? In the Chu palace, the eunuch who had just sent off the decree, a group of people surrounded Li Qian, looking at each other. This imperial decree came a bit suddenly. Fortunately, there is still half a month left to prepare for everyone. King Jia, why? Liangzhou is not Longtan Tiger's den. What's to be afraid of? Although Li Qian felt that this imperial decree was a bit weird, he didn't feel worried at all. On the contrary, I think it would be better to take this opportunity to take a look outside of Chainan City. It's so wonderful. I haven't taken a good look at it yet. Lord, from the point of view of purpose, this time the Western Turkic soldiers invaded Liangzhou should still be very troublesome. It can even be said that the court has no effective way to deal with it. This is the reason why the prince is sent to sit in Liangzhou city. According to the subordinates, this errand may not be so easy to handle. Wang Xuans began to quickly analyze the motives behind the imperial edict, but due to insufficient information, he could only give a general idea. My lord, there is nothing to do if I tell you. Isn't it just the West Turks who are causing trouble in Liangzhou? Let's kill them. Wang Xuanwu is a master of art, and feels that he is good enough to control the West Turks. People look at it. Xuanwu, the fighting of thousands of people on the battlefield is completely different from the fighting of a few people. Although the royal court allowed the prince to take 1,000 palace guards with him, it did not arrange any other soldiers and horses to support Liangzhou. If it is really possible, if the Western Turks are wiped out, where can we still be used? Xli had read The Art of War, and his understanding of war was obviously much higher than that of Wang Xuanwu. Xuanwu is right. The Western Turks are making trouble. We go and destroy them. Li Qian's answer shocked Wang Xuans and Xli. After Wang Xuans stared at Wang Xuanwu fiercely, Master, The Western Turks are all elites dispatched this time. Although the number is small, they should be the essence of the Western Turks. To destroy them, there is no army to encircle and suppress them. It's difficult. Yes, Prince. I heard that all the defenders in Liangzhou prefecture add up to less than 30,000. If you have more than one defending the city, it is not enough to watch out of the city. Xli hurriedly talked, for fear that Li Qian's brain was hot and he arrived in Liangzhou. After that, he will go out of the city to fight with the Western Turks. Yes, Prince, although your fief is in Liangzhou, we have never been to Liangzhou. We are not familiar with the place where we are born. His Majesty did not ask you to eliminate the Western Turks. We will slowly pass by when the time comes. Staying in Liangzhou city for a few days, it's almost winter, and the Western Turks also retired. King Jia also looked worried. Forget it. I don't understand it after telling you. Li Qian can't explain to them now that he can repel the Western Turks by relying on only 1,000 guards. After all, he has to think about the specific plan. Judging from the tactics adopted by the Western Turks this time, it is obviously somewhat similar to the essence of guerrilla warfare in later generations. The so-called enemy advances and we retreat, and the enemy retreats and we advance. Anyway, where the Liangzhou keeper is, the Western Turks will not go anywhere. There are always weak points in Liangzhou in New Oda. Prince, if you really want to retreat from the enemy, you'd better go to the palace and ask your Majesty more before you leave. Xli obviously saw that Li Qian hadn't listened to his opinions, and Li Qian would have to leave the city. It really is. Your Majesty asked to leave in half a month. Our time is already relatively tight. Next, you will prepare items according to my arrangements. Li Qian didn't want to explain to everyone anymore, and immediately started arranging work. You, Brother Longsun, I heard that the court let King Chu return to the Liangzhou fief. With a curious look, he confirmed the news he had just received with Jiang Sanchong. In the past few days, it is Li Qian who is the most popular in Chainan City. A few classic poems spread all over the streets and alleys in an instant. Whether it is a brothel inn or a backyard of honorable guests, there are people singing his poems everywhere. It's no wonder that his charm value keeps rising and he can directly accomplish the task. Hey, isn't he proud? Let him go to the northwest to see if he can beat the Western Turks back with his poems. Chen Sun Wuji told Chen Sanchong the news that Li Qian was going to Liangzhou when he returned home that day. He asked him, and he was right. This person is the most forgetful. If Li Qian stays in Liangzhou for a few years, no one will remember him even if he is now famous. Besides, in places like Liangzhou, literary talents are basically it is a rare object. It is difficult for him to find a few people to exchange ideas. The so-called learning is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. After a few years, let's see who else he can win. In a few years, Brother that would have him alive for a few years. Chen Sanchong took a sigh of relief and showed a fierce expression. Now the West Turks in Liangzhou are committing crimes. Maybe someday even the city was breached. There are such things? God has eyes. He was inexplicably happy when he heard this. Forget it, a quasi-dead person, we don't have to talk about him anymore. In the city of Chainan, the news that Li Qian was going to Liangzhou quickly became a household name under the propaganda of those with a heart. In Chang Sunchong's opinion, even if Li Qian can't think about it, he is still riding a tiger, right? After all, everyone in Chainan City knew that he was going to Liangzhou. If he died in Chainan, his reputation would be completely destroyed by then, and Li Shimin would not let him go. Chapter 61 Chapter Special Preparation. South of Chainan, the courtyard of King Chu Mansion. The leaves on the tree had begun to turn yellow, and the autumn mood is getting stronger and more cool. Knife number 3. Help me wipe my sweat. Hand me the number 2 scissors. Okay, ready to stitch. Lin Ran looked serious in the newly built silkworm chamber and treated the wound of a patient whose thigh was cut by a knife. These months have been the happiest days in Lin Ran's life. Although the villagers besieged because of stealing the corpse, Lin Ran didn't mind at all. He soaks in Jamsil almost every day. Sometimes he uses rabbits to practice his hands. Sometimes he uses lambs to practice his hands. Of course, more often he has the opportunity to practice his hands directly with living people, because it can treat all kinds of trauma and intestinal carbuncle and other symptoms that are difficult to deal with elsewhere. The courtyard of the royal palace of Chu quickly became famous. Lin Ran naturally didn't have to worry too much about the lack of patients. Okay, even if this wound is treated. Do you all understand it? Lin Ran was relieved of the needle and thread in his hand, straightened up and looked at the dozens of apprentices around him, said it was an apprentice. In fact, Li Kuan arranged to come over and learn some emergency tricks. On the battlefield, the people who die the most are not those who died in battle, but those who died after being wounded. This time Li Kuan is about to go to Liangzhou. There is a high probability that he will face the West Turks. The deaths and injuries of the guards are hard to avoid. At this time, although there are doctors in the army, no matter it is they deal with the wounds, the ability, or the number of doctors, is almost negligible. In later generations, military doctors can be said to be an important guarantee for combat effectiveness, and Li Kuan naturally must pay attention to it. Therefore, after knowing that he was going to Liangzhou, Li Kuan immediately went to the other hospital and had a good chat with Master Sun Simiao. Not only did he tell Lin Ran to follow him to Liangzhou, he also asked him to help train dozens of others. Military doctor. The wounds on the battlefield are nothing more than just a few, and the methods to deal with them are the same. It is not too late if it is only used for emergency. As for the effect, it's up to fate. A corner of the Chu King's courtyard. You guys are far away. You will find a fire soon. Don't go over and put out the fire. Li Kuan looked at the iron bumps in Wang Xuanwa's hands and couldn't help but step back a few steps. Master, this kerosene bomb actually existed a long time ago, but the effect is not very good. On the contrary, it is expensive and inconvenient to transport. Although it is a bit useful when defending the city, the effect is limited. Wang Xuan was so busy these days that he finally reported to Li Kuan on the purchase of various items, and was dragged here to watch the so-called incendiary test. Xuan's, this king's incendiary bomb, and the fire oil bomb used in the previous army, can be described as one sky and one underground. Li Kuan continued to take 2 steps back. Xuanwu, prepare to fire, and then immediately throw it as far away as possible. Wang Xuanwu, whose skill is not proportional to his brain, calmly lit the incendiary in his hand with a torch. Throw it out. After seeing Wang Xuanwu lighting a fire, Li Kuan was actually curious to put the incendiary bomb in front of him and looked at it. Master, don't worry, look at me. After Wang Xuanwu finished speaking, he threw the incendiary bomb vigorously. Boom! The incendiary bomb made a loud noise as soon as it landed, and then a burst of flames violently dispersed, and the entire area of a few meters was enveloped by the raging fire. This lord, are you sure you didn't put a fire lighter there? Wang Xuanwu was completely shocked when he saw that the incendiary bomb he threw out caused such a big response. This is completely beyond his imagination. You know, he has also seen the effects of fire oil bombs in the military, let alone slap a fire oil bomb. Even a fire oil bomb that is several times larger cannot cause such violent combustion. Don't go there. Don't stick to these splashing flames. Otherwise you will just wait to turn into a pile of barbecue. Li Kuan saw Wang Xuanwa's movement to look at the fire, and immediately stopped him. These incendiary bombs were made after Li Kuan spent his points to exchange a batch of white phosphorus from the system. Once they are stained, even if they are flesh and blood, they can be burned. If you want to win more with less and don't want too much loss on your side, it is obviously impossible to fight head-on. So the first thing Li Kuan thought of was water attack or fire attack. There are no big rivers in Liangzhou. Besides, winter is coming soon. Water attack is obviously impossible, so only fire attack is left. But the fire attack is still a fire attack of 1,000 people against tens of thousands. Without some necessary equipment and weapons, coupled with the right time and place, it is impossible to succeed. Li Kuan prepares the things that can be prepared in advance, and it depends on luck. Master, this kerosene bomb seems very different. After a cup of tea, the flames ahead hadn't stopped, and Wang Zhuan's had already discovered the difference. Of course, this is our secret weapon to repel the Western Turks. Wang Zhuan's princes do not want to blow their own at this time. Wang Zhuan's did not say what it even if there is incendiary. We cannot defeat the tens of thousands of Western Turks elite kind of thing up. Time flies quickly, and seeing that there are still a few days to go, Li Kuan has finally prepared the last and most critical thing. Master, this hot air balloon. Yes. The hot air balloon you said can really take people up to the sky. Xli looked at the hanging basket in front of him, as well as the big bag made of multiple layers of silk woven with a lot of money, and his tone was full of doubt. Hot air balloon? I have never heard of it before. If you can't make it, won't you know in a while? Li Kuan commanded several craftsmen to assemble the hot air balloon, preparing to start the first test of human ascension. Master, you can't go up. Li Fu immediately panicked when he saw that Li Kuan was actually going to test the flight himself. What he thought of the so-called hot air balloon that his prince said was unreliable. If it wasn't for Li Kuan's performance in the last 6 months that exceeded many people's expectations, Li Fu would have thought that his prince had a brain disease. Lord, the gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. You can't use this hot air balloon now. Wang Zhuan's did not support Li Kuan to test himself, and even if the test was successful, he did not support Li Kuan to ascend to heaven, let alone failure. Even if it succeeds, it is scary. Okay, Lord, let me come. My favorite thing from childhood is to climb trees. I am not afraid of heights. I am willing to experiment with hot air balloons. An abrupt voice came from the side. Chapter 62 Chapter Really Ascended. Zhifu Ayu is a refugee. At the beginning, the family took his wife, son, and an old mother to Chang'an City, and they happened to be recruiting for the honeycomb coal workshop of King Chu Palace. Fortunately, Zhifu Ayu became the first batch of helpers in the honeycomb coal workshop. The days in the briquettes workshop were the happiest days in Zhifu Ayu's life. As long as you work hard, you can get a full stomach, and you can take a family to eat a full stomach, which has never been done before. Don't look at the word Fu Ayu in the name, but Zhifu Ayu has not been able to match Fu Ayu since he was a child. And even Zhifu Ayu didn't even know what it was like to feel full. However, since I arrived at the briquettes workshop, as long as you don't waste it, there are enough sesame cakes, and occasionally there are pork meat to eat. This made Zhifu Ayu feel that he was in paradise on earth. Son, you have to know who is our benefactor, and you must know what you are doing. A while ago, Xli went to the briquette workshop to recruit guards from the palace. It was at that time that Zhifu Ayu entered the palace of Chu. If you want to go to Liangzhou city, you naturally have to use up all of the 1,000 guards. People in this era are generally malnourished. Instead, they are helpers in the briquettes workshop. After a period of work, they have become physically strong. Stand up. It's weird to be able to eat and exercise, but not to be strong. Therefore, Li Kuan's first thought was to recruit helpers from the workshop to fill the guard force. Although these people don't necessarily know how to use knives and guns, and they don't know how to fight, but they are loyal, honest and simple, and their bodies are strong. They are actually very good sources of troops. Mother, don't worry. After entering the palace, as long as I am still alive, I will never let the prince lose a hair. Zhifu Ayu looked at the bottles and cans in the wooden shed with nostalgia. Everything is worthless, and the wooden shed is not a mansion, but it is barely a temporary place to live. But Zhifu Ayu is very satisfied. Baby father, don't worry. If you have me to take care of you at home, you can go to the palace with peace of mind to serve. After Zhifu Ayu entered the palace, Xli personally led them to practice. Today, Xli followed Li Kuan to watch the so-called hot air balloon test flight. Zhifu Ayu, as an outstanding guard in training, also followed Xli. So when everyone was worried about the risks of the hot air balloon and refused to let Li Qian sit on it, Zifu Ayu immediately volunteered. Zifu Ayu, this heater is no better than climbing a tree. I can tell what happened when I went up. Xli glanced at Zifu Ayu entangledly. Although there were still concerns in his heart, he was inclined to agree. Zifu Ayu didn't talk nonsense, and climbed into the gondola directly in twos or threes. Li Qian glanced at Zifu Ayu appreciatively, and let the craftsmen inside start preparing for takeoff. Hot air balloons are very safe spacecraft. Although the thing in front of us is a bit primitive, it is not too risky. Li Qian has a full understanding of this. Later, when he traveled to Turkey, he took 2 hot air balloons. I was a little scared at the beginning, but after getting used to it, there is nothing to be afraid of. Ignition. With an order from Li Qian, Quan opened the valve without saying a word and lit the special kerosene. As the best craftsman in the royal palace of Chu, Li Qian was in charge of the hot air balloon from beginning to end, and Quan was in charge of it. During the test flight today, Quan was also personally responsible for driving. To talk about this hot air balloon, we still have to thank the broken system, or else parts such as valves, which require relatively high steel, are not made of special steel exchanged by the system, and the quality is worrying. Once in the sky, there is a quality problem. That is a terrible thing. As the flame grew bigger and bigger, the balloon slowly inflated. Everyone around them held their breath, staring at it without turning, wanting to witness whether this hot air balloon could actually take people to the sky. Huaxia people have dreamed of ascending to heaven since ancient times. Stories about change flying to the moon all tell of curiosity about heaven. But for thousands of years, no one has ever succeeded. Even an emperor like Qin Shi Huang has spent a lot of manpower and material resources and has not found a way to ascend to the heavens. Can Li Qian succeed? Moved. The gondola moved. I don't know who can't help but yell. Driven by the balloon, the hanging basket has begun to rise slowly. The hatred was not obvious at first, but after only a few breaths, the rise became obvious. The bottom of the gondola has been lifted off the ground with a person coming up. Xuanwu, be optimistic about the cable, relax. Slowly. Seeing the hot air balloon take off smoothly, Li breathed a sigh of relief. Although this thing is not a high-tech thing, it is still very challenging to make it out in the era of Datang, but fortunately, it has a good start. Considering that in the first test flight, no one was able to operate the hot air balloon proficiently, and it was even more difficult to control the direction and height, so Li Qian simply tied it to the gondola with a cable that was hundreds of meters long. At that time, even if Quan could not control the hot air balloon to land smoothly, he would be able to pull them back from the air through a cable. Li Qian didn't want his 8th level workers to become a pile of rotten meat. That's right. As the most skilled craftsman in the palace, Quan is really a bit of a later 8th level craftsman level. All the parts are made entirely with one hand. I have never heard of lathes, punching machines, etc. at all. Master, is this hot air balloon really flying? Laifu stared at the hot air balloon rising into the sky dumbfounded, and couldn't figure out why. Xianzu, this is Xianzu, Prince, you know how to do it. Kinga's reaction was not much better. With this hot air balloon, if it is released on the battlefield, the layout of the enemy army will be clear at a glance, and there is no fear of the enemy's sneak attack. It is really a good thing. Xli was the first to think of how to put the hot air balloon used on the battlefield. It really is a material for generals. It's the prince who is smart. The Kongming lantern can lift into the sky with a hanging basket. This hot air balloon is actually like an extra-large Kongming lantern. It seems normal to be able to bring heavier things into the sky. Wang Xuans looked at the sky more and more. The higher the heater came, his face was full of emotion. I didn't follow the wrong master. With such a flexible and distinguished master, he would never have the chance to get ahead in this life. Okay, it looks like this hot air balloon is finished. If it can land smoothly in a while, it can be mass-produced immediately. Before going to Liangzhou, You have to prepare dozens of hot air balloons. Seeing the performance of the hot air balloon in front of him, Li Kuan felt more confident in his plan. To deal with the Western Turks, is it too much to adopt such a method of reducing dimensionality and cracking down? Li Kuan couldn't help but come up with such an idea. However, soon, he stopped thinking about these weird things. A group of people in the royal palace of Chu were sighing about the hot air balloon taking people into the sky, and the reactions of others were different. 63 In the Taikai Hall, the atmosphere is somewhat depressed. In the past few days, Li Shimin has successively received many memorials from Liangzhou, all of which are all kinds of messages for help. The West Turks have completely ravaged Liangzhou, but they are very clever. They just move around in Liangzhou area and don't move closer to Guangzhou, where military forces are heavily deployed. Liangzhou guard Nuchinda tried to send thousands of soldiers and horses out of the city, but only a few hundred people came back. After that, he never did such meaningless things. Liangzhou, as a big border city, can barely be regarded as a city with thick walls. As long as you don't leave the city, Liangzhou city will not be lost so easily. For Datang, as long as Liangzhou city is not lost, it is a fairly acceptable ending. Your Majesty, after the suppression of the Eastern Turks last year, a group of government soldiers have just been disbanded to recuperate. If we really want to mobilize troops against the Western Turks, we need to make no less preparations than before. The minister is still that opinion. As long as the Western Turks do not invade the Guangzhou Tao, the Imperial court will not send more troops to Liangzhou. Fang Xuanling expressed his views again. It is very difficult to suppress 20,000 elites of the Western Turks in the outskirts of the country. It is very difficult without the soldiers and horses of 40,000 to 50,000. The most important thing is that the Western Turks will not stand there waiting for us to fight, so they can't stand firm. In fact, they are dealing with them. The best way is to wait for the winter, and they will naturally retreat. Li Jing has a first-class grasp of the changes on the battlefield. Since he led troops to destroy the East Turks last year, his reputation has reached a new height, and he can basically be said to be the god of war in the Tang dynasty. After that, Li Jing became very low in order to avoid the limelight of his high merits, and rarely spoke at the meeting. If it were not for the fact that Li Shimin had been convening a group of important ministers alone to discuss matters in Liangzhou, he would not want to say a word. If Datang sent troops at this time, Li Jing would be the best candidate to lead troops. After all, he has already explained his method of dealing with the prairie people with his deeds in his life. Who would he choose if he didn't choose him? But he is unwilling to show the limelight again. If you really led the troops to destroy the Western Turks, then the fate of Li Jing's whole family might be a little suspended. Even if Li Shimin has a big belly, he can't stand the impeachment of many people, and sooner or later he will have other views on Li Jing. And once the emperor no longer trusts a general, then if you follow your approach, this year will certainly be able to survive. Next year, I can't always be led by the Western Turks, right? If this is the case, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be new movements in the remnants of the Eastern Turks in the north. Will those East Turkic aristocrats who have just settled down have thoughts they shouldn't have? Li Shimin understood Fang Xuanling's suggestions, but he also had his own worries. To put it bluntly, how to deal with the Western Turks is not only a military act, but also a political incident. When Li Shimin and the ministers once again expressed their views on the invasion of Liangzhou by the Western Turks, Li Zongchong hurriedly entered the hall and came to Li Shimin. For example, when Li Shimin was discussing confidential matters with important officials, Li Zong often guarded at the gate of the hall and would not enter easily. Now I rushed in before the meeting was over, and all the fools knew something must have happened. Could it be that Liangzhou city was broken? Fang Xuanling hesitated, feeling a little flustered. Mischief. What a nonsense. This wicked man will not have a peaceful day. When Li Shimin saw the secret report handed over by Li Zong, his first reaction was not to believe it. It could not be true. Your Majesty, the people from Baki division saw with their own eyes that there were two people following the hot air balloon. Yes, It was called a hot air balloon. It took off. Li Zongxing was afraid that Li Shimin would make a wrong judgment because of insufficient information, so he did it right away. Supplementary instructions are provided. Really? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong with a torch. The power of the emperor is not something ordinary people can bear. Rao is Li Zong with Li Shimin all day, and he feels a lot of pressure. Really? Go, call me Li Kuan. Li Shimin was not in the mood to continue discussing Liangzhou. This matter has not only been discussed for 1 day or 2 days, although it is very important, but it is not anxious to the extent that you can't wait for a quarter of an hour. Forget it. I'll go over and take a look myself. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. Your Majesty, did His Highness the King of Chu do something special? Qing Sun Wuji heard that the matter reported by Li Zong should be related to Li Kuan, and immediately became curious. This guy is going to Liangzhou in a few days. So what else can he do? All the king's families will come and have a look with me. After reading it, you will naturally know what is going on. The royal palace of Chu was very close to the Tji palace, and it was just a stick of incense, and Li Shimin brought a group of ministers to Lai Fu and the others. The old slave welcomes your Majesty. I don't know if your Majesty will come here. Don't talk nonsense. Where's your master? Li Shimin interrupted Lai Fu with an impatient look. Li Xin had a very good relationship with Li Shimin when he was young, and he was naturally familiar with Lai Fu. Your Majesty. Lord Lai Fu looked up at the sky, a little tangled. Li Shimin, what happened to Li Kuan? Lai Fu, Master, he is in the sky. Li Shimin's face changed suddenly. He hates being deceived by others, especially when he wants to be an eternal emperor, and he least wants courtiers to deceive him. Now that Lai Fu is standing in front of him, he dared to open his eyes and talk nonsense. Is this okay? Lai Fu, do you think that I am thinking about my old feelings and dare not kill you? Your Majesty, Xli, the chief security officer of the Chu royal mansion. The butler did not lie. The lord, he is really in the sky. Seeing Li Shimin's face, Xli immediately stood up and explained for fear of misunderstandings. Your Majesty, look at this cable, which is the hot air balloon that connects the prince to ride. Following Xli's gesture, Li Shimin saw a thick rope hanging in the air not far away, and a large turntable next to it was still slowly rotating, seeming to keep playing the rope. And in the air, there seemed to be a black shadow high up, and the cable went straight into the sky, in the direction of the black shadow. Li Shimin, do you want to say that the dark shadow is your prince? Xli, your Majesty, the shadow is a huge hot air balloon, and the prince is riding in the hot air balloon basket. Li Shimin looked at the dark shadow and fell silent. This evil man, could it be impossible for the immortal technique? Is this still the evil one you know? Why is he always there after the recent lively events in Chainan City? Li Shimin didn't speak. Naturally no one dared to speak. Everyone just consumes like this. Probably after another stick of incense, the hot air balloon slowly landed in front of everyone under the operation of Dai Guan. Your Majesty, why are you here? Li Kuan found Li Shimin before the hot air balloon landed. 64 Whether it is Li Shimin, Fang Xuanling, or Li Jing, they have all met the world, and there is no way to make them fuss after waiting for small things. However, today the royal palace of Chu and his entourage have really refreshed their understanding. You are ashamed to ask me why I came. Why, you palace? Can't I come? Li Shimin glanced at Li Kuan deeply, and said gloomily in his mouth, hey, look at what you said. It's the king's earth in the world, and it's the king's official. The Waijian, the palace of the Chu kingdom, can't wait to welcome your Majesty's holy driver every day. Li Kuan was a little embarrassed from the hanging basket. Fearing to come out, he kept talking. Waijian said, why are the magpies croaking early in the morning? It turns out that there is a distinguished guest coming home today. Small hippies there, don't you have anything to say? Li Shimin is very unaccustomed to Li Kuan's face. How could this evildoer not find him so capable before? Your Majesty wanted to ask about this hot air balloon. In front of Li Shimin and a bunch of important ministers, Li Kuan did not dare to deliberately circle around. Besides, I tried a hot air balloon in the royal palace of Chu today. It is estimated that Chang'an City will be fried. An earthquake is regarded as a punishment for the emperor, and a plague of locusts is regarded as an era when the emperor has no virtue. A UFO hastily appeared on the top of Zouk Street, Chang'an City, and the impact is absolutely huge. Li Kuan didn't think about this before, but after seeing Li Shimin and his party, he immediately guessed the cause and effect of the incident. This is a hot air balloon. Is it capable of taking people to heaven? Li Shimin took a few steps forward, observing this new thing up close. That's right, just relying on this hot air balloon can take people into the air hundreds of paces high. There is nothing to conceal from Li Shimin, the hot air balloon, and it is impossible to hide it at all. Can I try it too? When Li Shimin said this, Li Kuan was stunned. He thought of a lot of questions Li Shimin wanted to ask, and was ready to spread his knowledge of physics, but he didn't expect people to be interested in them at all. Your Majesty, the dragon body is important. Your Majesty, no, never do this. Fang Xuanling and Cheng Yuji's reaction was much stronger than that of Li Kuan. When they heard that Li Shimin actually wanted to take this ride, don't say they have seen it before, but they didn't even hear of it before ascending to heaven. Why didn't they feel unreliable? Tang finally settled down. If something happened to Li Shimin, no one here can escape the relationship. Li Kuan, I ask you, can I give it a try? Li Shimin didn't care about other people's reactions, but stared at Li Kuan tightly. At this time, as long as there is anything wrong in Li Kuan's eyes, Li Shimin would actually not go to take this hot air balloon. However, fortunately, apart from a moment of nervousness, Li Kuan did not move much. Your Majesty, it's okay, but this hot air balloon is also a new thing. Everyone is not very skilled in operating it. Shouldn't you wait for the next time the minister returns to Beijing? Your Majesty will try again. Li Kuan couldn't refuse Li Shimin, so he quickly used the tactic of dragging words. But who is Li Shimin? Does he know what Li Kuan is thinking? Then why do you dare to ride? Li Kuan glanced at Li Shimin, and then looked at the ministers who seemed to dare to eat themselves as long as he dared to agree. He said helplessly, Your Majesty, this hot air balloon was made by a minister. I don't dare to ride. How can I convince the guards to ride? His Royal Highness, how safe is this heater? Fang Xuanling knew Li Shimin too well. At this moment, he knew that Li Shimin was definitely going to take a hot air balloon, so he immediately began to confirm safety matters. Fang Gong, this hot air balloon is naturally safe. As long as it is not caught in strong winds and heavy rains, it is usually nothing. Besides, there are cables connected to the hanging basket today. As long as you don't even think about jumping from the hanging basket, you just want to. It's not easy to happen. Li Kuan's remarks are not exaggerated. Today's test flight of the hot air balloon is about 100 meters high. Even if the airbag suddenly breaks and leaks, it can still make a safe landing. There is really not much risk. His Royal Highness, Your Majesty's safety is not a joke. But whenever there is anything, Chu Prince's mansion is full of people. Cheng Wuji looked at Li Kuan with a cannibal expression. Your Majesty, do you really want to take a hot air balloon? Li Kuan was too lazy to pay attention to the chairman, Sun Wuji, but turned his attention to Li Shimin. It is said that I am the emperor, but what kind of appearance the sky is like, I have never seen it once. Do you want to say? Forget it. Wai Jin personally accompanies Your Majesty to take another trip. Li Kuan knew that if he didn't follow Li Shimin in a hot air balloon, it would be inappropriate. Rather than waiting for someone to make a request, it is better to speak up yourself. His Majesty. Fang Xuanling and others wanted to say something, but Li Shimin had already walked towards the hanging basket. Li Shimin, Li Kuan, Fang Guan, plus a Li Zong who had to follow life and death, a total of 4 people, became the third group of humans in the Tang dynasty to climb into the sky. When the hot air balloon just lifted off, Li Shimin was still holding the gondola tightly, but soon, He was attracted by the scenery below. The streets of Chang'an City appeared in all directions, and the walls of the Qi Hall in the distance seemed a little short. The sound and shadow of Fang Xuanling and others on the ground became smaller and smaller. Li Shimin felt the sound of the wind whizzing past his ears, and felt the peculiar sound of flames constantly spraying towards the airbag, and his whole state changed. Will be the top of the Ling, a glance at the mountains. This is basically Li Shimin's mood at this moment. Your Majesty, the heights are so cold. Put on this fur coat. Although it is only 100 meters above the ground, the wind is much stronger than the ground. It's okay for Li Kuan not to say, but Li Shimin really feels a bit cool when he says it. It's not cold in the heights. I think I have a new understanding of this today. Li Shimin did not reject Li Kuan's kindness, and after putting on fur, he continued to greedily look at the scenery below. Antique buildings, large-scale cities, surrounded by Wai River in the distance. The shadow of Zhongnan Mountain is also faintly visible. Li Shimin felt that at this moment, he had forgotten his troubles and entered a new state of mind and body. This hot air balloon is really a good thing. I'm going to Liangzhou soon. You didn't prepare well. Why did you come up with this hot air balloon? Li Shimin stayed in the air for almost a stick of incense before he was ready to land. With the slow landing of the hot air balloon, Li Shimin also began to ask about Li Kuan. Your Majesty, I'm just preparing for the trip to Liangzhou. 65 Li Shimin is a smart person. Li Kuan only briefly talked about the characteristics of hot air balloons. Like Li, he thought of how to use hot air balloons on the battlefield. There are not many soldiers and horses in Liangzhou city. Recently, New Jinda has lost thousands of people. With this hot air balloon, it is really easy to grasp the movement of the Western Turks and avoid being attacked by others. Li Kuan did not deny the usefulness of hot air balloons mentioned by Li Shimin. As for my real plan, I naturally wouldn't say it. This kind of thing, before you are unsuccessful, will only add to the jokes and even cause unnecessary trouble. The hot air balloon landed on the ground without any surprises, and Fang Xuanling and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, then it was their turn to be curious. What is it like to ascend to heaven? It's just that Li Shimin didn't leave time for them to enjoy themselves. He confirmed that the thing that caused the commotion in Chang'an City today was not a monster. After experiencing it personally, he took the man and horse back to the palace. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, there are green grasses. When Li Kuan left Beijing, he didn't encounter the scene described in ancient poems. Because some of the people in the Chu Palace followed Li Kuan to Liangzhou, all the way out of the city, Li Kuan almost didn't even see him off. My lord, the weather is starting to get colder, or you should get in the carriage too. Liangzhou is Li Kuan's fief. Leaving Beijing this time is not like a military commander who is not allowed to bring family members. Naturally, King Jia also followed. The guards are all riding horses. As a prince, of course I have to take the lead. What is it like riding a carriage? Finally, there is a chance to use master-level riding skills, and Li Kuan naturally wants to show off. There is no shortage of good horses in the royal mansion of Chu, at least not short of good horses that Li Kuan rides. To be honest, apart from being thinner and thinner, Li Kuan is actually handsome, and with a group of maroon horses, he is a lot more heroic. My lord, I didn't expect that you are not only outstandingly talented, you are also known as the #1 talented man in Chang'an City, and you are also so exquisite in riding skills, which is really beyond the expectations of the villain. Next to Li Kuan, a somewhat abrupt voice appeared in everyone's ears. This person was Wang Fugi. As an accomplice in the prodigal period of Li Kuan, many people in the royal mansion of Chu did not like Wang Fugi. However, this guy is shrewd and decisive enough. When the briquettes of the Chu palace appeared, he began to take the initiative to repair the relationship with everyone, and when the glass mirror was released, Wang Fugi immediately expressed his willingness to dedicate half of the family property in order to become the agent of the Chu Palace. Li Kuan just needs a business expert to help him deal with business matters. He has a special position in Chainan City, and he is not afraid that Wang Fugi will dare to pit himself. Therefore, he naturally agreed to this kind of win-win situation. This time I went to Liangzhou. It seems to have nothing to do with Wang Fugi, but Li Kuan wanted to take this opportunity to reopen the Silk Road. Nowadays, the Silk Road is basically in a state of half-collapse. The biggest factor is that the Western Turks are making trouble from it. After all, many areas in the western regions are still under the control of the Western Turks. Stay by the prince's side. You can always see all kinds of unexpected things. Wang Xuans also rode behind Li Kuan with emotion on his face. Although Wang Xuans is a scribe, he is actually very good at riding skills. But compared with Li Kuan, it was obvious that he lacked the feeling of proficiency. It's only the first day, so you'll see less and strange things. When you arrive in Liangzhou city, there will be even stranger things. Li Kuan, who originally thought the master-level riding skills would be useless, after showing off in front of his subordinates, he felt that it was not bad to draw this thing. There is another master-level art of war that I haven't used before. I don't know if it can achieve the same effect. Xioxing's group stayed overnight and soon left Guanzhong Road. The previous road was basically peaceful, but after leaving Guanzhong Road, the atmosphere immediately changed. And there were still refugees migrating to Guanzhong from time to time on the road. Li Kuan is not a saint, and it is impossible to gather all these refugees for relief. His first task is to rush to Liangzhou to sit in town. Master, it stands to reason that to the west of Liangzhou is Yumen. After Yumen is the site of the Western Turks. This time the West Turks are ravishing Liangzhou, which is a bit strange. Seeing that they will enter Liangzhou within a few days, Wang Xuans and the others are analyzing the current situation more tensely. Coming this way can be regarded as a haste march. Except for a few hot air balloon training sessions, which were affected by strong winds. Some of the hot air balloons flew off sideways, which delayed a little time. At other times, they were basically marching fast. But fortunately, the Chu Palace was rich, and all the guards were one man and two horses, and the speed was several times faster than that of ordinary soldiers. Li Kuan, to the south of Liangzhou is Tuihan. Over the years, the relationship between Tuihan and Datang has been changing from time to time, and their internal opinions are not uniform. In my opinion, in all likelihood, people in Tuihan and Western Turks interact with each other. Collusion. Liangzhou is an important gateway to the northwest of Datang, covering a very wide area. To the north is Xianchuo's ministry and the newly established Yunzhong Dudu mansion. To the south is Tuihan, and to the west is the territory of the Western Turks after Yumen Pass. This time, Li Shimin asked Li Kuan to come to Liangzhou to sit in town, but he added the name of Northwest Road Marching Chief to coordinate the power of Liangzhou, Yumenguan, Ganzhou, and Suzhou. In fact, because Ganzhou and Suzhou are located closer to the west, Datang's dominance over these two areas is actually very weak. Except for the state and the city, which is barely under control, the other places are managed by each nation. Even to put it a bit ugly, the biggest purpose of the existence of these two states is to cushion the western pressure of Datang. In fact, leaving Yumen Pass can basically be understood as leaving Datang. Tuihan has a unique geographical location. Throughout the dynasties, the Central Plains dynasty wanted to put it under the rule, and Datang was no exception. This analysis, Prince, is really possible. Although Wang Xuan's strategy of war is not as powerful as the master-level bonus of Li Kuan's system, he still has a few brushes. It doesn't matter if he is true or not, since this king is here, these Western Turks should not leave. My lord, are you really going to fight head-on with the Western Turks? Although the incendiary effect is amazing, but we have 1,000 people against 20,000 people, the odds of winning are too small. Wang Xuan expressed his opposition more tactfully. In these days, Li Kuan said that he was going to destroy the Western Turks, which caused Wang Xuan's heart to be raised in his throat. If the Western Turks were so easy to destroy, would the court need to send the king of Chu to Liangzhou to stabilize the military? Yes, in the eyes of the leaders of the DPRK and China, Li Qian's Liangzhou trip has the greatest effect to stabilize the military. You see, even the prince sent by the Imperial court, but that is your Majesty's second son. You take good care of resisting the Western Turks. We are all watching. We will not abandon you. Chapter 66 Chapter Unexpected Meeting. The Northwest Plateau in late autumn has a different kind of beauty. Although there is no scene where the wind blows the grass and sees the cattle and sheep, the boundless world, the combination of the plains and the hills, make people's minds more open-minded. However, Li Qian hadn't fully enjoyed this spectacular sight. So Zifu Ayu hurriedly got off the hot air balloon and ran over to report to Li Qian about his emergency discovery. Lord, about 10 miles ahead, I found a pair of cavalry coming towards us. When leaving Chainan, Li Qian took all the more than 30 hot air balloons that had been rushed out. These hot air balloon operators are selected from the guards who are not afraid of heights, and are trained one by Dai Kuan. As the first escort to take a hot air balloon, Zifu Ayu was naturally appointed by Li Qian as a captain of the hot air balloon battalion. Although this captain only had less than 200 people in the hot air balloon camp, Zifu Ayu was very dedicated. Almost every day, he was soaking in the hot air balloon, following the large forces forward, while also taking into account the role of reconnaissance of the enemy. There are not only Dai Kuan and Zifu Ayu who can skillfully operate hot air balloons, but there are really not many people who can accurately detect and judge the enemy's situation on the heater. Zifu Ayu is talented in this aspect. No, he first discovered the enemy situation today. About how many people are there? Li Qian frowned. He didn't expect to encounter this situation at the last minute. Although I plan to keep all the 20,000 troops of the Western Turks in Liangzhou, it is not in this situation. Really want to play this way? 1,000 guards of oneself, let alone against 20,000 elite Western Turks, even against 1,000 people. It is estimated that it is enough. So Li Qian's first reaction was to ask about how many people there were. As for whether he is his own or not, this is basically not considered. At this point in time, after the loss of thousands of cavalry in Liangzhou city, no military force with more than 100 troops appeared outside the city alone. I can't see clearly, even if I use the treasures you gave me. I can only see that there are at least 100 people in the other party. Xli, set up camp on the spot and surround the carriage with those things in the middle. I'll go take a look. Li Qian has amassed a level warfare bonus, which has really made everyone look at each other along the way. Today, no one in the team would question his words. But after a cup of tea, Li Qian and Zifu Ayu appeared in the air at an altitude of 100 meters. According to the direction of Zifu Ayu's fingers, Li Qian took out a very primitive telescope from his arms. The mirror body made of brass has a lot of weight in the hand. Originally, Li Qian wanted those craftsmen who made glass to try to make telescopes. But after trying for half a month, even a qualified lens was not produced. So I had to go to the system to exchange it again. In the past 6 months, Li Qian has gradually gained some understanding of the system. For ready-made items that transcend this era, such as telescopes, the exchange price is very high. Even the lowest-level primitive single-scope telescope made Li Qian's exchange painful for a while. It seems that in the future, we will still try to exchange some raw materials, such as steel and white phosphorus. Although they are expensive, they are still acceptable. Before, Li Qian still wondered if there would be a day when he would be invincible if he equipped each of the guards with a submachine gun from the system. It now appears that this is simply impossible. Whether the system can be exchanged for hot weapons is still a big question mark. Even if it can be exchanged, the price is bound to be very high. It is impossible for Li Qian to exchange a bunch of weapons. It seems that we still have to rely on our own strength to change Datang's technological strength. so that we can greatly improve the equipment level of our own guards. What do these people seem to be chasing? Li Kuan quickly saw the cavalry that Zifu Ayu was talking about. Although it is not clear, it is vaguely visible that these cavalry appear in a fan shape. This is obviously not a formation used on the road, and I haven't seen other large-scale cavalry around, so the biggest possibility is that there are small groups of targets that they are chasing, and I haven't found it. Zifu Ayu, the surrounding area of Liangzhou is already occupied by the Western Turks. Could they be the spies sent by the defenders of Liangzhou city? No matter who you are chasing, it is the enemy of the Western Turks. Landing first, we set up an encirclement to eat these Western Turks. Although not sure how many people there are, there should be no more than 200 people. Li Kuan thought for a while, and felt that he could not be frightened by fewer than 200 people, or else his momentum would be gone and the team would be difficult to lead. Although the guards of the Chu Palace are not elite, they are not bad for money, well equipped, and the physical fitness of the selected personnel is not bad. Coupled with useless intensive training during this period, it can barely be considered as a team. Strong soldiers. It's just a strong soldier who hasn't been on the battlefield. It won't see any blood, and won a great battle. There is no way to become an elite. Li Kuan had no idea of rebelling, but his idea of making his guards the most elite personnel has never changed. Soon, Xuli took the guards and chose a valley surrounded by two mountains. Although the hills on the left and right are not high, the victory is relatively wide. As long as you pass nearby, you will probably choose to pass through the valley between the two mountains, otherwise it will add a lot of trouble out of thin air. 1,000 people seem to be a lot, but scattered in the valley, it is not at all noticeable. Fortunately, there are only less than 200 cavalry in ambush. As long as you don't mess around, you can win. After all, Li Kuan is surrounded by two masters, Xuli and Wang Xuanwu, who can play. Not to mention too many, it is not an exaggeration that the two of them dealt with more than a dozen people. Will be the courage of soldiers. With Xuli and other fierce generals, I am not afraid that this ambush will not win. 10 miles away, it looks like a little distance, but judging from the cavalry rushing forward, it is actually a stick of incense. Master, the other party is less than 1 mile away from us. About 150 cavalrymen are chasing someone, and they will soon enter the valley. In order to avoid frightening the opponent away, Zifu Ayu had taken the hot air balloon early, but he was still actively responsible for the investigation of the enemy's situation. Catch up with someone? Li Kuan asked suspiciously. More than 100 people have been chasing for so long, but they haven't caught up, Zifu Ayu explained. It seems that the man in front has a very good arrow technique. He is a master with a bow. So far, I have seen at least 3 chasers hitting arrows and falling. Master, this is not strange. Unless the chasers behind are fighting for casualties, otherwise they dare not chase too tightly. To be honest, if I am in that environment, as long as there are enough arrows, it will be true in a short time. Don't try to catch up with me. I will shoot whoever comes first. I can draw a stronger bow and shoot farther. Before Xuli knew it, another wave of force was installed. Chapter 67 Chapter First Clash in the Era of Cold Weapons. The cavalry was the king of land warfare. 1 horse and 2 horses may not feel much when running, but once the number of cavalry rises to 3 digits and the horse collapses, the momentum is absolutely amazing. Regardless of his previous life or this life, Li Kuan hasn't really been on the battlefield yet. Seeing the clearer and clearer figures in his field of vision, those Western Turks who wield machetes, Li Kuan felt a special pressure. Command arrow. Forcibly enduring the discomfort in his heart, Li Kuan, with the blessing of master-level art of war, accurately grasped the situation on the battlefield. As soon as the man chased by the West Turks got out of the ambush, Li Kuan ordered to start shooting. With a piercing sound of arrows through the air, the guards who had been ambushing on both sides immediately shot out bows and arrows in their hands. Thousands of arrow clusters flew to the middle, although they did not have the overwhelming momentum. They also made the formation of the Western Turks into chaos. However, these people are indeed the elites of the Western Turks. When the arrow is moved, they find something is wrong. Then before the arrow rain arrives, they reflexively, either lying on the horseback or leaning on the side of the horse, and they even have excellent riding skills. The person directly puts his whole body in the belly of the horse, reducing the area of his attack as much as possible. However, there are still more than a dozen people who have become moldy. More than 1,000 people ambush and attack more than 100 people. In the first round of attacks, only a dozen people were dealt with. Li Kuan was speechless about the combat effectiveness of his escort. Sure enough, it was a recruit who was on the battlefield. It is estimated that the hands of the bow and arrow are shaking, and there is no way to know. If it weren't for the crowds on my side, I don't know if anyone would run away. However, fortunately, with mental arithmetic and unintentional, after 2 more rounds of shooting, 1/3 of the Western Turks finally got on the ground. However, after seeing where the shooting came from, the Western Turks reacted very quickly, and immediately someone began to fight back. And Li Kuan's escort also started to be injured for the first time. Grassland peoples fight. Often after 3 rounds of shooting, they almost enter the stage of hand-to-hand combat. On the one hand, drawing a bow is very laborious. After continuous shooting, the shooting accuracy of ordinary soldiers is greatly reduced. On the other hand, in the case of meeting in the field, from entering the range of the bow and arrow to the collision of the 2 sides, it is generally only enough at most shoot 3 rounds. Therefore, if the guards of the Chu Palace didn't want to be chased and killed by the opponent's cavalry, at this time they would rush towards the opponent on horseback. Why doesn't it seem that there are not 1,000 people? Are many people injured? Seeing that there were obviously fewer teams riding forward, Li Kuan looked at Xli a little nervously. Although this guy didn't follow the charge, he was shooting arrows with a long bow, and every time a Western Turkic man fell to the ground. The prince, there are indeed less than 1,000 people. There are 200 people in ambush in front, and 100 people cut off in the back. Are you trying to keep all the Western Turks here? Take 1,000 people to more than 100 people. If you let people run away, your subordinates will have no face to stay in the palace in the future. Xli showed an arrogant expression. Sure enough, the Western Turks found that they were surrounded by others. After some resistance, they could not see the hope of victory, and immediately began to flee. Not to mention, these people's equestrian skills are solid, and their tactics are also very superb. They are not comparable to the guards of the Chu Palace who went to the battlefield for the first time. Less than a cup of tea allowed them to break through the encirclement. Seeing that these people were about to get out of sight, a group of people in the distance came out of the grass again, and after a shot, dozens of Western Turks were placed. After that, the battle became fierce. One wanted to escape. The other refused to escape. Xli was not willing to stay by Li Kuan's side at this time, leaving Wang Xuanwu with a team of men and horses to guard, raising his sword and rushing towards the Western Turks. At the same time, among the front team fighting with the Western Turks, a man who was obviously not the guard of the Chu Palace was particularly fierce. In just a short time, 7 or 8 Western Turks were killed. Is that the one who was hunted down just now? If he is still alive in a while, bring him over, and this king wants to see him. Xli and Wang Xuanwu can be regarded as the more skilled figures Li Kuan has seen, but depending on the situation, the person who was hunted down is no worse than them. When the guards of the royal palace of Chu surrounded the remaining dozens of Western Turks, the battle was over. These Turkic people were not as strong as Li Kuan imagined. They dropped their swords, dismounted their horses, and knelt to the ground. Just surrendered. It seems that everyone cherishes life. Naturally, there is no need for Li Kuan to order things like cleaning the battlefield. At this time, Li Kuan came to Lin Ran's side, and this guy had already started to treat the wounded consciously. While encouraging the injured guards, Li Kuan instructed the busy military doctors to start treatment. Although this battle was a complete victory, The guards of the Chu palace also directly injured dozens of people, and 3 of them died immediately. Master, this person has to come over and see you. The sky was gradually darkening, and as soon as Li Qian sat down in the tent, Wang Xuan led a sturdy man over. Come and thank the Lord for his life-saving grace. This person simply made a big gift right away after seeing Li Qian. Get up. Why are those Western Turks chasing you? With Li Qian's status, naturally there is no need to be polite with others. Just ask whatever you want. Return to the prince. These Western Turks were burned, killed, and looted in Liangzhou. Komin's family was all in their hands. Only Komin went into the mountains to hunt and escaped. Komin chased these people for several days, and finally found a chance. I killed them with a single arrow, but I was also surrounded by them. I have been running for most of the day without getting rid of them. You have seen the situation behind, Lord. You can kill the leader among the more than 100 Western Turks, and you can persist until this king appears while so many people are chasing after them. You are also quite skilled. How about, are you interested in coming to this king as an errand? It is rare to meet a person who is as brave as Xli, and Li Qian will naturally not miss it easily. Kaominitz Zijun bought and thanked the prince. From now on, the life of Kaominitz is the prince's. The man didn't hesitate. In fact, he didn't have too many choices. Zijunbui. Li Qian suddenly felt that the name was a bit familiar. Your name is Zijunbui? Yes, Komin is called Zijunmai. The prince has heard of Komin before? Zijunmai was stunned for a moment, wondering why Li Qian had such a big reaction when he heard his name. Zijunbai. I found the treasure. Li Qian Kai didn't care what confusion Zijunbui had. He stood up with a smile on his face, and circled Zijunmai twice, almost shocking the heir he bought. I heard that some of the nobles in Chainan have very special hobbies! You buy it, then you will follow this king with Xuanwu first. Chapter 68. Chapter Locking the enemy. Liangzhou has been the center of the northwest since ancient times, and was once the economic and political center of the northwest. However, by the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the status of Liangzhou was not to be compared with that of Chainan and Luoyang, that is, the status of state capitals such as Taiyuan and Yaozu was much more important than it. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Liangzhou city is still tall and strong. Except for the more than 100 Western Turks who chased and killed Zijunmai, Li Qian and his party entered Liangzhou city in surprise. The last General Nu Jinda has seen the prince. As soon as Li Qian settled down, Liangzhou guard Nu Jinda arrived. General Nu is free. In front of these side generals, Li Qian would not put on the prince's airs. To be an exaggeration, in frontier areas, if you offend the local guards and encounter vicious methods, there are many ways to kill you. Of course, Li Qian is not worried that Nu Jinda will be detrimental to him. Speaking of it, although this Nu Jinda is not recorded much in history books, he is also a figure who is known as brothers and sisters to Qin Kaiang and Cheng Yojin, and is also an old general of the Qin palace at that time, and he has won the trust of Li Shimin. To some extent, when Nu Jinda was in Liangzhou, Li Shimin was relieved to let Li Qian come over. Nu Jinda might not be as good as Cheng Yojin and Yu Qigong to charge into battle, but he was very good at defending the city. As long as Liangzhou's defenders do not leave the city, even if the Western Turks double their numbers, don't even think about taking Liangzhou in a short time. The prince came to Liangzhou not far away for thousands of miles, and he will thank the prince for the soldiers and people in the city. At the end of the evening, he will prepare some thin wine. I wonder if the prince can enjoy his face. No matter what time it is, the dining table is an important place for Huaxia people to talk about things. Don't eat the rice for now, General Nu. First let me have a copy of all the news reported by the scouts in the last month. The most urgent thing is to find out where the Western Turks are now. The next step is to go. Where? As soon as Li Qian's words came out, Nu Jinda felt cold. That's it. Liangzhou city may be over now. Your Majesty, If you send the prince to sit there, don't always think about killing the enemy. Nujinda, my lord, Liangzhou city guards, guarding the city is enough. But going out to fight against the Western Turks, General Nu, please rest assured, without your permission, this king will not let the Liangzhou city defenders leave the city. Li Kuan studied the situation in Liangzhou all the way, and naturally knew what Nujinda wanted to say. In fact, Nujinda's strategy is not wrong, but who made him meet Li Kuan? Master, here, and there, waiting for the news that was detected in the last 5 days. The Western Turks all appeared in this batch of areas. Li Kuan stayed quietly in Liangzhou for 5 or 6 days. Except occasionally traveling around the city, he spent the rest of the time in front of the map, combining the scouts' news, thinking about the problem. Where are the West Turks? 20,000 horses, not too much, but not too much. Since the West Turks use guerrilla tactics, they must also have a relatively fixed base as their recent lair. What Li Kuan has to do is to find the West Turks' lair in Liangzhou. Li Kuan, release the hot air balloon. I will investigate after 30 miles from the city today. I have a hunch that the Western Turks have wiped out all the villages and fortresses around Liangzhou city, but they have not left Liangzhou. It shows that they still want to fight Liangzhou city. Comparing heart to heart, if Li Kuan was from the West Turkic people and brought so many people to Liangzhou, he would be unwilling to try to see if he had a chance to win Liangzhou city. What if it can really hit it? As Li Kuan collected more and more information, soon a map of the activities of the Western Turks was marked. Master, found it. Found it. Zifu Ayu came to Li Kuan happily. I found the Western Turks. Is it in this valley? Li Kuan's eyes lit up and he looked at Zifu Ayu with some expectation. Based on various clues, coupled with the blessings of master-level warfare, Li Kuan locked several hiding places for the Western Turks and sent hot air balloons to investigate them. Here, right here. The locals are called Liangzhou, and the West Turkic people hide in this valley. This valley is very special, like a sudden emergence of a mountain col, only there is a narrow exit at the valley, and the space inside is indeed it's not too small. It's not a problem at all to hide 1 to 20,000 people. During this time, Zifu Ayu had to come to Li Kuan every day to report the investigation situation. He was already familiar with Li Kuan's map, and he quickly pointed to an area to explain. The grassland is so big, you have to come to Liangzhou to make trouble, to see how this king cleans up these Western Turks. Knowing where the enemy was, Li Kuan was determined, and immediately had a countermeasure. Liangzhou. The northwest is inherently less populated and more land. In places like Liangzhou, very few people usually come here. However, recently, there has been a lot of people here. Azana, the harvest today is very good. A group of Western Turks surrounded the fire, eating roast lamb, and from time to time they took a lambskin bag to drink. Ha. I came across a village with more than 1,000 people today. The old man is rich. These Tang dogs are luxury. Every household has iron pots, and many people have more than one bite. Azana looked back at the tent, where there was today's seizure. As a low-level herder in the Western Turks, Azana's family only had a broken iron pot that had been repaired countless times, which was passed down by his father. This time he invaded Datang. His biggest wish was to be able to take a walk home, and today, this wish has finally come true. As long as it stays for another 10.5 days, it's almost winter, and the large army is ready to retreat to the grassland. Datang is indeed rich. If Khan takes us to a grass valley every autumn, we Western Turks will be able to gain a firm foothold in the western regions. It used to be said that Tangjun was so good, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to go back this time. I didn't expect these soft guys to even dare to come out of Liangzhou city. That's right, we went around outside Liangzhou city a few days ago, but the Liangzhou defenders didn't dare to leave the city. The Azanas were chatting and talking while eating the looted beef and mutton, feeling extremely comfortable. However, no one noticed that in the sky near Liangzhou Taniguchi, a hot air balloon was floating in the sunset. Master Dai, I confirmed that there are at least 10,000 Western Turkic troops in this valley, and no other Western Turkic camps have been found for dozens of miles nearby. If not surprisingly, this is their Tibetan students' land. Zifu held his monocular glasses, while observing the situation in the valley, while talking to Daikuan. This Liangzhou is surrounded by mountains on three sides, and Taniguchi is not obvious. The average person really doesn't notice here. No wonder the Liangzhou defenders' scouts have not been found before. HMPH, there is a hot air balloon. Where can the Western Turks hide? Go back. The prince is still waiting for our final confirmation. 69 Liangzhou is located on a plateau, and it's early in the morning. When the Venus star disappeared on the eastern horizon, the morning sun also rose. The sun was shining on the ground, and the gradually withered weeds were covered with dew, which appeared shining in the sunlight. At this time it was about 5 or 6 in the morning, and the West Turks in Liangzhou were still sleeping in the tents, and only a few people on duty for night patrols walked around the valley from time to time. Azana, you will be watching the meeting by yourself, and I will see if I can find something to eat first. After staying all night, I feel hungry. Those who patrolled the night were all walking in the tents of a group of 2. Once they found something unusual, they called out loudly. Naturally, someone holding the gong would ring the gong to remind everyone to pay attention. Go, it's dawn, and the value will be lost in half an hour. Eat something in advance, so you won't have to grab someone else. Remember to help me out. Azana yawned and dealt with it casually. Suddenly, Azana blinked vigorously, seeming to want to confirm something. It must have been because I didn't sleep well all night and had hallucinations. As he thought, Azana raised his right hand to cover his brow, and looked at the place where the sun rose again. What's there? How do you feel that something is floating in the sun? Master, let's stop at Taniguchi and let other hot air balloons go in. In the morning sun, dozens of hot air balloons are scattered in the sky, looking extraordinary. Li Kuan wanted to see the effect of the hot air balloon's first battle, and despite the persuasion of Xuli and Wang Xuans, he boarded a hot air balloon himself. A few days ago, after determining the place where the Western Turks would hide, Li Kuan immediately worked out a battle plan. When everything was ready, he immediately took his guards and left Liangzhou city. Despite Nuchinda's various persuasion, after stopping more than a dozen miles away from Liangzhou, Zifu personally piloted the hot air balloon to confirm that all the Western Turks had returned to Liangzhou that night. Before it was lighted the next day, Li Kuan took all the hot air balloons, set off, leaving the guards who can't ascend to the ground to pick them up at any time. The reason why he chose to attack at dawn is mainly to hide the hot air balloon in the sun with the help of the rising sun. Facing the sun, it is not easy to see a hot air balloon attacking, which can give more time for a sneak attack. However, as the hot air balloon gradually approaches the sky above the Western Turkic camp, it will eventually be seen. It's just that this kind of object that is beyond the imagination of the Western Turks, even if it is seen, what can it be? Azana felt as though she stared at the place where the sun rose, tears coming out of her eyes. Don't look at the sun, your father didn't tell you, it's easy to see bad eyes. I don't know when. The guy who patrolled the night with Azana took a piece of lamb that hadn't been eaten last night, and walked towards him while chewing it. Dickly, do you see something flying over there? Azana pointed to the sky with his right index finger, and motioned to Dickly to take a look. Hey, what can come from the sky? Either a wild goose or an eagle. You haven't seen it before, there is nothing to make a fuss about. Dickly was too lazy to lift his head, biting his lamb attentively. Would you like a bite? No, this is not a wild goose, nor an eagle. This thing seems to be larger than these birds, but it is a bit like a tent. You drank too much last night. How could the tent float in the sky? Decker said with a disdainful face, but he still raised his head. The hot air balloon camp of the Chu Palace has slowly arrived over the West Turkic residence, in order to improve the accuracy of bombing. The hot air balloon is slowly descending in height. It can't be too low. If it's too low, it's easy to be injured by the bow and arrow. but it can't be too high. This metric was slowly grasped after the hot air balloon battalion experimented many times. Huh? It's a bit weird. What is it? Decree finally discovered the existence of the air heater. But none of them connected the hot air balloon in the sky with Tang's attack. Azana, then there seems to be someone there. As soon as Decree said, Azana was completely stunned. To be honest, after looking at the sun for so long, Azana's eyesight really dropped for a short time, and when he looked at the heater, he also saw a little fuzzy shadow, like myopia. However, Decree discovered that there was someone on the heater. Is someone in the sky above himself? Decree and Azana looked at the sky blankly. Is there really a fairy in this world? Could it be that people like yourself stationed in Liangzhou alarmed the gods here? Zifu Ayu did not leave Azana and the others confused for too long, and the first airstrike in human history officially began. Azana, the gods are here to give us gifts. Look at them. The gods are here to give us gifts. Decree saw a dark object thrown from the hot air balloon gondola. He didn't even think about avoiding it. Instead, he exclaimed with excitement. On the contrary, Azana reacted quickly, and the situation seemed a bit wrong. If a gift from a fairy hits you, will you still have a chance to appreciate the gift? Boom. Under the influence of gravity, the incendiary bomb dropped at a height of 100 meters, came into close contact with the ground in an instant, and then made a loud noise. Ah, fire, help me put out the fire. An incendiary bomb landed next to Decree. Fortunately, Decree was not killed directly, but he turned into a fireman. Azana didn't know if luck was better or worse. Because he was directly hit by an incendiary bomb, he fell on the grass before he even called out an exclamation. The grass covered with dew could not prevent the incendiary bombs from igniting the fire. Decca yelled and rolled around on the grass, seeming to want to put out the flames on his body. But it turned out to be useless at all. Incendiary bombs with white phosphorus and kerosene added. How can you put them out with a roll? Does he underestimate the power of incendiary bombs? Dozens of hot air balloons are neither too many nor too few. They are scattered in the air and can directly radiate an area close to a few hundred meters. The autumn is high and fresh, and the grass at this time is very afraid of flames. Not to mention the specially made incendiary bombs. With the first incendiary bomb dropped by Zifu Ayu, other hot air balloons also began to drop bombs. Such a big movement naturally quickly alarmed the Western Turks below. 20,000 people are scattered in the valley. At first glance, the whole valley is covered with snow-white dents. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Chapter 70 Chapter Reduction Attack. The West Turks were still very alert, and soon many people rushed out of the tent with swords in their hands, preparing to fight the invading enemy. However, looking around, there is no shadow of the enemy, only a piece of fire is burning, and tents are constantly being drawn into it. Quickly, help Decca to put out the fire. Decree's shouting immediately alarmed the people in the nearby tent. As soon as these people got out of the tent, they saw Decree's body tumbling on the grass, and some people took off their jackets and stepped forward to help put out the fire. No, Mohan is on fire too. Ah, everyone, be careful. This fire is a bit wicked. After a team with a positive appearance found that several people who helped to put out the fire were recruited, he soon discovered that today's fire was a little different. However, it is too late. 20,000 troops nestled in Liangzhou. Although it is not easy for people to find out, but it is also troublesome to escape. Besides, in order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the cavalry, the Western Turks used one man with 2 horses, or even 3 horses, which resulted in the gathering of tens of thousands of horses in the small valley. Although these horses were tamed, they still panicked in front of the fire. Many Western Turks rushed out of the tent. They were not burned to death by the fire, but they were trampled into flesh by the horses running around. We also dropped bombs along the valley mouth and tried our best to burn all the grasslands here. At this time, Li Kuan didn't even think about whether or not he would burn the surrounding area after the fire started. The key is to wipe out the 20,000 Western Turks first. Regardless of the 20,000 army, it seems that there are not many, but considering that these are the elite cavalry of the West Turks, If they are all damaged here, it will definitely make the West Turks feel bad, and not a few years will not be relieved. Hearing Li Qian's order, Wang Xuanwu picked up an incendiary bomb from the hanging basket and dropped it, while Dai Quan personally operated the hot air balloon to move to Taniguchi. At the same time, Xuli also fired a ringing arrow, following the nearby scouts in accordance with the previously agreed signal. Immediately knew that their hot air balloon battalion had a smooth first battle, and the remaining guards could move closer to the valley, and at the same time arrange personnel to return to Liangzhou city quickly. Let Nujinda arrange for an army to come to Liangzhou to encircle and suppress the Western Turks. Abudu, you go quickly. The fire can't be extinguished anymore. In the valley, the fire has become more and more prosperous, and almost all the tents and grains of the Turkic people have been burned. As the leader of this time, Abudu is the eldest son of the Western Turkic Khan. He originally thought that after this captivity, his position within the Western Turks would be stable, and he would be able to take over smoothly at that time. However, I did not expect that when he was about to return to the grassland, he encountered an inexplicable attack. Yes, in Abudu's view, today's attack is inexplicable. By now, everyone basically knows that the attack comes from a hot air balloon in the sky. It must be a weapon invented by Datang. But what's the use? Although many Western Turks desperately rushed to the valley mouth of the valley and tried to escape the flames, few really succeeded. On the contrary, because of the chaos, they often collide with each other, causing people to turn their backs. Let's go. Mr. Fan, where can I go? This army is the most elite force of the tribe, and it has been damaged in my hands. Do I have the face to go back? Abudu can become the heir of Khan, and naturally he has a few brushes. In fact, he can be regarded as a rare figure of both civil and military skills on the grassland. He decisively introduced many frustrated Tang people into the Western Turks, and made suggestions for himself. Even this captivity was carried out under the guidance of his Tang dynasty Fan Wenxing. Of Abudu, I'm not afraid that there will be no firewood. I think Taniguchi does not have a large army. As long as he rushes out, he can escape. Then we can make a comeback. Fan Wenxing defected to the Western Turks. Naturally, I hope to get ahead, but I don't want to see Abudu just die in Liangzhou. Yes, young master, Mr. Fan is right. The most urgent thing is that we rush out of this valley first, and then there may be no chance. The guards around Abudu were all relatives of his tribe, and there was no problem with his loyalty. Soon, regardless of whether Abudu agreed or not, Fan Wenxing and Abudu's guards embraced Abudu and got on a horse. The group of people rushed to Taniguchi when they met the gods and killed the gods. During this period, some Western Turks blocked their way in front, and were directly chopped over by Abudu's guards. Hurry up and let everyone raise the hot air balloon, or it will be dangerous. The hot air balloon has a limited load capacity. Soon everyone dropped all the incendiary bombs into the valley, and the lower part became a sea of flames without accident. In some places with dense grass and shrubs, the fire has been completely uncontrollable. The raging fire made the air above the entire valley become scorching hot, causing some instability of control in the hot air balloon. Fortunately, Zifu Ayu was already familiar with the performance of hot air balloons, and when he found something was wrong, he immediately signaled everyone to rise up. At the same time, Nujinda looked sad in Liangzhou city. His Royal Highness Chu hasn't come back yet, General. Since the prince came out of the city yesterday afternoon, he hurried to the northwest. Since our scout was only placed 10 miles away, we lost the prince's movement after yesterday evening. Nujinda became even more worried after hearing what his subordinates said. Hey, I blamed my attitude yesterday for not being firm enough. I shouldn't have let His Royal Highness Chu go out of the city. General, the prince is in Liangzhou city. We can still guarantee his safety, but what will happen outside the city is completely uncontrollable. Just the day before yesterday, the West Turks ransacked a village 7 or 8 miles south of the city. Well, if the prince's team is run into by Turkic people, then His Royal Highness of Chu said that he would take his guards to destroy the West Turks, so that they would never invade Liangzhou city. Now it seems that if he could not be destroyed by the West Turks, he would be grateful. To be honest, Nujinda was very dissatisfied with Li Qian's insistence on going out of the city, and when he heard that Li Qian went out of the city to kill the Western Turks, although he was a little admired in his heart, he was more disappointed. Being courageous and intent is worthy of admiration, but like a fool, knowing that he can't do it, or even sending him to death, there is no way Nujinda can approve such behavior. As a guard in Liangzhou, Nujinda is responsible for more than 10,000 residents in the city. General, after all, His Royal Highness King Chu has a special status. Do you want to send someone to Chainan City to report, so as not to have accidents? Hey, Nujinda sighed. Wait a minute. Spread the scouts to a radius of more than a dozen miles to see if you can find news about the prince. If there is no news for these 2 days, I will send a letter to Chainan. Just as Nujinda sighed, a subordinate rushed in hurriedly. General, the guards of the Chu Palace have returned to the city, saying that there is something urgent to see the general. 71 Nujinda is a veteran of the Qin Palace, not as good as Qin Kaiang and Cheng Yojin, but he is steadfast in the victory. He is not so strong in the charge, but there is nothing wrong with defending the city. Li Shimin sent Li Qian to Liangzhou city. Nujinda was reluctant. After all, Li Qian's previous reputation in Chainan city was really bad. He was afraid that Li Qian's arrival would not only fail to stabilize the situation in Liangzhou, but on the contrary, it messed up Liangzhou city. However, in many cases, it is not as good as meeting. Li Qian's performance after arriving in Liangzhou can be said to have made Nujinda admirable. If it were not for Li Qian's insistence on going out of the city, it can be said that Nujinda is very satisfied with Li Qian. This time out of town, if you are in danger, will you save yourself or not? If you save it, you might fall into the Western Turkic plan to fight for aid. If you don't save it, then it will be Li Shimin's son. Nujinda, who was walking anxiously in the government office, felt cold when he heard Li Qian sent someone to ask for an urgent meeting. When it's over, you can do whatever you are afraid of. To save or not to save, this is a question. Let him in right away. No matter what, people are definitely going to see it, and the big deal is that I personally lead a team to rescue. Liangzhou city will be left to his deputy to guard. As long as the army does not leave the city again, there is no need to worry about Liangzhou city being lost. As for myself, he spared his life to rescue Li Qian. Regardless of success or failure, he was worthy of your majesty. It's just a pity that the soldiers who followed him to the rescue. Hey, Nujinda sighed, his heart baffled, and he had an idea. General Nu, my prince succeeded. Prince, he succeeded. When the guards of the Chu Palace saw Nujinda, they immediately shouted excitedly. The prince asked the young man to inform the general, and immediately arranged for all the cavalry to go out of the city and go straight to Liangzhou outside the city. Wait a minute, you wait a minute. Nujinda was a little confused. What do you mean when the prince succeeded? What did you succeed? Although Nujinda faintly felt that the guard was talking about Li Qian's attack on the Western Turkic troops, he couldn't believe it. There are 20,000 people in the West Turks, and the guards of the King of Chu have only 1,000 people. It's impossible to win. Even if the Turkic people were motionless and let people chop them off, they could chop the hands of the guards of the Chu Palace softly. General Nu, Western Turks. The prince defeated the Western Turks. In order to prevent the Western Turks from fleeing back to the grassland, General, you should send troops and horses out of the city. Although the guards did not see the battlefield with their own eyes, they were faithful. Fulfilling his mission, he firmly believed that his prince really defeated the Western Turks. After all, as a member of Li Qian's guard, everyone knows about hot air balloons and fuel bombs. When he went out this morning, Li Qian also explained his attack strategy clearly. His Royal Highness Chu defeated the Western Turks. Nujinda looked at the guard in front of him with disbelief. If he didn't have some impression of this guard from time to time, he would have arrested this guy. Compared with the identity of the guard of the Royal Palace of Chu, He was more like a spy from the Western Turks. The soldiers and horses who lied to Liangzhou city to go out of the city, and then waited for the West Turkic cavalry to attack. It's a very moment now. If you say something wrong, it will kill many people. The prince also brought 1,000 people. What can he do? Don't say I don't believe that 1,000 people can beat 20,000 people. No one in the entire Liangzhou garrison would believe it. Yes, what the general said is, what happened to His Royal Highness King Chu? And what happened? You should report to the general truthfully. There is still room for recovery. I don't know when. There were already a lot of people in the hall, and Nujinda's lieutenant also stood up to speak. Too don't know how to explain to you, but since the prince said that he has defeated the Western Turks, it is defeated. If you do not send troops, then the Western Turks will run away. It depends on how you explain to the prince and how to make peace. The court confessed. Seeing that all the Liangzhou guards looked at themselves with disbelief, the guards were also angry. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that my prince can't do it. The city of Liangzhou cannot be lost. This is related to the layout of Datang in the northwest. But the prince can't help but save it. So be it. I will personally lead 3,000 cavalry out of the city. You look at the city of Liangzhou. Without my order, no more soldiers will be allowed out of the city. Nujinda also didn't bother to argue with the guards, no matter whether it was true or not. He had to go, or else he couldn't explain to His Majesty when he looked back. Lead the way ahead. The fire in Liangzhou has been missing for almost an hour, and basically everything that can be burned is burned out before the fire is naturally extinguished. In the valley, the corpses of Western Turks and horses lie all around. In this environment, there are definitely more people and animals killed by the smoke from the fire than directly burned to death. Except for a small number of West Turks who escaped from the valley, most of them were reimbursed in the fire. Even the small team that rushed out of the valley was once again killed by the hundreds of royal guards who followed. It stands to reason that there are thousands of people who rushed out, and the guards of the Chu Palace, which is not dominant in the number of people, still have the strength to fight. However, these Western Turks have obviously lost the fighting spirit to resist. They only have one idea, and they hurried to flee this magic cave. It's a miracle that one person is like a rainbow, the other is just trying to escape, and more than 1,000 people are chased and beaten by hundreds of guards. Of course, this has something to do with the standard crossbow arrows for each of the guards of the Chu Palace. When encountering a West Turkic people, a wave of crossbow arrows was shot over, and a bunch of people immediately fell on the ground, and then the time when the bows and arrows exert their power is when they are chasing. The prince caught a few hundred prisoners, and probably escaped 200 or 300 people. The others should have died in the valley. The specific results are still being counted. Zai Junmai looked at the results of his battle with excitement. What happened today has had an unprecedented impact on Zai Junmai. Li Guangban went out of the city to attack 20,000 Western Turkic elites with 1,000 guards. At that time, Zai Junmai was holding after fighting for this life. I repaid Li Kuan's life-saving grace. But who can think of the ending? Make sure that the body of the slave chief Obudu is in the valley. And his dog-headed military division. I heard that he was responsible for the raid on Liangzhou. Li Kuan had gotten off the hot air balloon and rode on his claret horse, but he did not dare to walk into the valley. After thinking about it, there must be an earthly azure field inside. Let Liangzhou guard to clean up this kind of scene. Anyway, I helped them fix the Western Turks and let them do some dirty work. Isn't it okay? I just don't know what Nujinda will look like when he comes over. 72 Liangzhou is not a prosperous city. The villages outside Liangzhou have basically been ransacked by the Western Turks, let alone prosperous. To put it bluntly, outside Liangzhou city, a radius of tens of miles, it is desolate. Nujinda rushed out of the city gate with 3,000 cavalry, and went straight to Liangzhou. I hope that His Royal Highness Chu can hold on. If a Tang prince is captured by the Western Turks, it will be ugly. As the instigator, Li Kuan started the return journey with some of his guards. I just came out of the valley and didn't have a lot of effort to stick incense, and I ran into Nujinda, who was rushing forward. "Master, are you okay?" Nujinda breathed a sigh of relief when Li Kuan appeared in front of him with sound limbs. "What can I do? Didn't they all tell you that you defeated the Western Turks and let the Liangzhou garrison come and clean up the battlefield?" "General Nu, everything is fine with this king. Didn't you meet the Western Turks? Didn't you say that the Western Turks were right in front of Liangzhou?" Li Kuan looked at Nujinda suspiciously. "I have encountered it. The 20,000 Western Turks have settled in Liangzhou during this time." "Nujinda, then could it be did the Western Turks let you go?" Li Kuan finally understood Nujinda's thoughts a little bit, and his expression faded. "Feelings, you still don't believe that this king can destroy the Western Turks?" "General Nu, go to Liangzhou for a look. It will be left to you." After Li Kuan finished speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to Nujinda anymore, and he brought his guards back on his own. This Liangzhou city, it seems that he doesn't need to stay any longer. However, Liangzhou is also its own fief. It is a pity that the great resources on the grassland are not used. First let Wang Fugi establish the caravan of the kingdom of Chu in Liangzhou city, and then think of a way to see. Can you come up with the wool spinning process? Today, although the elite of the West Turks have been wiped out, the grassland peoples cannot be killed. The key is to control them economically and completely tie their interests to the Tang dynasty. Naturally, there is no need to worry about them rebelling. Not to mention that the guards of the royal palace of Chu returned to the city happily. Nujinda led the cavalry to Liangzhou, and before reaching Taniguchi, he smelled a special smell of meat. "Wow, it tastes so strong." After an hour's journey, I suddenly feel so hungry. It's a bit strange how there are so many vultures in the sky. How much meat must be roasted to have such a strong flavor? These vultures won't be attracted by the smell of meat. Look there, there is a pack of wolves over there. It seems that something big must have happened nearby, otherwise the pack won't come over so soon. How do I feel that there is a bloody smell in this meaty fragrance? Don't talk about it, everyone, just go into the valley and take a look. Hey, there is a Western Turkic corpse there. There seems to be one too. The closer to the valley mouth of the valley, the more various sounds came from Nujinda's team. Many people have already felt that the atmosphere is a bit wrong, and something big has definitely happened around here. Nujinda was naturally aware of this, and the horse rushed to the front with his feet clamped in the belly of the horse. The view in the valley is very good. All the grass is burnt, and the view is naturally very good. The further inside, the quieter the team becomes. In the group of 3,000 people, apart from the occasional neighing sound of the horses, there was no one to speak. Everyone was stunned. People who have no vision can also see what is happening in the valley. The many remaining tents, flags, as well as the corpses and horses that were burned into black charcoal, all prove that a tragic fire has just occurred here. Judging from the appearance, the West Turkic people are in bad luck. Although I don't know if all of them are damaged here, but the vitality is definitely injured. "General, the general will probably check it out." According to the size of the tent and horse corpses, at least 20,000 people have been stationed here before. The final rough estimate is that he can tell that it is a human corpse. 5,000, plus some may be burned out or difficult to identify for a while. It will eventually be thought that the Western Turks have lost at least 10,000 elites. Although he had an estimate in his mind, Nujinda was still stunned when he heard the report from his subordinates. His Royal Highness King Chu said that he would go out of the city and destroy the Western Turks. Isn't it a joke? How did he do it? Are the Western Turks stupid, just standing there and letting the guards of the Chu palace set fire? Can't figure it out. It shouldn't be. But facts are better than eloquence. Send people back to Liangzhou city and bring half of the infantry to clean up the battlefield. In addition, bring more stretchers and carriages. There are many horses here. If you pull them back, you can also add meals to the people of Liangzhou. If Li Kuan is next to Nujinda at this time, it is estimated that he will not want to eat meat in the next few days. Many horses and the corpse capitals of the Western Turks are collapsed together. This kind of horse meat, can you still eat it? Anyway, Li Kuan felt nauseous after thinking about it. However, for the people who have suffered from the scourge of the Western Turks, it may be another way of thinking. Another 800 li to expedite and send the letter to Chang'an City. It will say Liangzhou's great victory. I will send someone to the memorial after I have checked it out later. The situation in Liangzhou worries the court very much, and Nujinda is very clear about this. Although the results of this fire are not yet fully understood, thinking of His Royal Highness Chu's return to the city, presumably the Western Turks should be out of luck, right? In the Liangzhou city tower, the Deputy General Jiang Quain looked nervously at the team coming slowly in the distance. General Nu followed the guards of the Chu mansion to go out of the city to rescue the prince. But now this team is obviously the guard of the Chu mansion. Without the troops of his own general, could the general meet the Western Turks? Jiang Quain watched the team get closer and closer with a worried expression on his face. General Jiang, open the city gate. Xli saw the Liangzhou city gate closed, and quickly came to the city first. Jiang Quain was tangled. When Nujinda left, he said that no one was allowed to leave the city unless he came back in person, or if a decree arrived. Now that the prince is back, and the general is not there, does he open the gate or not? It is obviously impossible not to open it. The general only said that he could not leave the city, and I greeted the prince at the gate of the city. Isn't it a violation of the military order? Li Kuan was the righteous master of Liangzhou city, and Jiang Quain was entangled no matter how much he dared not let him in. Soon, the city gate opened. The news that the guards of the royal palace of Chu had destroyed the Western Turkic army immediately spread to the guards of Liangzhou city along with the guards with the big mouth, and then to Liangzhou city. 1,000 guards wiped out the 20,000 Western Turkic army, which is totally unbelievable. Chapter 73. The autumn of the 5 years of Zhengwen was a bumper autumn. Since Li Shimin took the throne, he has worked hard to govern, and by the 4th year of Zhengwen, the development exploded, and the East Turks were destroyed, and Jili was brought to Chang'an City to dance. In the 5 years of Zhengwen, the previous behavior of gritting the teeth and building water conservancy has also been rewarded, and Guanzhong ushered in a bump per year. Food prices have also hit an unprecedented low. Logically speaking, Li Shimin should be very happy. However, the northwest border was unstable, and there were various memorials in response to one after another, which completely ruined Li Shimin's mood. Fangxiu Anling, Your Majesty, Nujinda has already written to you a few days ago. After His Royal Highness Chu arrived in Liangzhou city, the cohesion between the army and the people has risen a step. The West Turks want to take Liangzhou city this year. Possibly, Weijin feels that there is no need for Your Majesty to worry too much. After the court meeting, Li Shimin asked Fangxiu Anling, Qingsun Wuji, Wei Zheng and others to stay and discuss state affairs as usual. It has been a month since Li Kuan went to Liangzhou, but the situation in the northwest has not improved at all. There has even been news from several surrounding prefectures. The nearby Tuihan is not very honest recently, and small groups of horse thieves have invaded from time to time. I don't know if these horse thieves are real horse thieves or Tuihan people in the skin of horse thieves. If he didn't really want to destroy the people's livelihood construction that had just entered the fast lane in Datang, Li Shimin really wanted to send a few troops to directly destroy the Western Turks and Tuihan. What Fang Xiang said is also reasonable. The most urgent task is to accumulate strength. The northwest chaos is only temporary and will not endanger the foundation of Datang. When the treasury is abundant, we will teach them again. After finally getting Li Kuan to Liangzhou, Qingsun Wuji naturally didn't want the court to provide any help to Liangzhou at this time. The credit goes to Li Kuan. This is naturally not in line with Qingsun Wuji's original intention. Let Li Kuan toss in Liangzhou. Even if the West Turks retired this year, who can guarantee that they will not come again next year? If Li Kuan wanted to return to Chang'an City, it would not be so easy. While Jiang Sun Wuji was secretly happy for his strategy to succeed, he seemed to support Fangxiu Anling justly. These days, I faintly feel a little uneasy in my heart. This wicked man, I am afraid that he will have nothing to do when he arrives in Liangzhou city. Li Shimin regretted it secretly and should not send Li Kuan to Liangzhou. Although Liangzhou was Li Kuan's fief, letting other high officials of the imperial court to sit in the town would not be as effective as Li Kuan. Even if it is the clan's children, Li Daozong and Li Xiaogong seem to be more suitable. But everyone has already arrived in Liangzhou, and it's no use regretting it. I just hope this evildoer won't really cause trouble. In the face of major military affairs, even if his son made a mistake, he must be severely punished. Your Majesty, the recent performance of His Royal Highness Chu Wang is greatly improved. I believe that after training in Liangzhou, he can become a true pillar of the imperial court. Fang Xuanling naturally understood Li Shimin's concerns, but could not persuade too much. It is true that the former Li Kuan is stigmatized, and it is not a short-term change of image that can make many people change their views. Naturally, I hope this evil man can enter Xuanling like what you said, but these days when I think of the situation in the northwest, I feel a little frightened, and I always feel that something big is about to happen. Just as Li Shimin sighed, a young eunuch trotted to the entrance of the hall with a servant with a face full of dust and dust. Your Majesty, the 800 miles from Liangzhou is urgent. The little eunuch just finished speaking, and found that the people in the room were staring at him in surprise, as if they were about to swallow themselves up. Their legs couldn't stand. Fortunately, he didn't need to say anything. Li Zong stepped forward to take the memorial, checked it briefly, and handed it to Li Shimin. Fang Xuanling, Wei Zheng and others looked at each other, with worried expressions on their faces. But all the 800-mile rush is a very urgent and important thing. If it comes from the border, it is even more important, because it often means a major military situation. Liangzhou has been tossed by the Western Turks for several months, and now an 800-mile rush has suddenly come? What good can it do? Isn't Liangzhou city broken? After Li Shimin accepted the memorial, he also opened it nervously. I just said I was uneasy. Could it happen so soon? This wicked man. He didn't listen to the orders. Do you really think that Liangzhou city is Chainan? Li Shimin quickly read the contents of the memorial, but his mood did not change at all. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with His Royal Highness? Xingsan Wuji asked with concern. Is it possible that God has eyes? I just got him to Liangzhou. He had an accident. Xingsan Wuji thought to himself in his heart. Watch it for yourself. Li Shimin threw the memorial to the table, turning angrily back and forth in the hall. This Royal Highness of Chu King is too uncomfortable. His Majesty has repeatedly emphasized that Liangzhou defenders should not leave the city easily, so he dared to violate the imperial decree? After Chengsan Wuji watched the memorial, he cheered. This memorial was written by Nujinda himself, and his private seal is on it. It looks like it was written after Li Kuan refused to persuade him to leave Liangzhou city. The West Turks have at least 20,000 cavalry in Liangzhou, and His Royal Highness has only a few thousand guards. These people are outside the city. Don't they give the West Turks away their military exploits? Wei Zheng always dared to say anything, not to mention that Li Kuan was just a prince. Even the prince and Li Shimin, he said the same. Your Majesty, the most urgent thing is to think about the consequences of this incident and prepare in advance the way to deal with it. Fang Xuanling felt that everyone had already left the city. Things are up. When the next news comes, it will be Li Kuan being captured or something. So we need to consider how to deal with subsequent changes. What to deal with? What can I do to deal with this evil man? Let him die in the hands of the Western Turks. Li Shimin was really angry. If Li Kuan stayed well in Liangzhou city, he would have to wait for another month or two, and there would be heavy snow on the grassland, and the crisis would be resolved naturally. But now that he is out of town, the situation is completely different. Whether Li Kuan was killed or captured, it was very troublesome. If a prince of Tang dynasty was killed and the court hadn't moved a bit, morale was affected too much. But if he really sent a large army out, it would completely destroy his original intention of recuperating and rejuvenating. and the time would not necessarily catch up. And if Li Kuan was captured, it would be even more depressing. Report, Your Majesty, the 800 li is urgent, and there is another 800 li from Liangzhou city. Chapter 74 Fake Army Request. Everyone in the hall hadn't figured out what to do. Yet another 800 li rush came. How is this going? Could it be that Li Kuan was murdered soon after he left the city? Take me a look. Don't want Li Zong to try again. Li Shimin couldn't wait to snatch the memorial from the young eunuch. Qingsun Wuji looked at the memorial in Li Shimin's hands without turning his eyes, as if he could see the contents of the memorial in this way. Li Shimin, who was reading the memorial, turned red and green for a while, but turned black after a while. Absurd. It's absurd. This new Jinda, when will he pretend to pass on military affairs? Li Shimin threw the memorial to the ground arrogantly. Qingsun Wuji was not only Li Shimin's eldest brother-in-law, but also Li Shimin's minister of stock. Unhesitatingly picked up the memorial on the ground and looked at it. However, his face is also very exciting. Surprised, shock, disdain, surprise. Various expressions appeared on Qingsun Yuji's face in a short period of time, and Fang Xuanling was also full of curiosity. Your Majesty, military affairs are not to be ridiculed. Nujinda is also a veteran of the Qin Palace, but the 800-mile rush is to deliver such a ridiculous news. This wind must not be long. Qingsun Wuji said righteously. Fang Xuanling, Wei Zheng and others were all aroused by Li Shimin and Qingsun Yuji's reaction, but after reading the memorial, they all looked at each other. Is this fake news? But why is it so good to hope that it is true? Your Majesty strictly ordered Liangzhou's defenders not to leave the city easily. Now whether the news is true or false, you must check Nujinda to see what he explains. Wei Zheng did not believe that the news was true. Just now an 800 li hastily said that His Royal Highness Chu has taken 1,000 guards to fight and suppress the Western Turkic cavalry, but in the end another 800 li hastily said that His Royal Highness has defeated the Western Turkic army and killed more than 10,000 enemies, captured thousands of prisoners, and countless war horses. Is this funny? In fact, if Nujinda were also in the temple, he would probably scream wronged. Li Guangban was out of the city. He couldn't stop him no matter how much he was afraid. He was afraid that he hadn't come back all night and he didn't dare to leave the city easily. But he was afraid that there would be a situation that he didn't want to see. Explained to Li Shimin, so in the end, he arranged for 800 li to go to Chainan City to report the letter in the early morning of the next day. Anyhow, let Li Shimin have a mental preparation. As a result, not long after the messenger set out, the guards of the Chu Palace returned to the city and asked him to send troops to Liangzhou to clean up the fleeing Western Turks. After witnessing the tragic scene of Liangzhou and simply confirming the results of the battle, Nujinda immediately sent 800 miles to Chainan City to report the letter. Although the departure time of the two messengers differed by more than half a day, the 800 miles ahead was obviously not so urgent. The messenger stayed a little bit, and it became a situation where the two messengers arrived at Chainan almost at the same time. Your Majesty, Nujinda is an old man in the palace of the Qin dynasty. Everyone knows what his character is. Weijian would rather believe that His Royal Highness King of Chu defeated the Western Turks, rather than believe that Nujinda lied. Fang Xuanling thought for a while, made a decision. There is some truth in what Fang Gong said. According to the ministers, the court had better send someone to Liangzhou to confirm. If it is true, then His Royal Highness Chu has made great contributions, and the court needs to figure it out. How did His Majesty defeat the Western Turks with 1,000 guards, and if the result is another situation, then with this opportunity, His Majesty will also be able to clear his mind and clean up his military discipline to avoid similar situations from happening again. Wei Zheng of Shao put forward a more pertinent suggestion. Judging from the current situation, it is difficult to persuade others whether they believe it or not. Instead of disputing and suspicion here, it is better to send someone to Liangzhou to confirm it. If the small group of people quickly increase their whip, they can rush back to Chainan City before the road is blocked by heavy snow. Xuan Cheng's suggestion is an old plan for the country, And now I have to do this for the first time. Whether it was the evil man who destroyed the Western Turkic army or Nujinda's fake army request, I don't believe it very much. What happened in Liangzhou? To find out as soon as possible. 5 houses. Zheng Hai and Wang Ji were drinking small wines, admiring the yellowing leaves outside. Brother Wang, after that Li Qian went to Liangzhou. There was no one in Chainan City that could compare to you. In the several poetry meetings this month, you were all in the limelight. Zheng Hai held up his glass and talked to Wang Ji, touched it lightly. Everyone knows what Li Qian was like in the past. Who knows the story behind the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting? Even if he is still in Chainan this month, I am not afraid of him either. Wang Ji felt that Zheng Hai's tone was as if he was afraid of Li Qian, and he immediately retorted unconvinced. Yes, indeed. Even if Li Qian is in Chainan City, Brother Wang is not afraid of him. But like that kind of annoying guy, it's better to get away. This is true. Liangzhou is far away from Chainan, and it is also a frontier. The West Turks have continued to make chaos this year. Li Qian wants to come back, but I don't know that it is the year of the ox and the month of the horse. Come, for the city of Chainan. It's a scourge. Let's have another toast. After Zheng Hai finished drinking, he smacked his lips and leaned his head towards Wang Ji mysteriously. Brother Wang, I heard that something big happened in Liangzhou. 2 calls of 800 miles were sent in a row 2 days ago. It is difficult for ordinary people to quickly know many news about Kotang, but for aristocratic children like Zheng Hai, there are not too many secrets about things in Kotang. Oh, Brother Zheng, what do you know about it? I heard about the 800-mile rush, but I still don't know what happened. Hey, speaking of it, this has something to do with Li Qian again. It has something to do with Li Qian? Or is it a rush? Wang Ji suddenly became interested. Could it be that what happened to Li Qian? Zheng Hai, HMPH. I'm afraid it's not just a matter of stalling. This time, I guess it's hard to say whether he can keep the prince's title. So serious. This guy likes to do harm to the people in Chainan City. Could it be that after returning to his fief, he has gotten worse? The people of Liangzhou City are really going to suffer. Wang Ji revealed a world of worries and worries. People who don't understand the situation really think he is compassionate. 1,000 royal guards can defeat nearly 20,000 Western Turkic elite cavalry. Do you believe that? If 2,000 people are defeated, there may be room for scrutiny. 20,000 people? Even if Li Jing went out in person, I don't believe it. Although Wang Ji is a literati, he is not completely ignorant of military affairs. In fact, many literati in the early Tang dynasty were also masters of both civil and military skills. In particular, the court children of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes have enjoyed their highest quality educational resources since they were young, and their knowledge and talents are actually not bad. They are not like the dudes that many people think. The 800 Li in Liangzhou City is rushing. It means that Our Royal Highness of Chu led 1,000 guards and defeated the 20,000 elites of the Western Turks. Zheng Hai showed a mocking smile. Yeah? If Li Qian can bring 1,000 guards to defeat 20,000 Western Turks, I, Wang Ji, can eat this table. 75 Northwest. The first snow in Zhengwan's 5 years was a little later than in previous years. When Liangzhou guards rushed out of the city gate one after another, the hearts of the people in Liangzhou City were full of despair. The West Turks have ravaged Liangzhou for several months, but anyone with a clear mind knows what is happening in Liangzhou City now. Liangzhou's garrison also had 20,000 people, most of whom were infantry soldiers. Now that most of them have left the city, they must have encountered something big. In today's Liangzhou City, apart from the invasion of the Western Turks, what bigger things are there? His Royal Highness Chu went out of the city to attack the Western Turks, but he was captured. General Nu has taken 3,000 cavalry out of the city to rescue His Royal Highness King Chu. General Nu's 3,000 cavalrymen are no longer good, and the Liangzhou City defenders were urgently drafted out of the city with another 8,000. It's over. The Western Turks will soon enter the city. What can I do? When Nu entered and left the city, he did not believe the information that Li Qian sent back to report, And when he returned to dispatch the infantry again, he did not make it clear what happened, which led to some rumors circulating in the city quickly. The atmosphere in Liangzhou city was already very depressing. But any major changes immediately spread throughout the city. So when Li Kuan brought the guards back to Liangzhou city, it was not a welcoming team that greeted him, but the people who were dragging their families and preparing to flee Liangzhou city. Fortunately, the time for the news to spread was too short, and there were not many people leaving the city. When everyone saw that Li Kuan's team returned victoriously, all rumors were undefeated. I know that the Waniji people have their own heavens. How could they be captured by the Western Turks? The day the prince first came to Liangzhou city, I felt that the sun was brighter. It turned out that he was here to save our people. Don't expect how high the morality of Chengdu Xiamen is. Soon, with the guards of the Chu palace throwing a single head of Western Turk at the gate of the city, the people no longer believed that Li Kuan was defeated. Lord, it seems that Zhejianmai suggested cutting off the heads of these Western Turks who escaped from Liangzhou and placing them at the gate of the city to make them into Jinnu. It really meets the actual needs of Liangzhou city. Wang Xuans originally had some opinions on Zhejian's buying method, and thought it was too barbaric. Those who escaped the valley from the fire were basically wiped out after being attacked by the guards of the Chu palace with crossbows. Thousands of heads are big, and they panicked when they look at it. These grassland peoples advocate violence and the strong. If things like Jin are placed in Chainan city, they will definitely be scolded by those so-called literati. Maybe the king's reputation will be stinks for thousands of years. But in Liangzhou city, the situation is completely different. Li Kuan didn't expect the people in Liangzhou city, or even the grassland peoples around Liangzhou to meet and like himself as if they saw silver. People like him were afraid that he would be enough. This time, the Western Turks came from the boundary of Tuihan, and those of Tuihan were naturally inseparable from the relationship. And to the north of Liangzhou is Xianshuo's territory. When Datang destroyed the East Turks, Xianshuo was the biggest winner. Although on the face of it, the Xianshuo people also surrendered to the feet of Li Shimin, the Tang Khan, but the emperor is far away from the sky. On the northwest part of the land, Xianshuo people still have some ideas of their own. To put it bluntly, they only want to belong to the Tang dynasty temporarily in name, and when they become stronger, they also hope to establish a Khanate like the Turkic people. Since Li Kuan came to Liangzhou this time, he naturally had to spare a few hands to deal with these prairie peoples. Master, after this battle, the Western Turks should not dare to fight with Datang in the next 2 or 3 years. At the same time, this fire attack with less victory and more has also played a role in deterring Xiao. Liangzhou is the prince's fief. Many people think that the northwest is a place of bitter cold and of little value. In fact, in this case, if the prince can make some achievements, he will be able to leave a deep impression on your majesty. Wang Xuans, as the first advisor of the Chu royal mansion, at this time, naturally started to give Li Kuan consideration for the future. Xuans, you thought of going together with this king. This Liangzhou city is the northwestern pearl in this king's heart. Within 5 years, this will be the most prosperous city in the northwest. I want to let all the caravans passing through the western regions starting from Liangzhou. We must make Liangzhou the most desirable trading place for the grassland herdsmen. Master, it is not easy to achieve this level. Although Wang Xuans was willing to assist Li Kuan in building Liangzhou, he was limited by the limitations of the times. But there were not many ways he could come up with. Xuans, don't worry, this king has methods. The West Turks defeated Liangzhou and almost lost their 20,000 troops. The news quickly spread throughout the northwest. The thousands of first-level Jingyu at the gate of Liangzhou city will not deceive people. Thousands of good horses fleeing from Liangzhou and being gathered by the army dispatched by Nujinda will not deceive people. The scene of Liangzhou's corpses spreading across the wild is even less deceptive. With the return of more than 10,000 Liangzhou garrisons who were responsible for cleaning up the mess, Li Kuan was immediately deified when he defeated the 20,000 Western Turks with just 1,000 guards. Suddenly, Li Kuan could be described as Megatron Northwest, and all of the 1,000 guards of the palace were floating. Many people in Liangzhou who had relatives in their families who were robbed by the West Turks even hung the portrait of Li Kuan in the lobby of their homes, believing that this could play a role in driving away evil spirits and avoiding disasters. However, as the person involved, Li Kuan hid in the residence of the Prince of Chu in Liangzhou city, with a bunch of craftsmen wondering what he was thinking about. Adjust according to this ratio and see if the wool that comes out is cleaner. Master, this wool is already very clean. Even the top wool blanket from Xianzhou is not so good. Not enough. If this wool is used by the Xianzhou people, it will naturally have a bit of taste and nothing. The group of people are smelly, but if you want to sell it to the Han people, you still have to clean it up. Li Qianban led King Zhi and Wang Xuanwu, and constantly directed the craftsmen to do it in the art. At the beginning, Wang Xuans and Xli were very interested in helping, but soon they gave up. Xli was more interested in bringing guards across the grassland than anything else, so Li Qian temporarily arranged for him to go to the grassland to buy wool. However, Wang Xuans, as Li Qian's representative, helped many things in Liangzhou city. In the past, when Li Qian first came to Liangzhou, whether Nujinda or Liangzhou governor, he respected Li Qian on the surface, but in fact he didn't take him too seriously. They would not go to Li Qian for military and political affairs in Liangzhou. Discuss. However, after the Liangzhou battle, they immediately put aside their contempt for Li Qian. Everything about Liangzhou city began to discuss with Li Qian, the nominal Liangzhou city supreme chief. But this is a bitter for Li Qian, a state government's affairs. There are all kinds of mess, from the military affairs to the trivial, everything. So he simply asked Wang Xuans to come forward, and he only checked the aggregated information occasionally. At other times, I would soak in the temporarily designated laboratory, and study with the craftsmen how to handle wool and how to spin wool. The Battle of Liangzhou increased Li Qian's points a lot. This time there is a system that can exchange some basic materials, such as alkali powder, and the progress of the experiment is beyond imagination. Master, go to the hall to take the order. With a rush of footsteps, Li Qian's experiment was interrupted. 76. What happened in Liangzhou city? Although many people would not believe the final result, facts speak louder than words, and Li Shimin still recognizes Li Qian's contribution. Calculating the time, the imperial decree of Chainan city is indeed about to arrive. If it hadn't been for heavy snowfall, I would have arrived a few days earlier. It was the first time that Li Qian met this kind of more formal imperial decree. He quickly returned to the room to change his clothes and went to the lobby to receive the decree. Daddy Lan, you have to go there in the winter. It's really hard for you. Seeing that it was Lan He, one of Li Shimin's personal eunuchs, who came to declare the decree, Li Qian was slightly surprised. It seems that Li Shimin still values himself very much, and he doesn't know what reward he can give him. Datang's most important military merit, with a force of thousands of people, broke through the 20,000 elites of the Western Turks. This is definitely a great achievement that Datang has rarely seen in recent years. That is to say, Li Jing's sweep of the East Turks was able to dominate. The prince is polite. Your Majesty is very pleased to hear that the prince has made great achievements in Liangzhou. The old slave also took the initiative to ask for a decree to the prince. The person who can become Li Shimin's personal eunuch is naturally not the kind of person who lacks vision. Seeing that Li Qian took the initiative to speak to himself in such a face-saving manner, he also responded with a smile. After simple greetings for a while, I began to follow the instructions step by step. Fengshan, the emperor said. Liangzhou is located in the northwest of Datang. After Lan and Yunluilai talked, Li Qian didn't understand it a bit, but the various rewards could be heard clearly. Li Qian, the king of Chu, is specially allowed to set up a mansion and build a tooth in Liangzhou, and lead military and political affairs in the northwestern states. The other rewards of Li Qian didn't matter. But at the end of the imperial edict, Li Shimin came to allow Li Qian to open his mansion and build his teeth, which stunned him. The matter of opening a mansion and building a tooth is not particularly unusual if it is to be said. Whether Li Chengqian, Li Tai, or princes like Li Xi or Gong and Li Dozong, all have the right to open a mansion and build a tooth. However, it is very rare that Li Kuan, a teenage prince, is allowed to open a mansion and build a tooth in a frontier place like the Northwest. Although Liangzhou was the fief of Li Kuan before, Li Kuan could command Liangzhou defenders and governors in name, but in reality, he was more of a symbol. But now that Li Shimin allowed him to open a mansion and build teeth, that would be different. If Li Kuan really let go and do it, Liangzhou, Ganzhou, Suzhou, Shanzhou and other northwestern prefectures would really take his orders. His Royal Highness, take the order. Seeing Li Kuan still in a daze, Lan He smiled and reminded him. Wai Qin, thank your majesty for grace, master of heaven and earth. No way, Li Shimin is not only the emperor, but also his biological father. Although Li Kuan doesn't like kneeling, this time he went to the village and bowed down to give thanks to those in Chainan City. Duke Lan, your majesty allowed this king to open a mansion and build a tooth, and he also included the northwestern states under the jurisdiction of this king. Does the minister of the central government have no opinion? After the official business was over, Li Kuan naturally didn't need to kneel anymore, and simply waited for Lan He in the lobby. Not long afterwards, the kitchen had already prepared warm meals, and Li Kuan personally accompanied him, and he was able to use this opportunity to understand what happened in the days after he left Chainan City. My lord, how could there be no opinions? In fact, the opinions of the ministers have gone. Lan He did not sell him to Li Kuan. Besides, this is actually not a secret, but now Li Kuan is not in Chainan. It's convenient to inquire. Oh, Li Kuan took a bite of the mutton in the copper pot, not surprised at all. What are you talking about? It's nothing more than the Northwest is the frontier. The prince is still too young. An unexpected victory can't explain anything. But Fang Gong said a fair word. Lan He also followed Li Kuan in a similar manner. A handful of tender lamb. Li Kuan looked at Lan He but did not speak. Fang Gong said that in ancient times Gan Luo was 9 years old. And now it is not surprising that the king of Chu will destroy the Western Turkic army at the age of 14. What the Northwest needs is people like His Royal Highness Chu who can hold down the grassland people. I feel that the prince is inappropriate, but on the contrary, I feel that no one is more suitable to rule the northwestern states than the prince. What is Chesun Yuji's opinion? Although the 4 northwestern states occupies a large area, their status in Datang is not high. If these places were not connected to the Western Turks, Tuhan, and Xianqiuo, they would have special military significance, and many civil servants in Datang didn't even want it. The 4 northwestern states. In order to maintain the operation of the 4 states, Chainan City has to transport a lot of food and weapons every year. On the contrary, the taxes paid by these state capitals are almost negligible. Zhao Gong strongly opposes that the prince opened your mansion and built a tooth. His Majesty was originally going to reappoint the prince to the post of governor of the Northwest. Because of Zhao Gong's opposition, it finally fell. Naturally, Lan He knew that Li Kuan and Chesun Wuji did not deal with him, but he had always followed Li Shimin's orders. Chesun Wuji couldn't affect him much. In addition, he was optimistic about Li Kuan's future, so he knew everything, said it. After a banquet for the guests and hosts, Li Kuan had a more accurate understanding of the situation in Chainan City, and he also knew that he was going to be in Liangzhou for a short time. As for how long I have to stay in Liangzhou City, it depends on how long Li Shimin can bear to toss here. In the next few days, Li Kuan began to give a formal reward. After opening a mansion and establishing a tooth, there are more positions in his hand that he can appoint. Wang Xuans, Wang Xuanwu, Xli, and Lin Ran all had appointments. Even Zifu Ayu and Dai Quain from the hot air balloon camp had various rewards and promotions. Taking this opportunity, Li Kuan also asked Li Shimin for 2 people to come to his prince to act as the chief official and the director. The chief official is Ma Zhu. This guy has been dormant for several years. This year, he finally used Li Shimin to let the officials discuss the gains and losses of the court to help Chang He stand out, so that Li Shimin finally discovered himself and was dispatched to work in the province. It is now when Ma Zi has just entered the officialdom. Although he has temporarily shown his head, he has not yet brought him to the point where he can be a minister. It is not difficult for Li Kuan to dig a corner. As for Chu Siliang, he was in charge of the business of Hongwingwen in the early years, and he has a certain reputation, but now he is still in the position of Kaipin's Zizi official. Li Kuan's Chu King's Mansion Bo is also a 6th grade position. I must dig one. Chu Siliang should not have a big problem. As for whether someone can be retained after being dug over, this has never been something Li Kuan was worried about. With more than 1,000 years of knowledge, if you can't even fool a few people, you can just buy a piece of tofu and kill you. 77 Liangzhou is an important military town. Since he wants to stay here, the guards of the royal palace of Chu will naturally have to train well. With the wind of building a mansion and building teeth, the number of guards can also be expanded to 3,000 people. But Li Kuan is not in a hurry to expand, and first train the current 1,000 people. 121. Outside Liangzhou city, Li Kuan specially encircled a piece of land casually as a training base for the guards of the palace. There are about 1,000 guards, one of them counts as one, and all of them are thrown in the barracks for training, even if they are the technical units for operating hot air balloons. They should also train with them first. Although Li Kuan has a master-level warfare bonus, he doesn't know much about training soldiers. But I have never eaten pork. I have always watched pigs run. High school, college, but to military training, especially college military training, I will give you a whole month. Half of the time is really training in the military camp. Therefore, I still know some of the most basic things about military training. In large-scale operations, individual combat effectiveness is actually not that outstanding. At this time, it is more important to order and prohibit, coordinate operations, and give full play to the power of the group. And the things of later military training, whether standing in military posture, turning around, or stacking tofu quilts, are all for training the team's obedience, discipline, and coordination. Therefore, Li Kuan directly copied the requirements of military training for later generations in the training of the guards of the Chu Palace. First, let this group of illiterate understand the front and back, and figure out what is meant by order and prohibition. It's like standing in a military posture. It seems simple, but if you really stand motionless for an hour, it's really not easy, let alone a few hours. Xuli and Zai Junmai both expressed opposition to Li Kuan's child's play practice, but the opposition was invalid. Attention, keep your feet straight, close your lower abdomen slightly, and look forward. Li Kuan took a riding whip and personally trained Xuli and others. Zifu Ayu, where do you look? Look forward. Don't look around. Although there are not many more than 1,000 people, they are divided into 5 battalions, 5 teams in each battalion, and 5 corps in each battalion. To train so many people, a group of instructors are naturally needed, and people like Zli, Zai Junmai, and Wang Xuanwu are naturally arrested by Li Kuan for training alone, and then they will train the troops. Fortunately, these people are dragons among people. Although they don't understand Li Kuan's training methods, they master them very quickly. For the next 3 months, go up and stand for half an hour in the military posture every day, and then start other training, the same in the afternoon. You may find these requirements of this king very strange now, and I will not be too long with you. 1 month, as long as you train for 1 month according to my request. If you still find this king's approaches strange, then train according to your own methods, and this king will not interfere. The twisted melon is not sweet. Although Xuli and the others will definitely execute their orders in the end, the final effect must be very different if they understand and do not understand. Li Kuan does not want them to be resistant from the beginning. As for a month later, the military training of later generations is not low in intensity. and it looks good when reporting performances. It's like the current army, it's just like a group of skirmishers. Therefore, if such high-intensity special training for a month has not come out yet, Li Kuan feels that he can just give up, go to sleep. In any case, during his lifetime, Tang will not perish, and he will be an idle prince. Master, 1 month. You said it yourself. Li is the one who knows how to train soldiers, and because of this, he is also the most resistant to Li Kuan's new training methods. Now he has seen Li Kuan make such a promise, and quickly go up with words. Although this king can talk about it, but what he says will definitely count. With this promise from Li Kuan, Li and their training enthusiasm has become significantly higher. 3 days later, Li Kuan no longer braved the severe cold to train on the school grounds, but throughout all the tasks. Although the 5-day winter of Zhengwen came a little later, the temperature drop was very severe. To the north of Liangzhou are Xianxuo's territory, and next to Liangzhou are some small tribes. For these small tribes, every winter is a catastrophe, extremely difficult. My dad, can these wool really be exchanged for iron pots? This winter is extremely cold. After cutting all the wool, some thin lambs can't survive this winter. A dilapidated big tent stands abruptly in the middle of an empty grassland. It is obvious that a family of herdsmen lives here. The grassland is very large. Normally, there are only 1 or 2 herdsmen in a radius of a few kilometers. Sometimes you may not be able to meet a single family after you have walked more than a dozen miles. I visited the tribal chief's residence a few days ago. Tang people came to buy these wool. 1 catty of wool can be exchanged for a penny. We have such a few large bundles of wool, and it shouldn't be a big problem to exchange for an iron pot. The talking man could not tell his age at a glance. His face was covered with wind and sand, but his yellowish hair and tall nose could still tell that he was a person of Turkic ancestry. According to later studies, these people are more like Central Asians, a race between the yellow race and the white race. As for the thin lamb, if it doesn't survive, it happens to be sold together with the meat. Anyway, if the wool can be sold for money, even if you raise 30% less cattle and sheep next year, the life will not get worse. Daddy, Uncle Mountbatten is here, and Uncle Mountbatten is here to collect the wool. Before the man finished his nagging with his wife, he saw his half-size son rushing over on a horse. Goosey, is Mountbatten really here? He really came to buy wool? That's great, so great. We don't have to worry about running out of boiling water this winter. Not long after, a few horses ran over. One of them should be what they called Mountbatten. Askar, have you collected all your wool? How much? Everyone on the grassland does not like to talk around, so the people come straight to the subject. Mountbatten, all prepared according to what you said at the tribal chief that day. There are 3 bundles in total, which is estimated to be 700 or 800 catties. 700 or 800 catties? So much? Your family seems to be developing. Mountbatten was taken aback for a moment. Ordinary herders have hundreds of cattle and sheep at home. Unless all the wool is cut off, they will not be able to produce a few hundred catties of wool. 700 or 800 catties is even rarer. I saw someone exchange a few bales of wool for a brand new iron pot that day, so I immediately cut all the lambs after I came back. Why? Isn't it too much? Don't you want that much? Scar looked at Mountbatten a little nervously. Haha, what are you kidding? I said, how much you want? How can you not have so much? Mountbatten laughed boldly. You must have heard of it. I am now in Liangzhou city. When big people do things, as long as you have wool, I will buy as much as you have. Aska breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm still worried that you won't want it. In this way, you send these wool to the tribe resident, where my owner's caravan directly transports the wool, and you can directly change the wool into an iron pot there, and I will give you a catty of salt. Mountbatten only took a few people by his side. Naturally, it was impossible to take away all the wool from the herdsmen's homes. More often, he played a role of coordination and communication and kept walking on the grassland. Chapter 78 is not as bad as imagined in Liangzhou city. Although it is already the 12th lunar month of winter, this year is different from previous years, and it is particularly lively. Some time ago, Li Kuan asked Xli and Wang Fugi to take a pile of ceramic utensils and iron pots of salt to buy wool on the grassland. The herders saw that the wool that was originally worthless could actually be exchanged for things. The enthusiasm for trade immediately began. It rose up. The price of sending wool to the tribe is completely different from that of sending wool to Liangzhou city. The more courageous herders chose to send it to Liangzhou city by themselves. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the winter, so I might as well take this opportunity to send the wool to Liangzhou by myself. Ma Zu and Chu Siliang reached Liangzhou city under such circumstances. Whether it was Ma Zu or Chu Siliang, it was a bit unexpected and reluctant for Li Kuan to ask them to come to Liangzhou, but the staff directly ordered them to come, and they had no choice but to come. Liangzhou was far away from Chainan, and the two people who were suffering from the same illness simply came together, and there was a talker on the road. Chu Siliang is okay. The Chu family is considered to be a family, and he is going to Liangzhou. There are dozens of entourages and guards around him, but Ma Zu is miserable. Before, he had done a few things on Cheng Mansion alone. Nian Keqing, although Li Shimin was admired this year, officially entered the court as an official, but there was not even a maid in the family except for a cook and a doorman. Brother Chu, this Liangzhou city hangs alone in the northwest. I thought it would be very desolate and deserted. I didn't expect people to come and go on the street, which is really surprising. King Bin, this is not the first time we have entered the northwest. Like Shanzhou, although it is closer to Chainan than Liangzhou, there are few people in the city and the commerce is not very prosperous. Today, Liangzhou city has as it is now. I actually have some expectations for the errand given by His Royal Highness King Chu. Ma Zu is 5 years younger than Chu Siliang, so Chu Siliang is called Ma Zu, and Ma Zu calls him his brother. The trust relationship between the grassland herdsmen and the Han people has always been very weak, but when I first entered the city, I did find that many of them were not Han people. The methods of His Royal Highness Chu Wang really made people look forward to be able to write a toast to invite the Niu, to Yingqing 3 people. I never thought that His Royal Highness Chu would be a dude. The previous rumors, I think more of them are false, and that His Royal Highness Chu was young. It's just a trick of the time. Ma Zu and Chu Siliang gave the reins of the mounts to the young man, and they walked side by side on the street in Liangzhou city. When they left Chainan, both of them were a little emotional. When this node left Beijing, it was destined to have no way to celebrate the new year in Chainan, and they didn't know that the year of the ox and the month of the ox could come back again. However, the journey of more than 10 days along the way is enough for them to think clearly. Both of these are the masters who are able to give honor to the Lord, and they are not comparable to ordinary people, whether they have a good vision, talent, or heart. Was it an opportunity to be dispatched to the Chu Palace this time to serve as the chief official and the chief officer? If you can make some achievements in the desolate northwest, or even open up new territories, it can't be a better opportunity. Hey, King Bin, do you think the camels on horsebacks of these herdsmen look like wool? Since entering the city, Chu Siliang has found several groups of herders humping a bunch of things. Although they look similar to wool, he knows that wool is useless, so he is a little uncertain. Ma Zu stared at a herder passing by. It is indeed wool. Hearing Ma Zu also say the same, Chu Siliang stepped forward and stopped a herdsman. This strong man, may I ask if the wool on your horseback was sold in Liangzhou city? The herdsman was suddenly stopped by Chu Siliang and was shocked. He pressed his hand on his waist and almost came out with a knife, but after reacting, he realized that this is not a grassland. Yes, it was sold. Mountbatten told me that as long as the wool is transported to the northwest trade near Liangzhou city Yemen, it can be exchanged for things like salt and iron pots. Mountbatten? Chu Siliang frowned. Yeah. Have you heard of him? There are not many people in Liangzhou city who don't know him. He works for the Prince of Tang dynasty. Chu Siliang and Ma Zu looked at each other, do things for the prince. Could these walls have something to do with His Royal Highness Chu King? My name is Chu Siliang. This is my first time in Liangzhou. I just have time. Let's go to Northwest trade with you. Chu Siliang was not in a hurry to see Li Kuan. Instead he became interested in the Northwest trade among herders. I am Oscar. If you don't find it bothersome, then just go with me. But I don't know how to go. Presumably it was the first time that a Chinese person took the initiative to speak to him, and he was still friendly, and Asuka showed a simple smile. This is a trivial matter, I will know how to go if I ask. The city of Liangzhou is not big, and Chu Siliang is naturally difficult to find where the Northwest trade is. In fact, during the conversation between Chu Siliang and Asuka, the clever young man next to him had already approached the passerby and asked how Northwest trade would go. The appearance of the two princes' servants, shouldn't they be natives of Liangzhou? Asuka saw that Chu Siliang and the others seemed to be very kind, and put down their guard and began to talk. For these small tribe herdsmen in Xianzhou, if they can build a relationship with the Tang people in Liangzhou city, it should be a good way to improve their status, especially if you can get involved with Liangzhou city dignitaries. Basically the chiefs of the tribe will not dare to bully you at will. Don't think that the grassland peoples are so united. Within the tribe, all kinds of oppression needn't be the difference between the central plains, and the oppression is even more severe. The strong man has a good vision. The two of us come from a long way from Chainan, and we are both here for the first time in Liangzhou city. Chu Siliang also wanted to know the situation of Liangzhou city from the side, so he talked with Asuka more candidly. From Asuka's mouth, he also confirmed one of his own guesses that these walls were purchased by His Royal Highness Chu. Although Asuka did not know why the prince would purchase a large amount of wool, because the wool is on the grassland, although some herders use it to make mattresses, but because they don't know how to clean the grease from the wool. The quality of these mattresses is particularly poor, and there is a very unpleasant smell. Therefore, except for very poor herders who use it, no one likes it. It can be said that wool on the grassland is basically something that even sheep dung can't match. The latter can be used as fertilizer for the grassland. Brother Chu, when I look at the behavior of the prince this year, they are often unexpected, but they are surprising. I am a little looking forward to what surprises will happen to these walls. When the group came to the Northwest Trade Gate, Marzi looked at Chu Siliang expectantly. Chapter 79 Chapter Northwest Trade. Where there are people, there is trade. Since ancient times, the various exquisite utensils of the Central Plains dynasty, salt and iron utensils, are very much needed by the grassland peoples. Li Kuan has the soul of later generations and naturally understands the importance of trade. In the eyes of the ministers of the Tang dynasty, Liangzhou city can only be regarded as a border military center, nothing more. But in the eyes of Li Kuan, this place is an important stronghold for the grassland peoples radiating the western regions, Tuihan, Xianzhou, etc. If it is used well, it can do a lot. The northern grasslands were not really brought under the effective jurisdiction of the Central Plains dynasty until later generations. As for the Tang dynasty, there is no management at all. Even if the East Turks were defeated and new garrisons such as the Yunzhong duty mansion were established to manage them, it was actually just a garrison in this part of the area. The larger grasslands were still ruled by Xianzhou and other tribes. Li Kuan wanted to change this situation so that the northern grasslands were truly included in the rule of Tang dynasty. If you tell this to other people now, no one will believe it. So Li Kuan is going to prove it with action. Treasurer Wang, I have purchased more than 30,000 catties of wool today. The entire warehouse is full of sheep's sorrow. Is it necessary to continue the purchase? Asuka followed Chu Siliang and Marzi into the northwestern trading yard when they heard a fellow complaining. Asuka, who was full of expectations, turned pale after hearing this. I wouldn't be so unlucky, right? Others can buy things when they send them, but when they send them by themselves, they don't want them. I originally thought that if this transaction was completed, I would go to the farther grassland to buy wool and transport it to Liangzhou city to sell it. But what if they don't buy it? Then everything is a cloud. Guanxi Wang ordered to come over. No matter how much the wool is, we will collect as much. He actually said that. Naturally there is his reason. The person who was speaking was Wang Fugi, the treasurer of Northwest Trade. After he took refuge in the Chu prince's mansion, his business has grown even bigger. This time when I came to Liangzhou, Li Kuan specially brought him with him to take charge of specific business matters. As for Wang Guanxi in Wang Fugi's mouth, it was Wang Xuan's. Ma Zu and Chu Siliang were the officials of the Chu palace and the boss. These were all appointments recognized by the court after the establishment of Li Kuankai's mansion. In other words, Ma Zu and Chu Siliang were actually officials of the court, but they were only sent to its only work in the palace of Chu dynasty. Wang Xuan only wanted to do things for Li Kuan, not for the court. So he didn't have the status of the court. He was just a steward of the Chu palace. It was a bit similar to Lai Fu, except that Lai Fu was more responsible for the management of affairs within the Chu palace. Wang Xuan is mainly responsible for the management of external affairs. The shopkeeper: I am also here to sell wool. The wool of these horses is mine. Can I change the iron pot? Fearing that there would be some changes in waiting, Asuka quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Fugi, wanting to sell the wool. In fact, Wang Fugi had just noticed him. It wasn't that Asuka was special, but the two Tang people next to him, obviously not ordinary people. He still has this kind of perceptive vision, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do such a big business. The gate of the Northwest Trade is very clear. We buy a lot of wool. Naturally, we will collect your wool. If it's just an iron pot. Wang Fugi's pause made Asuka nervous again. I have more than 700 catties of wool. If I can't get a big iron pot, can I change it to a smaller one? Wang Fugi was stunned for a moment. These herdsmen were really innocent. The prince was right. The business in the east and the west, where is the business on the grasslands, easy to do. Although I don't know what effect Li Kuan has to buy these wools, the purchase price of a penny on the grassland and the purchase price of 1.5 penny from Northwest Trade have basically been fixed recently. In other words, the 700 catties of wool in Asuka's hand can be exchanged for a consistent amount of money, but the other party just wants to exchange a small iron pot and go back. It can be said that in the eyes of these herdsmen, a small iron pot is worth a lot of money. But in Chainan, the small iron pot used by ordinary people is just a few hundred yuan per mouthful, and when it comes to Liangzhou, it becomes a few 100% of the profit. If it is directly transported to the grassland, one iron pot can even be replaced with dozens of animals, or even a cow. What is the profit at this time? It is difficult for Northwest Trade to be underdeveloped. I didn't say number. I mean your wool looks good. If you exchange more than 700 catties for an iron pot, you will suffer a bit. I will give you another 2 catties of salt. After Wang Fugi and Asuka finished talking, he asked his servants to hand over the wool to him, but he himself stood up and walked in front of Chu Siliang and Ma Zu, smiled and bowed. I don't know the two princes. Coming from afar, what can I advise? My fellow Northwest Trade showcase Wang Fugi. Northwest Trade is the property of the Chu Palace. Chu Siliang couldn't help asking. Wang Fugi smiled and did not admit or deny. Instead, he said ambiguously, Liangzhou is the fief of His Royal Highness Chu, and everything in Liangzhou city can be said to be the property of His Royal Highness Chu. Although every aristocratic family was engaged in business, the scholar officials all despised businessmen on the face of it. Wang Fugi had a deep understanding of this. The two people in front of them were the ones who had read books, and Wang Fugi didn't want to talk too much before he figured out the way he came. Wool is a useless thing. Northwest Trade bought tens of thousands of catties of wool in one day. Although the purchase cost is not too much, it is a bottomless pit. I wonder if the shopkeeper Wang can give me some pointers? Ma Zu looked away. With a large pile of wool, I became more and more curious about the usefulness of wool. It must be useful for the king of Chu to buy wool. Ma Zu firmly believed in this. I don't know the surnames of the two Liangzhou. Where Wang Fugi felt that he was being led by his nose, which was a bit bad. When negotiating business with him in the past, when I felt this way, in all likelihood, I ended up losing money. Ma Zu and Chu Siliang in front of them also gave Wang Fugi a feeling of being led by the nose, so they couldn't wait to figure out their path. Liangzhou city is not too big. During this time, Wang Fugi has basically clarified the relationship in the city, knowing that there are no two outstanding figures in front of him in the city. Next, Chu Siliang, from Chainan. During the dismounting week, I will come from Chainan. After Chu Siliang and Ma Zu looked at each other, they looked at Wang Fugi and told their story. The owner of the horse, the official Chu Chang. So it was you two. I just went to the palace yesterday, and I didn't see either of you. Ah, you know us? Wang Fugi's words shocked Chu Siliang. I just came to Liangzhou today, and the shopkeeper in front of me recognized him by a name. I always felt a little bit beyond my imagination. The prince is thirsty for talents, such as the important positions of the chief official and the master. The people who can enter the eyes of the prince must be not mortals. I saw the two princes today, which confirmed my guess, and I will invite two more in the future. Take care. Wang Fugi knew very well how much Li Kuan paid attention to the arrival of Ma Zu and Chu Siliang. In all likelihood, the status of these two would be higher than himself in the future. Chapter 8. He turned waste into treasure. The east side of Liangzhou city was originally the most desolate piece, scattered with some simple houses and even patches of farmland. In a vacant lot, in just 1 month, a large area of houses was built. It stands to reason that winter is not suitable for construction, especially the winter of Datang. But dare to level the ground before it snows, lay the foundation, then just use stones to build up the pillars, and then set up the thick beams, lay wooden boards and thick green tiles. The next life will not be afraid of snow. Rich and powerful. Seeing that the technical problems of wool cleaning and weaving were almost solved, Li Kuan immediately accelerated the construction of wool workshops. Master, this is a woolen thread made from the wool washed today. I think it is already very good. Wang Xuan excitedly took a small bundle of wool and thread and came to Li Kuan. If this is used to knit sweaters, it's sloppy. But if it's used to make woolen cloth, it's not enough. Li Kuan picked up the woolen thread and looked at it. It is estimated that it will be difficult to improve significantly in a short time. Considering that the warehouse is already full of wool, and if you don't deal with it, it will be broken if you don't know, and agree to officially start the wool workshop. The wool workshop is actually not a simple workshop. From wool tanning, washing, bleaching, drying, spinning and weaving, the whole wool workshop covers an area of several acres and employs more than 300 people. This is the workshop just started trial production. The production capacity has not been fully released, or more than 1,000 people per minute. The textile industry is originally a labor-intensive industry. In an environment with underdeveloped productivity, the demand for manpower will become higher. Not surprisingly, Liangzhou city will no longer have a beggar or a refugee this winter. Has all the wool from the northwest trade been transported here? In front of the gate of the wool workshop, Ma Zu and Chu Siliang followed Wang Fugi and watched the carriage of wool being carried in. They were very curious about how the wool workshop handled and used wool. Although there were special guards at the entrance of the wool workshop, they could easily get in with Wang Fugi with them. Wang Fugi, yes, all have been transported here. The prince really knew that craftsmen handled wool in the workshop. Chu Siliang couldn't believe that a prince would actually guide the craftsman in the workshop, let alone how he knows more than craftsmen. Even if he really understands, no prince would teach craftsmen how to do things, right? Identity and status are completely incompatible. Chu Siliang, a child born in a small family, has a deep understanding of this. These days, the prince is not in the house, it is in the wool workshop. Just now we went to the prince's mansion, and the prince is not here, then he must be here. Wang Fugi was sure to take Ma Zu and Chu Siliang into the gate and passed through a square, came in front of a house. Chainan City. Li Zong, what is Li Kuan doing in Liangzhou city lately? After dealing with the memorial for the day, Li Shimin stretched out and asked about Li Kuan casually. Since Li Kuan defeated the elites of the Western Turks with the power of thousands of guards, Li Shimin became more and more attracted to his son who was born out of the house. Baikis even arranged a small team to go to Liangzhou for this. Therefore, regardless of the distance between Liangzhou and Chainan City, the news of Liangzhou City can reach Chainan City very quickly. Your Majesty, His Majesty the King of Chu hasn't been busy lately. It's snowing heavily in Liangzhou, and it's not convenient to go out in winter. Li Zong's eyes flickered, and he answered Li Shimin's question steadily. Huh? Li Shimin glared dissatisfiedly. Are you dizzy when I am old? Subordinates don't dare. Li Zong was shocked when he saw Li Shimin's eyes. HMPH, forgive you for not dare, that's not to be honest. What kind of basket did that wicked man stabbed in this period of time? Without waiting for Li Zong to say, Li Shimin also guessed that Li Kuan must have made some moth again, otherwise he would not look like this when he asked Li Zong himself. My own son, can he really toss? Don't be afraid, what scene have I not seen before? Take a deep breath. Li Shimin prepared himself, and stared at Li Zong. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness King Chu is buying wool on a large scale in the northwest. At this time, Li Zong didn't dare to conceal any more. Your Royal Highness Chu, please ask for blessings. Buying wool? Is there any use for wool to take things? Li Shimin turned his head a lot, and couldn't think of any use for wool. The subordinates also don't know, after receiving the news that His Royal Highness Chu was buying wool on a large scale. They also specifically consulted General Zishizili to see if there was any special use of wool on the grassland. The subordinates didn't know. As a result, General Zishli was also very puzzled that wool is also a useless thing on the grassland, and its effect is not even as great as sheep dung. It can be said that the herdsman on the grassland will not even see a pile of wool on the ground, bend over to pick it up, because it's really useless. You talked about several large-scale acquisitions. How much wool did that evil man buy? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong with a bit of a bad tone. My second son, just thinking that he really has the style of being a father, and defeated the Western Turks at a young age, he didn't expect to make a big turn in minutes. Your Majesty, the exact number of subordinates does not know. It changes every day. However, there is news that Xianxuo in the north of Liangzhou, Tuihan in the south, and other surrounding tribes have been running to Liangzhou city for almost the whole winter. All for the same thing, selling wool to Northwest trade. Northwest trade? Is this the culprit again? Northwest trade is indeed the industry of the Chu Palace. Wool is useless in the grassland. This wicked man is willing to spend money to buy it. He has spare money. Why don't he build the wall of Liangzhou city for me? HMPH. I don't take money seriously if I make some money from briquettes. Li Shimin thought of Fang Xuanling just reporting the situation of the household department a few days ago, and then thought of Li Kuan's lavish spending. No, this is not spending money, this is a waste of money, and his heart is very upset. Your Majesty, it is said that the wool purchased by Northwest Trade has exceeded 300,000 catties. It is not an exaggeration to say that the wool is piled up like a mountain. A while ago, the Lifu butler of the Chu Palace specially arranged for a team of people to send a large amount of supplies. Go to Liangzhou. Niezi. This guilt. Let him look at Liangzhou city for me. It's good for him to give people money every day. Isn't he afraid that everyone thinks Li Tang's advantage is easy to take advantage of? Your Majesty, I wonder if His Royal Highness Chu has other considerations. Considering a fart. Turkey, people have no choice but to get wool. Just that gangster, can he know wool better than the herders who have lived on the grassland for generations? Chapter 81 Chapter Wool Workshop in December's Liangzhou city. Even if there is no heavy snow, the temperature is terribly low. Wang Fugi opened the small door in front of him, but there was a heat wave oncoming him. Honeycomb briquettes are the old line of the royal palace of Chu. After arriving in Liangzhou, Wang Fugi's first spontaneous action was to find a coal mine and then build a small briquette workshop. With the commissioning of wool workshops, the output of briquettes also rose rapidly. Where the wool is cleaned and various processes require a lot of hot water. At this time, briquettes are naturally the best choice. Coupled with the strong wind in winter, everyone is reluctant to open the door. The temperature inside is naturally not low. The prince is not here. Let's go to the textile workshop. Wool workshop is a big name. According to various divisions of labor, there are corresponding workshops. Based on Wang Fugi's understanding of Li Kuan, he was either in a wool washing workshop or a textile workshop. Treasurer Wang, there are some wicked people in this wool cleaning workshop. Won't it get in the way? Chu Siliang walked quickly behind Wang Fugi, but it did not affect his observation of this somewhat special workshop. On the one hand, there are a lot of people in this workshop, and some of them are actually nonsense. We must know that although Tang is not exclusive, even the East Turkic noblemen who have lost their minds have become important generals in the army, but in places like various workshops, there are still very few Huron's shadows. On the one hand, people often don't touch these contents since they were young, and it is more difficult to get started, and the other reason is that they are kept confidential. That's right. For all kinds of secret recipes, each family's sense of secrecy is definitely stronger than that of later generations, for fear that the apprentice will starve to death the master. But Chu Siliang didn't realize that this wool washing workshop meant to keep secrets from anyone. Hey, the most important thing in this wool cleaning is the additive formula. Without these things, it is useless to clean it any way you want. And these additives are specially made by the prince. No one knows what it is, and why should you worry about it? People steal the teacher? Just let them copy it, and they can't do it. Chu Siliang's worries were things that Wang Fugi had worried about, so naturally he knew exactly how to answer them. Special recipe? Mazu muttered, feeling that there seemed to be an eyebrow in his mind. Passing through this wool washing workshop, there is a textile workshop in front of you. This textile workshop is different from the washing workshop. Normal men are not allowed to enter, but one of you is the chief official of the palace and the other is the chief official of the palace. I will make an exception. Go in and take a look. Wang Fugi's words immediately raised Ma Zhao's curiosity. Treasurer Wang, why do we not let men in the textile workshops? There are also some linen and silk workshops in Chainan City, and I haven't heard of the rules in this regard. Hey, you'll know in a while. After Wang Fugi opened another door, he saw a neat row of textile machines. These are all women? As soon as Chu Siliang entered the gate, he found that all the workers in the workshop were all female workers, and immediately reflexively exited the gate. On the contrary, it was Mazu, who had seen a wider world. Although a bit surprised, he wouldn't be able to leave the door directly. Now I know why this workshop generally doesn't allow men to come in. Wang Fugi didn't feel any surprises to Chu Siliang's reaction. Men farming and women weaving. This is a tradition left over from ancient times, like operating a textile machine. This kind of thing does not require much effort, but it must be very careful and patient. Women are obviously more suitable than men. Shopkeeper Wang, these textile machines seem to be a bit special. I think their spinning speed seems to be particularly fast. Mazu soon discovered the special features of these textile machines in front of him. The textile machine itself is not a rare thing in Datang. In the Jiangnan area, where there are many silkworm rearing, almost every household has it. Even in the Guangzhou area, many people have it in the countryside. But that kind of textile machine has been seen every week, and it is definitely not the way it is in front of me. Even in terms of complexity, those textile machines are not even machines at all in front of these machines. Marching Ali has good eyesight. These textile machines are specially made. They were designed and made by His Royal Highness himself. The speed is more than 10 times that of the common folk textile machines. Wang Fugi showed a proud expression. Li Kuan wanted to set up a wool workshop. At the very beginning, Wang Fugi was unwilling to have 101,000 people, but his arms could not twist his thighs. In the end, whether the wool was purchased or the wool workshop, They were all arranged in accordance with Li Qian's arrangements. Advance step by step. When the cleaned wool appeared in front of Wang Fugi, he had some confidence in the wool workshop, and felt that even if it was a loss, it would not lose much. But when he saw the new textile machine, his attitude immediately changed. Regardless of whether the textiles made of wool are good-looking, whether they are warm or not, using these textile machines alone can increase the efficiency by 10 times, and the cost will inevitably be greatly reduced. Even if it is sold at a low price, it will not lose money. The wool workshop is very promising. Northwest trade has a promising future. Is this a textile machine invented by His Royal Highness King Chu? Ma Zu showed a shocked expression. Is he suspecting that Wang Fugi is telling lies? Nor is he suspecting that Li Qian will take the credit of a craftsman. He is simply expressing his expression to the emergence of such a machine that may change the destiny of the textile industry. Surprised. I never thought it would appear in front of people in such a way. The principles of weaving are all the same, regardless of whether it is weaving wool and thread, silk, or linen. The machines are similar. Of course, the machines of this era are strictly handmade auxiliary tools. However, the textile machine in front of Ma Zu has broken away from the scope of auxiliary tools and has become a textile machine that truly performs most of the tasks. Of course, here, the group of people over there are gathered together. The prince will be there in all likelihood. Let's go and take a look. Following in the footsteps of Wang Fugi, Ma Zu and Chu Siliang came to a corner of the textile workshop, where there were already a bunch of people, and when Wang Fugi approached, people greeted him one after another. You can see clearly, 15 stitches are needed for the front chest, 15 stitches for the back, and 8 stitches for the shoulders. Repeat this operation, knit 1 to the armpit, and then use 3 stitches to average the wool and threads of the body part. Allocate, and then continue to knit without any increase, and weave until the required length according to each person's body shape and height, and finally close the needle thread. Chu Siliang knew Li Qian, but looking at the young man who was manipulating the needle and thread in front of him, he felt as if the world had been turned upside down. His Royal Highness the King of Chu is actually becoming a female celebrity. Is it because I have been on the road for more than half a month? My body is too exhausted. And hallucinations? Chapter 82 Clothing, Food, Housing and Transportation. Clothing is #1 chain and city is an international metropolis. Even if winter comes, the West Market is also lively. Even because of the colder weather, the business of the cloth shops in the West Market has become better. Fanyangla's linen cloth is unique in Datang. They control more than 30% of the linen supply of Datang, and they are the undisputed monopolist of the industry. Everyone, don't look at the number of 30%, but it doesn't seem to be very high. But you have to consider that many farmers are self-sufficient. All linen cloth is woven by themselves. Those who really need to buy linen cloth in the market are ordinary residents in various cities and towns. Therefore, Fanyangla's family occupies 30% of the linen market in Datang. In fact, it basically monopolizes the linen market in major cities. Naturally, in a trade center like West Market, there is also Fanyangla's shop. Fanyang Linen Shop. This is the linen sales point of the Lu family in West Market. Treasure Lu. The quality of the linen cloth this fall is very good. You see, the distance between each linen thread is very small, and the thickness of each linen thread is very equal. It is a rare good material. An old man in the shop introduced the linen cloth that had just been hoarded in the shop to the shopkeeper, and with a smile on his face. Whether it is a food merchant or a cloth merchant, hoarding is indispensable, whether it is hoarding odd goods or odd goods. The quality of the linen cloth this year is particularly good. After years of construction, Datang's economy has begun to recover. Luan faintly felt that the linen shop has ushered in new opportunities for making money, so since this fall, he has been ordering the following guys to buy the linen which is transported to Chainan from various places. This linen cloth in Hebei is really different. Lao Jiang, you are an old man in the shop. I can rest assured that you do things. I reported your idea to the boss a few days ago, and the boss not only agreed, but also transferred it from the account. We gave us 50,000 guan money. From now on until next year, we collect all the linen that is transported to Chainan from other places, and then sell it slowly. Luan looked at Lao Jiang with vigor. Luan is only 40 years old this year, and he is already the person in charge of Fan Yangla's linen industry in Chainan City, and he is just around the corner from taking over Fan Yangla's commercial power. Although most of the 5 surnames and Kuan children look down on merchants, the status of merchants is actually not low, especially within the family. The children who control the family business power are often expected to become the co-members of the family. 50,000 guans. Not only does the owner not take away this year's profit, but also allocates extra 50,000 guans to us. The wrinkles on Lao Zhang's face all smiled. Treasurer Lu, don't worry, 1 year later, no, as long as half a year later, the price of linen in Chainan City is yours. If you want it to be high, it will be high, and if you want it to be low, it will be low. Haha, okay, good point. Clothing, food, housing and transportation. Clothing is the first. As long as we have a thorough grasp of the linen pricing power of Chainan City, the Guanzhong area will basically be inseparable from our palms, and the owner will be very satisfied by that time. Treasurer Lu, don't worry, I will take a trip to Hebei now to determine the situation of the next batch of linen. The scene where Li Kuan met Chu Xiliang and Ma Zi for the first time left a deep memory on the 2 future prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. King Bin, Den Shan, come, how about you two look at this woolen thread? After a simple greeting, Li Kuan knew that the 2 generals he ordered had finally arrived. After hearing what Li Kuan said, Ma Zi didn't say much. He directly picked up a circle of woolen thread and put it in front of his nose seriously and smelled it. It seems that he still knows the warmth and coldness of the world. Anyone who has used wool products knows that the thing has a taste. Although there are ways to remove it, the process is very complicated. The high-value things such as mink and fox fur are good and can withstand this processing. Cost. Things like wool, relying on traditional processing methods, there is no future at all, otherwise a large amount of wool will not become rubbish on the grassland. There is no peculiar smell. Prince, what secret technique is used to tan these woolen threads? Ma Zi looked at the pile of woolen threads in front of him, and then looked at the woolen threads in his hand, looking expectantly. Li Kuan, everyone knows their importance. It can be said that after solving this problem, a flourishing age will come. That's natural. In a while, Wang Fugi can lead you to visit the wool workshop from start to finish. Don't underestimate this little wool. This is an important magic weapon for this king to control the grassland. Control the grassland? Chu Xiliang frowned. Master, with all due respect, since ancient times, no Central Plains dynasty can truly control the grassland. The grassland is too big, and the Hunas are too scattered, and they are not controlled at all. Even the regions of East Turkestan that were just conquered last year, the Imperial court now has no way to truly manage it. It is nothing more than the establishment of Liangzhou duty mansion and other government offices for symbolic management. The prince, although Deng Shan's words are unacceptable, they are from the bottom of the heart. Your Majesty arranged for the prince to come to Liangzhou, although he hopes that the prince can stabilize the northwest, but he does not expect the prince to completely control the grassland. The grassland is uncontrollable! Ma Zi saw Li Kuan frown, worried that he would blame Chu Xiliang. Along the way, Ma Zi and Chu Xiliang became friends. Naturally, he didn't want to see each other on the first day, so Chu Xiliang and Li Kuan froze the relationship. After all, not all people can accept subordinates like Weizheng like Li Shimin. No, I don't agree with your point of view. Everything in the world has its own laws of operation. Whether it is the Huns or the Turks, why keep invading the Central Plains? Master, the subordinate thinks it is for plundering supplies. But what does this have to do with wool? What does it have to do with controlling the grassland? Ma Zi thought for a few breaths and gave his own answer. It's related, of course it's. To put it bluntly, the Turks are going to invade Datang, or the lower-level herders are willing to follow along and desperately. The reason is simple. They are too poor and they need to rely on plunder to make themselves wealthy. Li Kuan put down the wool thread in his hands and stood up with his hands behind his back. Think about it, if grassland herdsmen can live a more prosperous life without looting, will there be so many people who are willing to work hard? Li Kuan's rhetorical question caused Ma Zu and Chu Siliang to fall into deep thought. Comparing your heart to your heart, if you are yourself, you will definitely choose a more relaxed method of getting rich. Of course, the premise is that this kind of plan is indeed feasible. Obviously, now Li Kuan's purchase of herdsmen's wool is to provide them with a way to get rich. Ma Zu, Lord, I think I understand what you mean. Clothing, food, shelter, transportation. Clothing is the first, but is it not enough to rely on wool alone? 83 In the textile workshop, the buzzing textile sound seemed so pleasing to Li Kuan. It is said that when the cannon is fired, gold is 10,000 tals. Once the textile machine is turned on, there is not much difference from the money printing machine. Looking at the bundles of wool and threads in the corner, as well as the busy female workers, all means that Liangzhou city will play a pivotal role in Datang, Bingwang and Denshan. If you want to completely control the grassland, wool alone is not enough. But you also said that clothing, food, housing and transportation are the most basic needs of people. We use wool not only to provide a new product to the people of Datang. The way to solve the problem of warmth provides herders with an opportunity to turn waste into treasure. This is definitely a long-term effective method. Then you think about it. The grassland is the most cattle, sheep and horses, right? In addition to wool, there are also what can be used. Li Kuan followed the persuasive way to let Ma Zu and Chu Siliang think about the problem on their own. Chu Siliang, sell cattle and horses to the central plains. Li Kuan, of course this is a method, but people have done this since ancient times, and have they succeeded in controlling the grasslands? Ma Zu, I heard that many cattle and sheep often freeze to death on the grasslands in winter. Can we buy these beef and mutton? Beef and mutton are not easy to preserve and transport, otherwise no one has thought of using them for so many years. Before Li Kuan could speak, Chu Siliang spoke out and denied Ma Zu's suggestion. That's right, if this path is really feasible, it won't be our turn to discuss it here today. Ma Zu frowned and thought. The prince's wool is turned waste into treasure, which is equivalent to an increase in income for herdsmen out of thin air. That's why there are so many herdsmen's support. What else is wasted on the grassland but can be used? My lord, goat's milk, and mare's milk. I think these things are very similar to wool, although the herders will drink it by themselves. The milk produced by so many cows and sheep cannot be drunk at all, and most of them are wasted. Can I do something here? Ma Zu's words inspired Chu Siliang. He faintly felt that he had grasped something, but he didn't know how to use it, so he had to speak out and check with Li Kuan to see if his thoughts were correct. Smart. Li Kuan smiled. Whether it is wool or milk, goat's milk, these are the things that prairie herders have now, but they don't bring them any value. If you only rely on these two things, you can trade for more commodities and live a better life. What do you think these herders will do? Horse week, raise more cattle, sheep and horses? Chu Siliang, living around Liangzhou city? Yes, you are all right. You can live a life by raising cattle and sheep, and naturally there is no need to beg for a life on the tip of a knife. Whether it is wool or milk, it cannot be sold to Datang. I live too far from the Datang market, otherwise no one will buy it. My lord, since ancient times, the Central Plains dynasty has always struggled against the grassland peoples. One important reason is that they have no fixed place. Even if they want to crusade them, they often need to send several times the military strength, laboring the people and hurting the money. If the grassland herdsmen are headed living in the prefectures and counties surrounding the border of Datang, even if something happens, it will be much easier to deal with them. I don't know if Ma Zu is more dark-bellied. Hearing Li Kuan said that the herdsmen will live around the Datang market, he immediately thought of how to deal with them. Yes, The grassland is too big. Datang cannot completely occupy it. It can only build various fortresses and indirectly control it. As long as the herdsmen graze around these fortresses, they can quickly sell the wool and cow milk to us in exchange for all kinds of porcelain and cloth, even wool thread and milk powder. The interests of the grassland herders are tied to us. Sigh. Mazu suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but shudder in his heart. We buy herdsmen's wool and milk at low prices, and then the herdsmen buy our porcelain, woolen threads and milk powder with copper coins. Their lives have changed. Well, our northwest trade has also made money, and after a long time, they can't do without us. Even if the nobles on the grassland called them to rise up against Datang, no one responded, right? It is easy to change from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to change from extravagance to frugality. Grassland herders are now short of clothing and food, so we will help them fill their stomachs, put on clothes, use iron pots and porcelain, and even encourage wealthy herders to wear silk, tasting wine, and reclaiming all the money paid from the grassland. Mazu and Chu Siliang will be capable men of his own for some time in the future, and Li Kuan doesn't mind wasting some tongue and chatting with them about his thoughts. Talking to smart people, as long as you click them thoroughly, they can often think of more tricks to deal with the uncivilized people on the grassland. The 5-day winter of Zhengwen was a bit cold. In the afternoon, Chainan City began to snow. First, there were small snowflakes floating on pedestrians' hair, shoulders, and everywhere, as if urging people to go home quickly. Soon, the snowflakes were like catkins, getting bigger and bigger, and finally they were everywhere like goose feathers. Drift. Li Shimin walked to the door from the Imperial study room and looked at the heavy snow outside, with a trace of sadness on his face. For the literati poker, this situation is the most suitable for expressing the feelings of the heart, drinking small wine, and leaving the calligraphy. But for ordinary people, this winter is indeed the most difficult. Fortunately, Kuan came up with briquettes. The people of Chainan City finally have cheap and easy-to-use fuel. However, in this kind of weather, the people cannot go out at will, and it is also a trouble. Li Shimin felt relieved for a while, and anxious for a while. The heights are so cold. Sitting in this position, there are too many things to worry about. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Chu has sent someone to send some winter clothes over. Would you like to take a look? Just when Li Shimin was in a daze, Li Zong quietly appeared to the side. Kuan sent winter clothes here? Li Shimin felt warm in his heart. This wicked man, I just thought of him, he sent something, and I didn't pretend that I love him a lot. It's still a bit filial. Yes, Your Majesty. Here, is it over there? Li Zong pointed to the two palace ladies not far away and said, since Kuan has the heart, let me try it. Li Shimin naturally has no worries about food and clothes, but some things have different origins and completely different meanings. Huh? Li Shimin was stunned as soon as he took the so-called clothes from the maid. This is clothes? Why is it so strange? What is it made of? How to wear it? Your Majesty, there is another letter from His Majesty King Chu. His subordinates guess that there may be some explanations of these clothes in the letter. Li Zong also saw the so-called clothes sent by Li Kuan, and he naturally understood why Li Shimin was stunned. Chapter 84 Chapter Sweat and Datang. There are many particulars about who wears what clothes, especially as the emperor. There are express regulations on how to make and wear dresses and regular clothes. Needless to say, the big fur Mayan and gun Mayan worn on important occasions such as worshipping the heaven and the earth. Needless to say, each place has detailed regulations and cannot be modified at will. Even the most commonly used uniforms have a lot of attention to detail. Old Tang Book. Yufuza records, his regular clothes, red and yellow robe, turban, 9-ring belt, and Liu boots, all originated from Liangzhou to facilitate military affairs. Since Zhengwen has passed, non-Yuan dynasty on the sun and winter solstice, the courts and the big sacrifices are all served as one zone. The clothes sent by Li Kuan obviously didn't go well with Daikumian and Gunmian, so they could only be regular clothes. But this dress doesn't even have a cardigan. How to wear it? This wicked man is all messing around there, and it won't make people worry for a day. After reading Li Kuan's letter, Li Shimin also understood in general that the clothes in front of him were called woolen sweaters, which were worn to keep warm or were made of wool. It doesn't have any peculiar smell. Li Shimin picked up the sweater and took a deep breath under his nose. There was no smell as he imagined. Here, help me change clothes. Li Shimin became interested in this sweater, and Li Kuan actually gave him a few sweaters all the way around. It seemed very warm to the touch. I don't know how it looks like. Although there is a briquette stove in the Imperial study room for heating, Li Shimin still wears very thick clothes. No way, the warmth of silk products is really worrying. If it weren't for a fur coat on the outside, Li Shimin felt that 2 more briquette stoves would not be warm. Waited on by the maid, Li Shimin put on woolen sweater and woolen trousers all over his body for a while, and then continued to put on the original clothes. This woolen sweater seems to be quite warm. Li Shimin shrank his hands and feet, feeling that his clothes fit well, and his whole body immediately became warmer. Your Majesty, they are here. At this moment, the voice of the personal eunuch Clan he rang. Let some making in. The past few days have been particularly cold, and today it is even more snowy. Li Shimin specially summoned Fangzhu Anling, Daigzhu, Qingsun Wuji and other important court officials to enter the palace to discuss matters, to see how to deal with this cold winter. Are there any refugees outside the city? Are there any poor people in the city who died of frostbite? Are there any houses collapsed by snow? Anyway, according to the past situation, the weather is so cold, and there are heavy snows, there must be a lot of things to deal with in Chainan City. Have seen Your Majesty. After a few ministers bowed briefly, Li Shimin asked them to sit down. Today is not a formal occasion, and there is not so much attention to it. Li Shimin, the snow outside is half a foot thick, right? It's too cold these days. The snow on the street is only half a foot thick, but in some places where there is no cleaning, the thickness of the snow is more than 1 foot. Fangzhu Anling probably guessed the topic Li Shimin wanted to discuss today. From the county magistrate of Chainan County, according to the report, the impact of these snowfalls is still great, and many houses in Nanqing have been crushed by the snow. Yes, Your Majesty. According to the Qindanjian, the weather will be colder for some time to come, especially when the snow melts. It will be colder than snow. Daigzi has a sad look. As a householder, he has been very busy lately. Every government office is looking for things and clothes from the household. Where does the household department get so many warm clothes? Your Majesty, I heard that the price of linen in the West Market has more than doubled, and the originally expensive furs are almost sold out. But everyone with a little money at home is buying warm clothes. Qingsun Wuji also added, Your Majesty, the minister wants to impeach Fan Yanglu, not only hoarding odds and driving up prices, but also taking advantage of people's dangers and bullying those small cloth shops. Huazheng has always been relatively top-notch, and today is no exception. Fanyang Linen Shop is the largest linen shop in the West Market and even Chainan City. During this period, the price of linen has been rising continuously, and they are inseparable from them. Huazheng sees this very clearly. Wai Gong's words are bad. Lu Kuan, the official book of the Ministry of Rights, stood up. This winter is colder than in previous years. The people's demand for linen has increased, and the price has naturally risen. What does it have to do with Fanyang Linen Shop? The price of briquettes has also increased by 10% over the beginning of the year. Why don't you impeach His Royal Highness King Chu? Lu Kuan is the son of Fanyang's Lu family. At this time, it is natural to consider the interests of the family first, not Datang. Lu Shangxiu, honeycomb coal has only risen by 10%, but what about linen? Fully doubled? Sometimes there is still no stock. Why is this? Since Huazheng even dared to stand up to Li Shimin, He was naturally not afraid of being a minister of etiquette. The way of merchants naturally has their own operating rules. Is there a fault in the stores where there is no goods? Who can predict that this winter will be so cold? Although Lu Kuan didn't know that Fan Yang's linen shop was hoarding a large amount of linen and waiting to be sold when the price was higher, but even if he knew it, he would definitely stand up for it. Why can I become a book of etiquette? There are no people who are more suitable for this position than himself, and it is not because he is the son of Fan Yang's family. What kind of merchant's way? It is obviously hoarding enough. I asked you to come here, not because you were arguing. Li Shimin looked at Wei Zheng and Lu Kuan with a gloomy expression, neither of which he liked. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to allow the people to buy enough warm clothing, otherwise everyone can only stay at home, and there will be no shopkeepers on the street. Sooner or later, problems will arise. Fang Xuanling is not a prime minister who can't eat fireworks. He knows how much impact it will have on a city if everyone can't go out. Apart from other things, those shopkeepers who used to sell goods on the street are afraid to go to the streets. How do ordinary people buy things? Many people buy food at home several times a month, and then buy it after eating. It won't stock up a lot. There are also some meat or other things that are similar. If every household in Chainan City couldn't go out, it would immediately become a dead city. That's okay, Fang Gong. The common people are living at home. The main problem is that there are too few warm clothes. As long as there is nothing to do, they will try not to go out without going out. There is no other way. Decisive has no solution. Let the people have food, clothes and clothes. This is the promise I made to the people all over the world when I became the throne. Now it's just a few heavy snowfalls that the people have been forced to not even dare to go out. I am ashamed of all the people in the world. As soon as Li Shimin said this, Fang Xuanling and others couldn't sit still, and stood up, bowed their heads and bowed their hands. Wei Jin will die. Hey, don't blame everyone aching. Just sit down. Li Shimin sighed, then twisted his body unconsciously, feeling a little uncomfortable all over. Pass on the Imperial doctor. Go and pass on the Imperial doctor. Fang Xuanling, who was sitting in the top seat, first discovered something wrong with Li Shimin. In the winter, why is your Majesty's face flushed with sweat and sweat on his forehead? Your Majesty, what's the matter? Chapter 85. Because of the heat in feudal society, how much influence an emperor has on a country cannot be overstated. When Fang Xuanling shouted so loudly, several ministers immediately discovered something was wrong. There was a chaos in the Imperial study room. Some hurriedly stepped forward to support Li Shimin, for fear that he would fall to the ground. Some urged to call the Imperial physician. There were also eunuchs, court ladies, and guards who didn't know what was going on. They also rushed in to stand around Li Shimin. Li Shimin felt hot all over, touched the sweat on his head, and looked at the reactions of everyone around him. He was also a little dizzy. I just feel hot. Why did I become sick? But everyone feels that I am sick. Is it true that I am sick? Is it possible that I am so burnt? Under the urging of Lan He, the Dr. Zheng Kefang of the Taiyuan Hospital ran to the Imperial study room. Although this winter was very cold, Zhao Fang also felt hot all over. However, at this moment, he had no time to care whether he was hot or not, and under the watchful eyes of a group of ministers, he quickly got Li Shimin's pulse. At this time, Zhao Fang was used to the big scenes, and he changed to a doctor from the hospital. Maybe he was so scared that he couldn't count his pulse. Nest Fang clearly felt the pulse in his hand, but his brows wrinkled. This frown didn't matter. Fang Xuanling and the others immediately became nervous. Dr. Zhao, what's the matter with your Majesty? Your Majesty's pulse is stable and strong, but it's a bit faster than usual. It shouldn't be a major problem. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fang put down Li Shimin's left hand, and then let Li Shimin open his mouth to look at it. No problem. What are you doing with frowning? Li Shimin stared. If you have any circumstances, just say that I am not the kind of person who avoids illness and avoids doctors. After watching, hearing and inquiring, Zhao Fang's heart was basically clear. Now that he heard Li Shimin say this, his face couldn't help but show a wry smile. God bless Tang, your majesty is in good health. There is no problem, and the minister dare not conceal anything. Dr. Zhao is right. You have delayed your majesty's condition. You can't afford this responsibility. Wai Zheng said sullenly from the side. Obviously, he still didn't believe Zhao Fang's words very much. Is that healthy person sweating in a cold day? This is obviously an abnormal situation. Quack. It's to hospital doctor. Even the roaming doctor in Chainan is better than him. Your majesty, dear lords, do you think it's hot? It's not hot. It's a bit hot. In the not hot answers from several ministers, Li Shimin is a little hot seemed so abrupt. You mean I sweat because of Li Shimin twisted his body, feeling all sweat on his back. Very uncomfortable. Your majesty, it's because of the heat. As soon as Zhao Fang's words were uttered, several ministers quit. Then you said there is no problem? Cheng Sun Wuji walked forward 2 steps aggressively, staring at the nest. Zhao Fang felt that it was meaningless to continue to explain there, and it was not terrible. Grandson Wuji wanted to eat people's eyes. He turned around and looked up at Li Shimin. Dare to ask your majesty, are you wearing too much clothes today? Medical Zhao, are you blind? Your majesty is obviously wearing the same clothes today as in the past. When Jiang Sun Wuji saw Zhao Fang ignored him, he was a little worried whether Li Shimin had an inexplicable disease, and he didn't care about what he said. What etiquette? Wuji, don't be restless. After tossing for a while, Li Shimin probably guessed what was going on. His whole body was so hot that it had something to do with the woolen clothes and woolen trousers. I may actually wear a bit too much today. After Li Shimin finished speaking, regardless of the presence of so many ministers, he quickly asked the maid to help him take off the woolen clothes inside. Huh? What is your majesty wearing? It looks very warm. Fang Xuanling watched Li Shimin take off his woolen sweater in surprise. Bring all those sets of clothes and show them to everyone. Li Kuan gave several sets of woolen sweaters to Li Shimin. Except for the one Li Shimin just wore, the rest were placed in the corner before he could take them away. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. This clothing material is like velvet and not velvet, like wool and not wool. Is it a new tribute from Witch Fan Bang? As a householder, Daizu is the best knowledge of clothing materials and the like among the people present, but, even so, he didn't know what the dress was made of. This material is really strange. Although it's not as smooth as silk, it doesn't feel awkward at all. It feels good to the touch. The most important thing is that it makes people feel very warm. Fang Xuanling also picked up a piece of clothing and looked at it. Your majesty, is it because you wear this clothes that you get hot and sweaty? Lu Kuan looked a little confused at the clothes made of unknown materials. I don't know where these clothes come from. If they can be produced in large quantities, they will surely sell well. Will it affect Fan Yang's linen shop? As a son of a family, Lu Kuan's business acumen is also very unusual. Everyone, aching, don't have to guess there anymore. At this moment, Li Shimin's mood suddenly became better. The woolen clothes were sent by Li Kuan. I heard Li Zong say that the evildoer bought wool in Liangzhou on a large scale. Now it seems that the wool should be used to make woolen clothes. Although I don't know how the evildoer turned the worthless wool into a clean and comfortable woolen garment, this does not prevent Li Shimin from guessing that woolen garments have the possibility of mass production. As a result, there is one more choice for warm winter clothing. Can you be unhappy? Just worrying about how to deal with the cold winter. These clothes, called woolen clothes, were sent by the king of Chu from Liangzhou. Wool sweater? Fang Xuanling took up the clothes in her hand again and looked at it carefully. It really looks a bit like made of wool. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. His Majesty King Chu's skill in making wool into such warm clothes is indeed a blessing for the people of the world. As a householder, Daigzi thought more about it. Dai Shangxiu, don't be happy too early. Cheng Sun Wuji said with a blank expression, wool is not a rare object, Forgive me for ignorance. I have never heard of anyone using wool to make clothes before. Even Turkic people. It's just that some poor herders used wool to make mattresses, but the smell is so unpleasant that it's not like the woolen clothes in front of them. Wuji, what do you mean? Li Shimin was also a little worried about whether he was too happy too soon after being said by Chengsun Wuji. Chapter 86. Who said Liangzhou was desolate? People are always accustomed to questioning what they don't understand. This is understandable. Your Majesty, this woolen sweater is light, warm, and suitable for keeping warm. This Weir believes. However, this is a tribute to His Majesty by His Majesty the King of Chu. It cannot be guaranteed that it is not the use of various special crafts, and after spending a lot of manpower and material resources, just made it. Chengsun Wuji began to explain his worries. At this moment, Chengsun Wuji is in a somewhat contradictory mood. On the one hand, he hopes that Datang can really have a new kind of affordable warm clothes. On the other hand, he is very upset that the woolen sweater actually comes from Li Kuan's hand. Feelings brought him to Liangzhou on their own, not only did not pit him, but instead created opportunities for him to perform meritorious service one after another. If woolen clothes can't become clothing that can be used by every household like linen, then it has no practical meaning. There are actually many things that can keep warm. Mink and wolf skins. These things don't have to be bad in woolen clothes, but what do they mean to the common people? Chengsun Wuji continued. Although Li Shimin had long heard that Li Kuan had purchased a large amount of wool in Liangzhou, he also built several workshops. But listening to Chengsun Wuji said, I also feel that this worry is not unreasonable. Wuji is still old and prudent. Li Zong, you send someone to Liangzhou to check and see what the cost of this woolen sweater is. In order to avoid a situation where the greater the hope and the greater the disappointment, Li Shimin felt that it is necessary for Li Zong to confirm whether the woolen sweater has the possibility of large-scale promotion. Although Liangzhou city was under the rule of the Tang dynasty, it was located on the frontier. In fact, less than half of the Tang people were in it. The rest were members of various tribes from the surrounding grasslands. Naturally, the atmosphere of the new year is relatively mild. However, this does not affect the prosperity of Liangzhou city. On the contrary, the bazaar that spontaneously formed in the north of the city was very lively during this period of time, and the roaring northwest wind couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm. Northwest trade transported a large number of ordinary ceramic utensils, iron pots, wine, salt, and grain from Chainan city, and sold them to herders from various grasslands such as Xianzhuo, Uyas, and Western Turks. Some of these herders directly used cattle and sheep to exchange goods with Chinese people, and some who had copper coins in their hands after selling wool and goat milk directly used copper coins to buy them. Because Li Kuan asked Wang Xuans to specially arrange personnel to supervise the market and prevent merchants from being scammed and kidnapped at will, the reputation of Liangzhou North City quickly spread to the nearby grasslands. In recent days, woolen sweaters have become the most popular commodity in Bishi, Liangzhou. Is this the latest woolen sweater from Northwest Trade? Asuka had just resold a batch of wool, carrying a bag of broken silver, and bringing 2 small followers into a shop. Liangzhou North City has a huge influence. Wang Xuans will naturally not let Northwest Trade abandon this place. Unlike most other merchants who set up a tent to sell things, Northwest Trade has quickly built a large building in Bishi, two-story shop floor. The woolen garments newly launched by the textile workshop are sold here. This gentleman, these are woolen sweaters. Our new products launched by Northwest Trading this month. No matter how cold the weather is, they will feel warm immediately when you wear them on your body. Would you like to try it? Xiao looked at the shaman in Tang clothes and knew that business was coming. In Liangzhou city, all the Huron dressed as Tang people basically have some family background, and the little two in these shops are clear about this. Obviously, today's Xiao's judgment is correct again. The Huron in front of him is Asuka, a very ordinary herder on the grassland before. But since following Mountbatten to help the Northwest Trade to buy wool and cow and goat milk on the grassland, his wealth has risen sharply. It can be said that Asko is the Huron who is second only to Mountbatten in Liangzhou city during this period of time. Today, he will go directly to the North City to buy woolen sweaters because he saw Mountbatten wearing a woolen sweater rewarded by the Northwest trade. He knew that clothes made of wool were very warm. This, and that, I want it. Asko's shopping goal is very clear, and he doesn't listen to Xiao's wordy, and directly starts the bui mode. Okay. This gentleman, please wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Xiao grinned and got busy. In order to make the juniors more active in selling goods, whether it is the Jumbo Pavilion in Chainan City or the new store now opened, Li Kuan asked people to set a certain percentage of sales commission as a reward. Like Asko's buying method, Xiao's accomplishment alone is worth a month's wages of ordinary folks in Chainan City. No wonder people are all smiles. These pieces don't need to be installed, we can just wear them directly. Put the rest. Although it hasn't snowed in the past few days, the weather is still very cold. Asko can't wait to feel the warmth of the woolen sweater. There is a special dressing room in the shop. Asko's small request is naturally easily met. But for a while, a set of grey woolen sweater and wool trousers were worn on Asko and the two attendants. Brother, this woolen sweater is really warm. To say that these Chinese people are really amazing. They processed wool that was originally useless into woolen sweaters, which is no worse than wolf fur coats. Asko, HMPH, wolf fur jackets always have a smelt. How can this woolen sweater be comfortable to wear? Grandpa, this woolen sweater is warm, but it's not cheap for one piece of 500 characters. We need 500 catties of wool to get one. Asko is now getting acquainted in Liangzhou, and began to bring his 13-year-old son Dief with him. Boom. As soon as CMACGM hit the ground, Asko patted the back of the head vigorously. What do you know? There used to be so many wool on the grassland. Can you sell it for a cent? Can you exchange it for an item? In such a big workshop, so many people are hired to help process wool and weave wool. These woolen garments are still woven stitch by ingenious Chinese women. Are these for no money? CMACGM. Brother is right. We have to be grateful. Think about it before. We even had a hard time eating salt, but now, not only can we kill lamb and eat meat at any time, but we can also add delicious spices to it. Beautiful and warm clothes. These were given by His Royal Highness King Chu. Your second uncle makes sense. This woolen garment belongs to Northwest Trade, and Northwest Trade belongs to the Royal Palace of Chu. If you let me hear any disrespect to His Royal Highness Chu, you will never talk to me again. Come to Liangzhou. After Asko came to Liangzhou as Li Kuan, the group of people who benefited the most, from the bottom of their hearts, has firmly tied their own interests with the interests of the Chu Palace, and there will be more and more people like Asko in Liangzhou city. Chapter 87 Promotion of wool thread. The cold wind from Siberia whizzed across the city of Chainan, and blew the branches on both sides of the street. Pedestrians on the road wrapped their clothes tightly and walked forward with their heads down. The business of Fanyang linen shop in West City is getting better and better. Treasurer Lu, you still have the best vision. The price of linen has risen again after this year, and the prices of all kinds of furs purchased from Hebei are also rising. A small second had just sold a piece of linen, and he smiled flatly and talked to the shopkeeper who was walking by. Although the weather is cold and the number of people shopping in Xishi has decreased, the business of Fan Yangla's linen shop has not deteriorated at all. Linen is not a good fabric for warmth, but it is almost all people can afford fabrics. In this cold weather, the only people who can afford all kinds of exquisite furs are noble children and wealthy businessmen. Ordinary people dare not ask for it. It is already very happy to be able to buy a piece of linen to go home. However, the current linen price is 3 times that of the beginning of last year. For ordinary people to make a piece of clothing, the purchase of linen alone costs almost 100 cents. which is beyond the consumption ability of most ordinary people. But there is no way. Many people can only bite the bullet and buy a little bit. The family must have at least one piece of clothing that can be worn out. Nonsense. When did my judgment go wrong? The boss even praised me at the shopkeepers' gathering a few days ago. Shopkeeper Lu can be said to have had a good time during this period, and even the concubine at home clearly felt that he had stopped taking a few breaths recently. By the way, remember to tell everyone that everyone who comes to buy things must not bargain with them, let alone reduce prices. The linen and fur in our shop are the most complete in Chainan City, and the quality is the best. Okay, at this price. Although shopkeeper Lu did not sign agreements with other companies such as price alliances, other merchants are not stupid. Seeing that the largest linen merchant in Chainan City sells so expensive, naturally they will not sell their own goods cheaply. Treasurer, don't worry. At this price, it has been selling better day by day in recent days. Just as shopkeeper Lu was talking to Xiao, the shop opposite that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. There is a row of stools at the entrance of the shop. A dozen women are sitting on the chairs and knitting their own wool. Some are preparing to make woolen vests, some are preparing to make woolen pants, and some are making woolen blankets. On the other side, more than a dozen woolen sweaters of different styles are being worn on wooden dolls for passers-by to watch. There is a table in front of the puppets with woolen sweaters and piles of woolen threads. Needless to say, this is the opening of a clothing store under the royal palace of Chu. Sister Xianja, everything has been prepared in accordance with the requirements in Sister Kinga's letter. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be added? My Ollie was assigned to take charge of the newly opened clothing store, and the more experienced Xianja would naturally come to assist for a period of time. Anyway, the treasure pavilion was on the right track, and it was the same with her or her. As for the arrangement that Kingja told Xingja in her letter, it was naturally Li Qian's hand. Xianja, I think the preparations in the shop are almost the same, but the prince hopes that we will promote the use of woolen thread as soon as possible. This will allow more people to know how to process woolen thread into woolen clothes. I think you can do this in this regard. Work harder. Well, I have an idea, but I haven't dared to say it. I'm afraid to come to the housekeeper and say my prodigal. My Ollie glanced at Lai Fu not far away, a little tangled. Oh, let's just listen. The prince is the most enlightened. As long as he can complete the tasks he arranged, no matter what method is used, he should support him. To think we can invite dozens of people to wear woolen sweaters around Chainan City, and then provide a batch of woolen threads to matchmakers in various workshops for free, provided that they themselves use these woolen threads to knit into wool clothes. After my Ollie finished speaking, she looked at Xianja a little nervously. Although Li Qian was going to let her take charge of the clothing store's business, in the early days she had Xianja to supervise and assist. It can be said that Xianja has a great talk about the operation of the clothing store. Right. No problem. My Ollie, I agreed to your plan for the prince. At this moment, a figure sprang out from the side. Ah, Wang Guan, are you back? Is the prince also back? Kingja and my Ollie laughed excitedly when Wang Xuan's appeared suddenly. Without your majesty's will, the prince can't return to Beijing. But I don't think it will be too long. It just so happens that the promotion of the woolen thread is of great significance. The prince asked me to escort a batch of woolen thread back to Beijing in advance. Li Qian made a mess in Liangzhou city. He had heard the wind, and Cheng Sun Wuji was proposing to transfer him back to Chainan City. It is estimated that at this moment, Cheng Sun Wuji regretted his death and sent Li Qian to Liangzhou. Not only did not harm him, but instead gave him various opportunities for meritorious service. Some time ago, I saw the warmth effect of the woolen sweater worn by Li Shimin in the Imperial study, and combined with the news that Cheng Sun's family inquired back from Liangzhou, Cheng Sun Wuji keenly realized that wool, a previously useless thing, would have a lot to do. The team of Cheng Sun's family going to the grassland to buy wool had already set off a few days ago. At this time, allowing Li Qian to stay in Liangzhou will not only not harm Li Qian, but will also give the Chu royal mansion the upper hand in wool-related matters. With the mind of Cheng Sun Wuji, it is natural to get Li Kuan back. Is there any new wool coming? There is a backlog of more than 100,000 catties of wool in the warehouse. If we increase it, I don't know when we can sell it. My Oli felt a pressure on her face. Our woolen yarn is only sold for 20 cents per catty, and you can get a 20% discount if you buy 1 month before the opening. A sweater requires about 2 catties of woolen yarn. In this way, more than 30 cents can be knitted. Come out a woolen sweater that keeps you warm. It's much cheaper than linen clothes. Most people in Chainan can afford it. What are you worried about? Wang Zhuans has been with Li Kuan all the time, and obviously has more confidence in the usefulness and future of woolen thread than my Oli. Xianja, Guanshai Wang is right. My apricot, if you knit this woolen sweater yourself, it will be cheaper than linen clothes. The heat preservation effect is indeed much better than linen cloth. There is no reason why the people don't like it. Miss My Oli just now, I think the promotion ideas you mentioned are very good. A group of weak women wearing woolen sweaters and woolen trousers are walking in the streets and alleys of Chainan City, holding a big sign in their hands and writing a piece of wool clothes, warmer than a dogskin jacket, opening bargain, 20% discount, Liangzhou woolen thread, a must-have choice for home and the like, will surely make a sensation in the city in a short time. Wang Zhuans thought of what Li Kuan had said to himself. My Oli said excitedly, is this plan really feasible? Chapter 88 can still sell things like this. Wang Zhuans moved quickly. After thinking that My Oli's promotion method was very good, he immediately started to act. In the afternoon of the same day, a group of women and men in woolen clothes and trousers in each of the east and west cities started to parade with banners made temporarily. In order to avoid being disturbed by Jing Yuwei, the guards who stayed behind at the Chu Palace were also dispatched to follow the team to maintain order. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this must be the property of the royal palace of Chu. At the same time, well-known matchmakers in various workshops in Chainan City also received a woolen sweater and a few kilograms of woolen yarn. As long as they helped to promote the weaving of woolen yarn in their respective workshops for a month, they could get these woolen clothes for free. And woolen thread, and there is also the usual reward money to get. Therefore, in the next few days, the people of Chainan City soon discovered an interesting thing. From time to time, there were people wearing strange clothes on the street, not afraid of the cold and wind, and stupidly holding banners. A group of Chinese people parade in woolen clothes and woolen pants. This scene is strange to think about, but the effect is amazing. Whether it is noble children or ordinary people, they all know that the clothing store under the royal mansion of Chu has introduced woolen threads that can knit woolen clothes with good warmth. The key is that the price is not expensive, and there are discounts for purchases 1 month before the opening. Liu, President Cheng Sun, I went to find out. The new shop selling woolen threads in the royal palace of Chu is in the West Market. Don't look at the fact that Chainan City has been discussing this woolen thread in the past 2 days. But the people who actually went to the shop to buy it were not many. He sat beside Chang Sun Chong invitingly, helping to pour the wine while talking about things that Chang Sun Chong cared about. It's not selling well. Chang Sun Chong felt a little surprised, but his originally a little depressed mood immediately became better. I originally thought that this woolen thread was like honeycomb brackets. Once it was launched, it caused discussion among everyone in Chainan City, and it was a mess. Unexpectedly, the actual situation now is different from what I imagined. Great. That guy Li Kuan sometimes miscalculates. It's true. I stayed there for almost half an hour. In total, few people came to buy woolen yarn. On the contrary, it was made woolen sweaters. Several people bought them from time to time, but the sales were not very good. He patted his chest for fear that Chang Sun Chong would not believe what he said. Okay, I think wool has never been a useless thing. Few people will buy things made of materials that no one looks up to. Chang Sun happily clinked a cup with Doohy, and then drink it all in one go. Hey, The royal palace of Chu is losing money now. I talked to the shopkeeper of Fan Yang's linen shop who is familiar with fur business. These woolen clothes are good for keeping warm, but it is absolutely necessary to clean the dirty wool. It's a complicated and expensive thing. The wool yarns of the royal palace of Chu are sold so cheaply, not to mention that they cannot be sold. Even if they are sold, they will not make money. He knew that Chang Sun Chong was very interested in matters related to the royal palace of Chu, so he did some homework before coming to the banquet. Chang Sun Chong nodded after hearing He's words, then shook his head. I understand what you said, but what is the purpose of Li Kuan? Master Sun, you are always upright in your work. But some people are different. I heard that your majesty has been worrying about the cold weather and the lack of warm clothes for the people during this period. This Li Kuan must have heard the wind in Liangzhou, so he pretended to be I came up with something like this to please your majesty, and I want your majesty to transfer him from Liangzhou back to Chainan City soon. He replaced himself in the role of Li Kuan and began to analyze it for Chang Sun Chong. Although Chang Sun Chong felt that He's words were vaguely logical, but he didn't think about it so much. As long as Li Kuan didn't get well, it would be a happy thing. Fan Yang Linen Shop. The shopkeeper, this is the sales situation of linen cloth today. Basically the same as yesterday. The guy in the shop cautiously came to shopkeeper Lu and reported on the sales situation in the shop today. This is basically something that shopkeeper Lu has to confirm every day, counting the sales situation of various goods every day, adding or cancelling orders in time. This is the secret of success of shopkeeper Lu in these years. Shopkeeper Lu glanced at the data, and immediately slapped it on the table. This is what you said is about the same as yesterday. Are you blind? In the last 5 days, every day has been sold less than half of yesterday. The cargo, compared to today and 5 days ago, is already a lot less. Is this still the same? Shopkeeper looked hot. Since the opening of the clothing store in the king's mansion opposite, whether it was his linen cloth or fur, the sales situation began to deteriorate. It is reasonable to say that there are still a lot of customers who enter the store every day, and there is no obvious decrease, but there are many customers who leave without buying anything after reading it. At first, shopkeeper thought it was the clothing store opposite that had robbed his own business, and was thinking about whether to discuss with his owner how to deal with them. But after sneaking into the shop opposite to observe for a long time, he found that other people's goods didn't seem to be selling very much. This is a big deal. I don't know who to rush if I want to let my anger. I have stocked up a lot of linen and fur, and in order to maintain the price, I have collected several shipments of goods from other places at a high price. I originally imagined that it would be colder this year, and the things in the shop should sell well, so even if it takes up a lot of funds, there is nothing to fear, especially those furs. Even though the amount is far inferior to linen, the money spent is not a lot. If it's really pressed in the warehouse and can't be sold, a shopkeeper, should we lower the price? Linen cloth is now more expensive than woolen yarn. The warmth of that woolen sweater is not as good as 2 or 3 linen clothes enough. Shopkeeper roared, price reduction. Price reduction. How do you want me to reduce the price? After the discounted woolen yarns are discounted, they only cost 16 yuan per catty. If you buy more, there are additional discounts. If our linen is reduced to that price, you can't make a penny at all. Chu Wangfu Clothing Store. Sister Xianja, what to do? It has been 7 or 8 days. There are more people who come to ask every day, but there are still very few people who buy. My Ollie has lost weight in the past few days. She originally thought that Wang Xuans was so supportive of her promotion plan, and it should be very successful. However, in fact, until now, the shops have been losing money, and the number of woolen yarns sold has not yet been sent out. Obviously, the people in Chainan City are discussing our woolen thread, but not many people buy it, which is really weird. Xianja also looked sad. Xianja, hey, I don't even think about it. How could this be? 89 Xingwufang is a workshop in the southwest corner of Chainan City. Most of the people who live in it are people who work as helpers in various workshops. These people are not wealthy, but they are hardly regarded as the pseudo-middle class of the Tang version. This winter is so cold. The price of linen has risen again and again, and many people are reluctant to add new clothes. Wang Po, is this woolen sweater really hand-knit by you? It seems to be very warm. I heard that there are woolen sweaters in the West Market, but they are not cheap. I have been to the West Market several times and dare not go in and try them. This woolen sweater really only needs 2 catties of woolen thread. Isn't it troublesome to knit? Several women from Xinhua Square were chattering around the most famous matchmaker in the workshop. Today is the day when the woolen sweater knitted by the grandmother herself is finished. These days, Wang Po always carries a roll of woolen thread and knits woolen clothes while going to various houses. Therefore, most people in Xinhuafang know that she is knitting sweaters with woolen threads, and many people try to wear the woolen sweater on her. Warm is warm, but I don't know how to knit, or if it's really easy. So these days, there are almost no people who really buy woolen yarn. Although woolen thread is not expensive to sell, for ordinary people, the expenditure of tens of yuan should be prudent. If you can't use it when you buy it back, it's wasted. This is why so many women will come to learn about the situation today when Wang Po is finished. The weather is cold, everyone wants cheap and warm clothes to wear. If you can learn to knit a sweater by yourself, buy a few kilograms and try to knit one first. Hey! What do you want me to say? I am not teaching you how to knit sweaters these days. I went to the Jiang family to the Zhao family, but few people really started to learn from me. Are you in a hurry now? A voice that hates iron but not steel. Forget it, I'm a good person, you can see clearly. This sweater is actually very simple. Just look at it a few times by yourself, and then do it for a few times, and you'll learn. With ready-made examples, and experiencing the warmth of woolen clothes, coupled with the right price, many women are finally moved by it. Wang Po, I heard that there is a 20% discount for this woolen thread, right? Hey, yes, but they have said it, but there are discounts in the first month of opening. Now it has been 10 days, but it's gone when it's too late. Huh? What are you waiting for? Go buy it now. Yes. Let's buy it together. I heard that there is a discount if you buy more at one time. Tai Kai Palace? Are you saying that the evildoer has hundreds of thousands of catties of woolen thread in his hands? No one buys it? Naturally, Li Shimin had heard of the movement made by the royal mansion of Chu in Shainan City. Li Zong, Your Majesty, it is true. According to subordinates' investigation, although the wool thread has attracted a lot of attention among the people of Chainan City, no one has bought it. How could this be? I have been wearing woolen sweaters during this time. It is obviously very warm. Why don't the people buy it when it is so cold? Li Shimin frowned. Could it be that the evildoer sells woolen yarn very expensive? Without waiting for Li Zong to speak, Li Shimin continued to mutter to himself. It must be like this. Don't you know how to share a little trouble for me? This wicked man? What is the use of earning so much money? If he is a dignified prince, would he still need money? Your Majesty. Li Zong only promised to say whether he should continue. Say quickly if you have anything. The wool thread, according to the subordinates' investigation, is actually not expensive at all. On the contrary, the wool thread sold in the royal palace of Chu is actually very cheap, and it may even be at a loss. Losing? Li Shimin felt that he couldn't understand the situation even more. It was cheap and warm, and no one bought it. Is it possible that I have stayed in the palace for too long and do not understand the world? Chainan City still has a lot of fur traders. They know how to handle clean wool and how to make wool yarn, but according to their estimates, it is possible to sell this wool yarn at least 100 when a jin make money. Although Datang has the tanning technology of animal fur, it is still at a relatively primitive stage, and the raw materials used are also very expensive, so the price of fur has remained high. Even a piece of fox fur can be sold at least for a few pennies, and it is not surprising that the top quality ones can be sold for dozens of pence, even hundreds of pence. This is not something for ordinary people. Didn't I ask you to send someone to Liangzhou to investigate? Is there a result? Your Majesty, it's not there yet. But counting the time, it should be fast too. Forget it. The coldest time has passed. It's okay to let this evildoer suffer a second loss. It saves him that the sky is high and the earth is thick all day long. Fanyang Linen Shop in Xishi City. Did you figure it out? What's going on? The linen sold yesterday is still less than the day before yesterday, not to mention the fur. Shopkeeper Lu exploded with anger at a bunch of shop buddies. I asked a few customers who entered the shop but didn't buy anything to find out the reason. They said it was they were considering whether to buy linen or woolen thread. I have a regular customer, and the same is true. Woolen sweaters are a bit expensive now, but woolen threads are very cheap. She is learning to knit sweaters. The shopkeeper, the price of linen in some shops in the West Market has been lowered, and the sales have improved a little. Do we want to follow up? A few guys always face the angry shopkeeper Lu these days, so naturally they have to make some preparations in advance. Where is the clothing store opposite? Isn't anyone paying attention to the situation on the other side? Treasurer Lu, at the shop opposite. Although the number of people entering the shop is increasing, there are not many people who actually buy it. There are not as many things sold every day as our shop. Hearing this, shopkeeper Lu felt more comfortable in his heart. If the people don't buy linen because they have bought woolen thread, it will be troublesome. However, he was also worried that if he waited any longer, this might not be the case. The royal palace of Chu is doing harm to others and detrimental to ourselves. Others are afraid of him, and we are not afraid. Our shop has fallen into today's situation, and the culprit is them. Shopkeeper Lu had a decision in his heart, and was ready to give the Chu Prince's mansion clothing store a ruthless trick to completely solve the situation in front of him. The Lu family's position in Datang is superb. Even if it is the prince, they are not afraid, especially when the prince threatened their interests. All the laws of the Tang dynasty were false. The shopkeeper isn't the second master in the Ministry of Rights. Do you want to talk to the boss and let the second master give the king of Chu a trip in the court hall? A buddy who had been with shopkeeper Lu for many years said softly, "Speak carefully. I have my own opinion." Chapter 90 is this slow heat. The snow on both sides of the streets of Xishi has almost melted, and occasionally there is a small pile of dirty snow on the side of the road, as if to prove to passers-by that there had been heavy snow here. Although it is no longer snowing and the temperature has risen from the previous time, pedestrians are still wrapped tightly under the roar of the cold wind, head down and hurried forward. In front of the clothing store of King Chu's mansion, woman number 50 or 60 suddenly appeared. Before Xiao at the door could reflect, she swarmed into the store. However, despite the menacing appearance of these people, after they really entered the shop, everyone suddenly became quiet. You looked at me, I looked at you, no one spoke first. In the end, everyone focused on an old woman. The old woman cleared her throat and said to the girl in front of her, "We are here to buy woolen thread. If we buy more at once, would you give me some discount? Buying more than 100 catties at a time can give you an extra penny per catty." My Ollie looked at a large number of people in front of her, a little nervous and a little excited. It has been in business for so long, and today is the first time that so many people have come to buy woolen sweaters. If there are so many guests every day, then I don't have to worry about falling asleep. We will not only buy 100 catties this time, we are about to buy 200 catties. Can we give some more discounts? Yes. What Wang Po said makes sense. We will buy 200 catties at a time and give me a discount. I have a lot of relatives in other shops. If I ask them to buy them when the time comes, you can give them a discount. Wang Po took the lead in bargaining, and the women behind her immediately followed suit. These are ordinary people. If they come to the decorated and magnificent clothing store by themselves, they may not dare to bargain and just buy them and leave. But now there are dozens of people together, and the girl in front of them looks like a good talker. They naturally hope to save more money. In fact, this is also human nature, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, before my Ollie could answer, Xianja stood up and said, "A catty of wool is sold for 20 cents, and now we have a 20% discount, and I will give you a discount of 1 cent. which is equivalent to 15 cents per catty. Knitting a sweater only costs about 30 cents. Only 30 cents. Now you can't even make linen clothes, right? Xianja is in charge of the business of Jumbo Pavilion, and has a better grasp of the buyer's mentality than my Ollie. Knowing that at this time, she must not make concessions blindly, or it will be endless. Girl, that's not what I said. After all, this woolen thread is a new thing. We are not very good at knitting. It took me about 10 days to finish the old body. But if I make clothes out of linen, 1-2 days will be fine. Wang Po dealt with all kinds of people every day, and she spoke in one set. Can the linen clothes and woolen clothes be the same? Wear 2 or 3 linen clothes together, and there is no warmth from the woolen clothes. Seeing Wang Po's strong fighting ability, Xianja simply gave Xinja a live teaching, not anxious about Kui and the others buying. But you and I started bargaining. Is it 15 cents a catty? Is it only 15 cents a catty now? Then give us 50 catties. When Xianja and Wang Po enthusiastically exchanged the merits of woolen clothes, more than 20 people came in at the door. I don't know if these people saw the excitement inside, worried that they would not be able to buy their favorite woolen thread, or heard the surprise price of 15 cents per catty in the words of Wang Po Xianja. These people did not hesitate to buy 5-10 catties of woolen thread. 15 cents per catty is a one-time purchase price of more than 100 catties. Normally, it is 16 cents per catty. My Ollie took a few steps forward to greet the new customers. After the new group of people gathered together and murmured a few words to each other, the leading woman said, 100 catties is 100 catties. Give us 100 catties of woolen thread. Originally, they bought 50 catties, not because 50 catties were enough, but every family wanted to buy enough wool to knit a piece of clothing first, and then buy it later depending on the situation. However, now that it is cheaper to buy more, they decisively decide to buy more. Everyone, stay quiet. This discount is only valid today. Starting tomorrow, no matter how much you buy, at least 16 cents per catty will be charged. Xianja stepped up in time and announced the decision loudly, which immediately strengthened the determination of Wang Po and the others to purchase. This offer is only available today. If you miss it, there will be no more. Although one person saves 2 cents, but 2 cents are also money. The crowds in the clothing store of King Chu's mansion immediately attracted many passers-by, especially some customers who had been walking around in the Fanyang linen shop opposite, and immediately followed in like a lively. People have a herd mentality. It's like a later generation going to the street to eat alone, looking at a row of restaurants, originally entangled in which one to go to eat. Suddenly I found that there was a long line in a restaurant with many people eating in it. So I immediately decided to go to this restaurant too. Now these women are almost in the same psychology. They were still wondering whether to buy linen or woolen thread, but now they don't need to worry about it. Haven't you seen so many people rushing to buy woolen thread in the clothing store? If it's late, maybe it will be out of stock. Don't worry, everyone. Come one by one. You can also check out here. These woolen threads are all 2 catties per roll, 30 cents per roll, and both money and goods are cleared. I can buy it by myself. I can't buy 100 catties. I can buy 2 catties for 30 yuan, right? Bring me 10 catties. Whether Xianja, my Ollie, or the other lads in the shop, they all started to get busy. On this cold afternoon, the clothing store of Prince Chu's mansion, which had been deserted for more than 10 days, suddenly became popular. On the other side, Fan Yang's linen shop was becoming deserted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many customers who originally wanted to go in saw a hot scene at the clothing store opposite, and decided to go to the clothing store first. From this point of view, there is basically no linen shop. Shopkeeper who was in the shop today, seeing all these changes clearly, I saw that his face was black and white, and his whole body exuded resentment. The guys around him dared not even speak loudly, for fear of hitting the gun. In order to control the price of linen and furs in Chainan City, shopkeeper Lu has spent a lot of money to hoard the odds. If they can't be sold in the treasury, he will definitely have no good fruit to eat. This is what you forced me. Shopkeeper gritted his teeth and looked at the entrance door of the clothing store, his face filled with determination. 91 The clothing store of the Palace of Chu is on fire. First, women from various workshops organized groups to buy, and then merchants with a keen business sense began to purchase goods, and a large number of woolen threads were purchased and sold to Jiangnan and other places for sale. The sales network of the royal mansion of Chu has not yet been rolled out, and this is still profitable in a short period of time. Moreover, even if the clothing stores expand in the future, they will only set up branches in Luoyang, Taiyuan and other major state capitals of Datang, leaving a vast market space for these businessmen. Therefore, for several days, there were crowds at the door of the clothing store, and afterwards, they even had to line up to enter the store. This section of the street in the West Market was blocked. Correspondingly, in Fan Yang's linen shop, the door can be a bird. Linen can survive for thousands of years, although it has its own advantages, but at least in terms of winter clothes, it has no advantages compared with woolen clothes. Don't wait for summer to come. Fan Yang's linen shop's business does not expect much improvement. And in the summer, the New Year's linen is almost on the market. As the price was relatively good last year, it is estimated that more linen cloth will be sold this year. In this way, the backlog of inventory in Fan Yang's linen shop can be troublesome, so don't let the price drop drastically, and don't even want to sell it. Buying at a high price and selling it at a low price is not what the shopkeeper hopes for. Second uncle, I have already contacted people, they are needless to say, I just want to know the result. You don't need to tell me the process. Standing on the second floor of the linen shop, shopkeeper looked at the clothing shop opposite with a crowd of people indifferently. Okay, don't worry, second uncle, even if this matter goes out of the way, you will never be implicated. Shopkeeper is next to a nephew in his hometown. Shopkeeper is kind to him, so he gives him some secret things from time to time. This time, due to the involvement of the Chu prince's mansion, shopkeeper naturally didn't want to eventually burn the fire on himself. Isn't it just for someone to be available at the critical moment when I usually show kindness to others? Besides, this guy is not his own nephew, and he has nothing to bear. Even if you are your own nephew, you must be willing when you should. If you are willing to give up, where can you get it? In a while, you will go to the account room to collect $10. You will leave Chainan City early in the morning and stay home for a while. Don't come to Chainan without my notice. Second uncle, don't worry, those people don't know that I am from Fan Yang's linen shop. Even if they are arrested, they will not be involved in the shop. To be on the safe side, I won't wait for tomorrow morning. Go straight out of the city. Yush Hufang. What do you say that Bakersy doesn't know whether the cost of wool thread is higher or lower? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong in surprise, a little bit unable to believe his ears. Li Zong looked at Li Shimin's eyes, and his heart was full of depression. Baikeji really did his best this time, but he really didn't know the situation. Your Majesty, the subordinate specially arranged a small team of people in Liangzhou city. After inquiring about it, it is really difficult to judge the cost of wool thread. Normally, the cost of wool thread is the most expensive. One is wool. The other is the weaving of wool. Li Zong quickly explained, wool cleaning requires a variety of secret recipes and special materials, which are similar to fur. This is one of the important reasons for the high price of fur. In addition, the wool is spun into wool. This is something that no one has done before. Normally, it is very time-consuming and laborious, but the subordinates heard that there is a machine in the wool workshop of the Chu Palace, which can spin wool into wool thread at a fast speed. Bakersy didn't find out that the Prince Chu's mansion bought any special expensive materials in Liangzhou. The wool they bought was 1 or 2 cents per catty, so it's really hard to judge what the cost of the wool thread is. Happening. In order to complete the tasks assigned by Li Shimin, Li Zong also devoted himself to understanding relevant knowledge. According to what you said, the wool thread made by that evil man is probably not very expensive. After listening to Li Zong's explanation, Li Shimin had a little in his heart. The subordinate's guess should not be high. Based on the subordinate's understanding of His Royal Highness Chu, he should not do anything to lose. Since the clothing store of the Chu royal mansion dared to sell wool thread for 15 cents per catty, it shows that the cost of wool thread is not the possibility of higher than 15 essays is extremely high. 15 cents per catty is considered very cheap in theory. Why can't it be sold? Li Shimin looked at Li Zong and wanted to know the answer. Li Zong felt a little embarrassed when he heard Li Shimin's words, and didn't know how to answer it. When I reported on the woolen thread last time, no one really bought the stuff, and the warehouse of the clothing store of the King of Chu Mansion was full of stock. However, the situation has undergone a 180-degree change in the past few days. The wool thread is not selling well. Where can it not be sold? Your Majesty. Li Zong looked at Li Shimin cautiously. It is strange to say that the wool yarns were not sold very well in the first half month, but starting a few days ago, the wool yarns suddenly became popular, and the whole palace of Chu, the clothing stores are all people who buy woolen threads, and even the street in front of them is full of traffic. Huh? Li Shimin was stunned. The woolen thread is suddenly selling well? Why didn't you tell me? Li Zong was depressed again. The hot sale of this woolen thread is just a matter of the past few days, and I only received the following report yesterday. Seeing such a big difference between the before and after information, I must verify it before I dare to report it to Li Shimin. Don't know, Your Majesty. Your subordinates are convicted. Li Zong knelt down on one knee, lowered his head to face Li Shimin, and muttered silently in his heart, from now on, any news related to His Royal Highness of Chu, no matter how strange, must be reported to His Majesty. Say it again. Forget it this time. In the future, please pay more attention to Li Kuan's affairs and report to me in time. The night of Chainan City cannot be said to be so beautiful, because it is dark and there are basically no lights. The clothing store in the royal palace of Chu, like other stores in the West Market, turned dark after nightfall, and the guys who lived in the backyard went to bed early. In the darkness, the two figures swiftly climbed over the fence and entered the backyard of the clothing store. There are 4 or 5 wing rooms on the left. According to the news, this should be the warehouse for storing wool and yarn. On the right is the kitchen and some utility rooms. I will set the fire on the left, and you will set the fire on the right, so that they don't have the energy to put it out. The fire in the warehouse. A masked man in night clothes communicated softly with his partner next to him, and then each rushed to the target, took out the kerosene and lit the fire. A large amount of briquettes and wood were piled up in the kitchen, plus a small can of kerosene to support the combustion, and the fire soon rose. The situation in the warehouse was similar. The masked man saw that the fire on both sides had risen, and with a whistle, he greeted his companion to quickly climb over the fence and disappear into the vast night. Chapter 92. Chance of returning to Beijing. They all say that autumn is high and fresh. Beware of fire candles. In fact, the climate is also dry in winter, and if there is a strong wind, the fire is very easy to expand. My Ollie has been living in the backyard of the clothing store during this period. In her sleep, she stumbled and smelled the stink of burning hair. She didn't react much at first, but soon, the smell became stronger and stronger, and my Ollie opened her eyes and found that the outside was actually bright. As if thinking of something, my Ollie kicked off the quilt and rushed out of the room. I saw that the kitchen had been engulfed by a raging fire, and to my even more despair, the warehouse where the wool was stored was also on fire. It's on fire. My Ollie used her strength to eat milk and shouted hoarsely, "It's on fire. Come and put out the fire." The guys, guards, and girls in the clothing store lived in the wing rooms in the backyard. In the dead of night, Xing'er's screaming shout almost awakened everyone. A few people who were too tired during the day and slept too dead were also woken up. Quick, get the bucket. Take water from the tank to extinguish the fire. First put out the fire in the warehouse. The woolen threads are all inside. Go and open the back door, and greet the waking people around to help put out the fire. After the initial panic, Liangzhou began to command everyone to put out the fire separately. An old house where a treasure. At a critical time, Liangzhou, who had a lot of experience, took the place. Soon, a lot of guys from other shops around joined the firefighting army. Many shops in the West Market are backyards for the guys to live in. This shop is connected to one shop, and if one is not careful, a fire will turn into a fire. So no matter which shop is on fire, everyone is actively helping to put out the fire. To save others is to save yourself. Opposite the Fanyang linen shop, shopkeeper Lu stood alone on the second floor, watching the fire in the clothing shop, with a weird smile on his face. A heart hanging in the air immediately put down most of it. Seeing that some of the guys in his store also went to help put out the fire, shopkeeper Lu quietly returned to his room in the backyard. Then, half an hour later, when he heard the voice of a guy coming back outside, he pretended to have just been awakened, and got up and asked the guys what happened. "What are you doing? The noisy night makes people sleep." "Treasurer Lu, you certainly don't know, the clothing store opposite was on fire, and the fire burned down several wing rooms." A man spoke to Treasurer Lu in a slightly happy tone. Although everyone was more righteous and more active when fighting the fire, looking back, the guys at the linen shop were a little bit happy in their hearts. During this period of time, the business of the linen shop has been bleak day by day, and everyone basically knows what the reason is. Now that it is unlucky to see this culprit, of course everyone is happy. "It's on fire? How come the clothing store is on fire?" Shopkeeper Lu asked without knowing anything. "Hey, who knows?" Although the open flames were extinguished in the backyard of the clothing store, everyone did not go to sleep. On the contrary, it was not used for longevity arrangements, and everyone spontaneously began to clean up the scene after the fire. As for the guys who helped put out the fire in other shops, naturally they left after the fire was extinguished. No need to worry about your shop being burned. Naturally no one will stay to help. Merchants prioritize profits over parting. These guys are essentially businessmen, so they won't really be so enthusiastic about helping others. Uncle Liangzhou, basically everything in the kitchen is gone. My Ollie cried and talked to Liangzhou about the results of the inventory. When the kitchen is burned, it will be burned, and it will be rebuilt. The most urgent thing is to make sure that all the woolen threads are burned out, and then figure out how it caught fire. Liangzhou frowned, faintly feeling that tonight's fire was a bit strange. Although the burn in the warehouse is not so bad, the wool thread inside is probably all gone. "I will take someone to see now." In my Ollie's eyes, the warehouse is a place that fuels the fire more than the kitchen, and she doesn't have much help anymore. In the light of the moonlight, a few guys rummaged over the remnant site of the warehouse with torches. Girl my Ollie, come and see." Accompanied by a shout of excitement, a buddy picked up a roll of woolen thread in his hands. This pile of woolen threads, except that the outer layer was burned down, there was nothing on the inside. My Ollie rushed to the pile of wool yarn in 3 steps in 2 steps, and used both hands to poke the burned wool on the surface. Soon, a new pile of woolen thread appeared in front of everyone. My Ollie didn't say a word, and quickly turned around and pulled up in a pile of woolen threads next to her. Seeing a similar situation in several piles of woolen thread one after another, my Ollie felt relieved and sat on the ground. "God bless you, there is still most of the woolen thread all right." Soon, everyone knew that the wool thread hadn't been burned, and the loss had not reached the worst, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, in everyone's minds, they are more in awe of the clothing store. Even such a fire can't destroy the warehouse. Could it be that God is blessing it? Of course, if Li Kuan were here, he would definitely know what was going on. Wool products are inherently flame retardant. This is closely related to the special molecular structure of wool. As long as it is not in a very high temperature furnace, it is impossible to burn all the wool in the warehouse by a fire. This is also an important reason why the fire in the warehouse is not as big as the kitchen. If there is linen in the warehouse, there is absolutely nothing left. Well, to be precise, there is only a pile of ash left. Taikai Palace, As soon as Li Shimin went to court, Li Zong hurriedly walked over. "Your Majesty, the clothing store of Prince Chu's mansion caught fire last night." "What?" Li Shimin looked at Li Zong in surprise. "It doesn't catch fire in the morning, and it doesn't catch fire in the evening. But the wool caught fire when it was the best seller." This made Li Shimin immediately think of a lot. The warehouse where the wool is stored and the kitchen on the other side are on fire at the same time. The other side? Li Shimin was keenly aware that things were really unusual. Li Zong, yes. Two houses a few dozen steps apart started a fire at the same time. Li Shimin, Kuan guarded the frontier for the court. Last year he made great contributions, but at the feet of the emperor, such a thing happened. Do you know who did it? No evidence is needed. Li Shimin and Li Zong are very affirmative that the clothing store of the royal mansion of Chu has been set on fire. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Chu has offended too many people. It's not easy to make a final conclusion for a while. Li Zong explained a little embarrassingly. Yesterday Wu Ji was still proposing to let Kuan return to Beijing. I was entangled at the time. It seems that there is no need to entangle again now. Lan, you go to Liangzhou again and declare that King Chu will return to Beijing. Chapter 93 Loki return. The fire at the clothing store of the King of Chu's mansion did not cause much sensation, but was suppressed intentionally or unintentionally. Just a few days after it was closed, the clothing store reopened, as if nothing had happened. The royal palace of Chu brought wool from Liangzhou so soon? Impossible. Or is there just a new wool coming? Shopkeeper who stood at the door of his shop, looking at the opposite side with a gloomy expression. He witnessed the fire that day, and heard the firefighters talk about the fire. It was obvious that the warehouse was burned down. I haven't seen a large number of woolen threads shipped into the clothing store in the past few days. Where did they get the goods? Can't figure it out. The shopkeeper, several other small shops in the West Market are selling linen at a lower price. In just a few days, the price of linen has dropped by 30%. If we fall again, we will soon lose money. The accountant in the shop cautiously came to Shopkeeper Lu and bit his scalp to report the situation in the shop. Shopkeeper Lu was silent for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. When the price is reduced, we will also directly reduce the price by 30%. If you buy more, you will get an additional 10% discount. It is obviously impossible to sell at a high price. Shopkeeper Lu is able to climb from a young man to his current position, and he naturally has the ability to know what to do at this time. When it's time to cut the meat, you have to cut it. Otherwise, the loss will be even greater when the new linen is on the market. Liangzhou city has become more lively recently, especially after the weather has warmed and the snow on the grassland has started to melt. Liangzhou North City has become more lively. Liangzhou, these wools are sent to the market by the herders themselves, because there have been more people buying wool recently, and the price at the market is higher than the unified purchase price of Northwest trade. Some new herders just sell it here. A handsome young man wandered around the market with a few entourages. My father asked me to come to Liangzhou to purchase wool this time. We must not buy more expensive than Northwest trade. If this is the case, we'd better go directly to the grasslands and trade with the leaders of various tribes, and exchange them for some of the goods they desperately need. This is the most cost-effective. This method can be considered. Then Li Kuan first came up with briquettes, which ruined Ananshan charcoal shop, and later ruined the reputation of Q's powder shop behind the scenes. This time he made woolen threads. We also want to make him uncomfortable for a while. The man who spoke was Kui King, who came from Chainan City. Although Kui King is not the son of the Kui family, as the eldest son of the patriarch, his ability is still recognized. So even if the charcoal and powder business in Chainan City, which he was in charge of, suffered successive setbacks, the Kui family did not give up on him. Recently, everyone has seen how popular the wool thread produced by the royal palace of Chu is. The common people may just buy a few catties of wool to follow suit, and the nobles will see more far-reaching. Many things in the clothing, food, housing, and transportation have been customary for hundreds of thousands of years. Now a wool product has suddenly appeared, which completely subverts the status of the clothing industry. What I see now is only woolen threads and woolen clothes, which have already had a huge impact on linen and fur. It can be expected that there will be other woolen products such as woolen cloth in the back, which will bring the clothing industry to the coming impact will be even greater. In this day and age, although 360 lines are said to be the top pick, however, there are not many industries that make money, and they are basically divided up by various families. If new things can appear, it will naturally arouse the coveting of many people. As far as King knew, the Tai Yuan Wang family, Fan Yangla family, King Zheng family arranged for their children to go to Liangzhou or Yaozu and other important border towns near the grassland for wool. To a certain extent, King still admires Li Kuan a little bit by turning a piece of wool that was originally useless into a hot material for everyone to scramble for. However, admiration, this did not affect him to use 12 points of strength to make a big stumbling block to the Chu Palace in the wool purchase. After all, in public and private, both himself and the Prince of Chu's mansion are considered to have forged a big beam. The wool purchased by the royal palace of Chu is mainly from Xianshu and Uigurs. In fact, it is the Western Turks who dominate the grasslands. If we can buy wool from them, we can definitely get a cheaper price. Those who followed King to Liangzhou were all elders from the family, and there was nothing bad to say about some taboos. Anyway, for these aristocratic families, they have a family first, and then they consider the affairs of the country. You can do this, but you can't get it on the table. You go find a middleman, and then we will use him to buy the wool of the West Turks. King still has some political consciousness. When Datang's national strength is booming, things that are banned should not be done in such a high profile. Liangzhou, don't worry. The family already has some partners in the northwest. I will contact them these days. Li Kuan left Liangzhou city in a local manner. There are northwest trade and wool workshops in Liangzhou, which are basically enough in a short time. Later generations of British people started the enclosure movement because of wool, and the influence was earth-shaking. The grassland is very large, and Li Kuan is not worried about the situation that future generations should be. However, the herdsmen are slowly turning to raise sheep around Liangzhou city, which is basically predictable. After adding some other measures, the vast grassland will be controlled step by step in the hands of Datang. The prince, the city of Chainan is in front of you, and your majesty has given a verbal message before he asks the prince to go to the palace to meet him. Since Lan He received Li Shimin's will, he hurried to Liangzhou all the way, and he was relieved when he saw that he was about to go on business. He knew about the fire in the clothing store of the Chu Palace, and guessed that Li Kuan should have also received the news, and he was really afraid that Li Kuan would do something after he returned to Chainan. The four evil hands of Chainan city, Li Kuan's reputation back then, can't be washed away in a day or two. Duke Lan. The prince rushed back to Beijing. Should he go to the palace to wash first, and then go to the palace to see him tomorrow? Chu Siliang, as the head of the Chu Palace, naturally wanted to stand up for Li Kuan at this moment. Speak. After all, there are some things that Li Kuan himself said are inappropriate, which is easy to criticize. Lan He looked at Li Kuan embarrassedly. Master, forget it. You go back to the palace first. This king and Grandpa Lion will go to see your majesty. Although Li Kuan didn't know what Li Shimin was rushing to find out about himself, there was nothing to worry about when soldiers came to cover up the water. In any case, this time I went to Liangzhou and made great achievements. Chapter 94 Chapter Father and Son Dialogue. The population of Chainan City has approached 1 million. After the cold winter, the number of pedestrians on the street has obviously increased. Among the 1,000 guards of the Chu Palace, 200 people were left in Liangzhou city by Li Kuan to assist Mazu in dealing with the situation in the northwest. After all, whether the northwest trade or the wool workshop, there are many interests involved. It is difficult to guarantee that some people will not have some different thoughts, so the necessary guards are still indispensable. The remaining 800 people are all one person and 2 horses. If this movement enters the city, the city gate guard will definitely not let it go. So Li Kuan simply asked Li to take most of the people to the courtyard of the King of Chu mansion. The next one went straight to the palace of Chu Wang. Li Kuan left Wang Zhu and Wu and Zai Junmai alone and followed him to the Tji Palace. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness King Chu, please see you. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin rarely walked with the Empress Chengsun in the back garden. After hearing the report from the palace, he directly let Li Kuan meet him in the back garden. Your Majesty and the King of Chu are discussing state affairs, so the concubines avoided it first. Empress Chengsun has always been adhering to the idea of quitting politics from the harem, but when Li Shimin is discussing state affairs, she can avoid it. This is also an important reason why she is called a generation of virtuous empress. Avalokitesvara maid, you haven't seen Kuan for a long time. He just came back from Liangzhou today. I just talked to him casually. There is nothing to avoid. Li Shimin summoned Li Kuan to return to Beijing. The direct reason was that the clothing store of the Prince Chu Palace was set on fire. He was afraid that Li Kuan would make the matter worse in spite of the fact that the crisis in Liangzhou had been resolved. Li Kuan stayed in the frontier. Jin has seen Your Majesty and Empress. It was not the first time that Li Kuan came to the back garden. He was not curious about the surrounding scenery. On the contrary, he was a little stunned when he saw Empress Chengsun there. It seems that it shouldn't be a bad thing for Li Shimin to find himself. I haven't seen you in a few months, but His Royal Highness Chu has become taller and stronger. Empress Chengsun looked at Li Kuan with a smile, but it has also turned black. It's hard work for you. Thank you Empress for your concern. Jin just did what the courtier should do. The reputation of the Queen of Longsun in history is still very good, but after all, she is the younger sister of Wuji, who has pitied the grandson's family by herself, and I don't know if she minds. Therefore, Li Kuan has always respected Empress Chengsun but stayed away as much as possible. It's a duty? It sounds nice. You buy back useless wool on the grassland and sell them a lot of various materials. Is this also the duty of a courtier? Although Li Shimin was very satisfied with Li Kuan's recent performance, he was also very concerned about the second son, otherwise he would not be called back from Liangzhou so soon. However, as an emperor, he would never show this concern. On the contrary, he would say a tone of blame instead. Your Majesty Shengming, this is really what a courtier should do. As soon as Li Kuan said these words, Empress Chengsun's face changed slightly. Before she could ask her to help round up, Li Shimin was furious. Presumptuous. Do you really think that no one can cure you? Do you know that during this period of time, how many of them impeach your opponents? Do you still dare to say that this is the duty of a courtier? Your Majesty, although the King of Chu bought wool, although Xianxue made some money, in the end, the money was not returned to Datang. Besides, the woolen clothes are really very good warm clothes, and they're better than the price. It's cheap. I don't know how many people have benefited. Empress Chengsun spoke to Li Kuan on the side. HMPH, of course I know this. Or do you think I can tolerate him such a fool? Your Majesty, the purchase of wool is related to the long-term stability of the vast grassland. This is the most important beginning of the Huaichan grassland strategy, not just a mess. Naturally, Li Kuan wanted to find a way to reverse Li Shimin's point of view, or else he would jump out and call a halt at some point in the future. Grassland raiders? Hearing these words from Li Kuan's mouth, Li Shimin didn't lose his temper anymore, but frowned and looked at Li Kuan. Yes, Your Majesty, for thousands of years, the northern grassland has always been the confidant of the Central Plains dynasty, sometimes surrendered, sometimes rebelled, and even threatened Jiangshan Shiji when the Central Plains dynasty was weak. Is there any way to completely change this situation? What? Just rely on you to buy wool? Oh, no. But also to buy goat milk. Li Kuan doesn't need to stare at Li Shimin, knowing that his face must be full of disdain at this moment. Of course it's more than that. Wool is just an introduction. Your Majesty, Let's suppose that if the herders find that the days of raising sheep and selling wool and goat milk are better than the nomadic looting before, what will they do? Without waiting for Li Shimin to answer, Empress Chengsun interjected. Raise more sheep to make life better. Queen Empress Shengming. This is almost an inevitable result. For ordinary herders, they are willing to follow the tribe leader to looting. The basic reason is that the original life is too bitter. Even eating some salt and wearing warm and clean clothes. They are all extravagant requests. But if all the supplies can be obtained by selling wool, would they still be willing to follow the tribe leader to looting? There is some truth to what you said, but relying on these alone is like making the grassland completely stable. It is impossible. Li Shimin has been dealing with Turkic people for more than 10 years, and he is very clear about the situation in the grassland. Li Kuan heard Li Shimin's words and was not surprised at all. This alone is naturally not enough. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are the basic needs of human beings. In terms of clothes, we can slowly control them by selling woolen clothes and linen to the grassland. In terms of diet, there is no need to talk about salt. I have been relying on me to see it. When the time is right, I am ready to promote tea to them and make tea an indispensable material on the grassland like salt. As for housing and transportation, wait a minute. You said to promote tea on the grassland. Li Shimin asked confusedly. Tea is not something that ordinary people can use in Datang. Can the herdsmen buy it? Your Majesty, there are some things that are not expensive. They are like salt. Even if the price rises twice or twice, they still need it. The White Jin has a way to make tea behave like salt. Li Kuan sold it. For a moment, I didn't directly explain how I would promote tea in the future. After all, it is difficult to convince people just to say it by mouth. Then I will wait and see. Li Shimin obviously didn't believe what Li Kuan said, but he didn't hit him again. Li Kuan then went on to explain his thoughts again, and basically convinced Li Shimin his views. One day, the herdsmen on the grasslands rely heavily on Datang for their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They are only responsible for raising cattle and sheep on a fixed grassland. Is it a threat from Datang? 95. The back garden of Tai Kai Palace is not particularly large, but it is built very uniquely, completely imitating the style of Jiangnan Gardens. Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun sat in the pavilion, listening to Li Kuan talking there. All the court ladies and eunuchs who were serving around were driven away by Empress Chengsun. Even Li Zong, the leader of the Baki division, was standing 20 or 30 steps away. It not only guarantees the safety of Li Shimin at any time, but also cannot hear the dialogue in the pavilion clearly. Kuina, since you have so many ideas, I am relieved. Then you can let go and do it for the time being, and hope the result is really as you said. Li Shimin seemed to see the shadow of his youth from Li Kuan. The rare tone became softer. Next, I want to tell you another thing, which is also an important reason for hurriedly calling you back. Li Kuan felt tight, and quickly stood up. Your Majesty, please give me instructions. You all know about the fire in the clothing store of King Chu's mansion, right? Li Shimin took a sip from the teacup on the stone table, and considered his words. Yes, it is. Li Kuan was not sure what kind of gourd medicine Li Shimin was selling, so he had no choice but to cope with the changes. What do you think? Li Kuan pursed his mouth, thinking about how to answer. The fire in the clothing store was obviously man-made. Who would dare to set the property of the Chu palace on fire? There must be something hidden behind this. Could it be made by the Chengsun family? Li Kuan's heart suddenly thumped. The grandson family is motivated and capable. If it was really done by the grandson family, then Li Shimin specifically asked himself to come back and talk about it, and logically it would have passed. Li Kuan's face immediately became unsightly. Although he has the soul of 30 years later, Li Kuan is still in a hurry if he wants to be completely indifferent to his emotions and anger. Kuina, this clothing store caught fire. You must have guessed that someone set it on fire. The reason why Chainan County was not asked to investigate thoroughly. Don't blame your Majesty. Your Majesty also has his own concerns. Empress Chengsun saw Li Qian not speaking, and thought he was angry, so she quickly explained to the side. Li Qian listened to Empress Chengsun's words and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that I just wanted to go wrong. Although someone set fire, it should have nothing to do with Chengsun's family. You are young and don't understand the overall situation of the court, and I don't blame you. Even the prince is not afraid of blatantly sending people to arson. This must not be something ordinary nobles can do. I will offend you. In the past year, a list of people basically locks in important suspects. Li Shimin explained to Li Qian. Wai Jin understand. Either King Kui family or Fan Yangelu family. Oh, seeing Li Qian's reaction, Li Shimin was stunned for a moment. But he mentioned his interest in having a good chat with this son. You are so sure? Is there any evidence? Evidence? No. That's something the weak need only. The Wai Jin thinks that this can only be done by one of their two families. That's enough. Li Shimin became more interested. Aren't you afraid of them? It's not funny. Sometimes, I can't do anything with them. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Except for our heavenly family, none of the others is simple. 7 or 8 out of 10 officials have something to do with those aristocratic children. They are either disciples or old ones. Without their cooperation, our government orders will not be able to leave Taikai Palace. The children of the aristocratic family all put the family interests first, and few consider it for the people of the world and for the Tang dynasty. For Tang to prosper and prosper, it is an inevitable choice to weaken the power of the aristocratic family. Li Qian knew that Li Shimin had been playing with the family throughout his life, so he didn't worry about the impact of his shocking viewpoint. After hearing Li Qian's words, the Empress Chengsun on the side quickly got up and signaled that the nearby palace lady eunuch station was far there away. To put it bluntly, if Li Qian's words were passed out, then he would become the public enemy of all the family. Even if he is a dignified prince, he does not necessarily have any good results. However, Empress Longsun was obviously too worried. As a traverser with the soul of later generations, a prince of Tang dynasty with a system bonus, how could Li Qian be afraid of the family's counterattack? You are bold enough. Li Shimin glanced at Li Qian deeply, and couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart. Why did Li Chengqian never say something like this in front of him? As a prince, he took the initiative to choose Xinyan Zheng's prostitute as the prince. Obviously, he had never thought of weakening the power of the family, and maybe he was even thinking about using the power of the family to consolidate his position as a prince. Is the family so easy to use? Your Majesty, the WeChat minister is a courtier of Tang, and a courtier of Your Majesty. As long as you are loyal to the Tang dynasty and loyal to Your Majesty, there is nothing you dare not say or do. Li Qian showed a firm expression on his face. Qian, sometimes, courage alone is not enough. But we must also pay attention to the skill of doing things. The family is deeply rooted, and we can only deal with them slowly. This is also the reason why I suppressed the arson case of the clothing store. Wai Jin understands that Wai Jin has no opinion. Li Qian's reaction once again exceeded Li Shimin's expectation. This is not like a 15-year-old boy. But Your Majesty, Wai Jin thinks that you don't have to wait to deal with the family. You can start now. Huh? What do you say? The most important reason for the so-called high-grade Wuhanman, the children of aristocratic families can have such a large influence is that they have the right to speak of scholars. No matter what method the court uses to select officials, they will not escape their influence. How much money is needed to sell a book, except for the children of the aristocratic family and the people who cling to them? How many ordinary people can afford to read the book? Although Li Shimin agreed with Li Qian's statement, he was unable to change this situation. Your Majesty, what if you can lower the price of books and lower the threshold of literacy? Li Qian smiled and looked at Li Shimin. A few pennies of money for a book is almost equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars for a book in later generations. Naturally, not many people can buy it, but if the price is zero, although it is still very expensive, the number of scholars is bound to be skyrocketing. The cost of paper and printing is fixed. Unless you can achieve a breakthrough in these two areas, it is impossible to cut prices significantly. Li Shimin said to himself. Li Kuan smiled and did not immediately answer. Kuina, do you really have a way? Empress Chengsun saw Li Kuan's confidence and asked a question with a little joy. Your Majesty, Empress, there is no proof about this matter. In a few months, you will find out when you look at the book prices in the West Market. Chapter 96. Not enough meat. Before dark, Li Shimin finally let Li Kuan go out of Tai Kai Palace. Li Kuan didn't have any ink marks, and directly led Zai Junmai and Wang Xuanwu to the palace of Chu. The news of Li Kuan's return to Beijing was soon known by those interested. The well-informed ones knew that Li Shimin alone summoned Li Kuan to talk in the back garden for most of the afternoon. This was a treatment that neither Li Chengqian nor Li Tai had. Is the news accurate? What did the emperor father say to him? Li Tai was one of the first people to get the news. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to Li Kuan's situation, but in the past year, there have been too many things in Chainan City that have Li Kuan's shadow behind them. This is no longer something you don't care about if you don't want to, especially for Li Tai, who is determined to compete with Li Chengqian for the position of crown prince. He must pay more attention to these variables. Master, this is the news from a eunuch next to your Majesty. Although he is too far away and I don't know the content of the conversation, His Majesty and the Queen's Empress like him. It shouldn't be wrong. It's just a humble palace lady. Why do your Majesty value him so much? Li Tai was very upset that someone robbed him of his favor in front of Li Shimin. However, as Li Shimin's favorite son, Li Tai still has his own specialties. Sent someone to the Prince of Chu mansion to give a gift, saying that the younger brother congratulated the second brother on his triumphal return, and had the opportunity to invite him to the palace of Y. There is no irreconcilable contradiction between Li Tai and Li Kuan. Instead of pushing Li Kuan to Li Chengqian's side, it is better to see if he can win over him for his own use. After all, the Chu Palace's recent ability to attract money is obvious to all. If such a wealthy prince supports him, it is still very useful. However, Li Tai's actions are destined to be in vain, and Li Kuan will not bet easily. In March of Yangchun, the willow branches have emerged from the bright yellow willows, and the asakusa has grown on the ground. The Chu Palace outside the city of Chainan was very lively during this period of time, and more than 800 guards were still training there. According to Li Kuan's idea, soldiers are expensive and not too expensive. After opening a mansion and building a tooth, you can have 3,000 guards, but if you train 3,000 elites and put them in Chainan, many people will not settle down. Therefore, Li Kuan simply did not expand the scale of the guards, but only strengthened training, preparing to turn these guards into special forces of the Datang version. Hold on for a while, and it will be the end immediately. Work harder. The last 10 have no food. In the courtyard of the Chu Palace, Xli's loud voice shook the entire school field. Xli is a training madman. Since training in Liangzhou for a period of time, he found that the mental outlook of the guards has been refreshed, and he has been full of keen interest in the training method proposed by Li Kuan. He even selected 100 outstanding personnel from among the guards, and carried out training in accordance with the special method Li Kuan put forward when chatting casually. Li Kuan stayed in the palace for a few days and was bored, so he planned to visit the other courtyard. On the one hand, he wanted to see if Sun Simiao had made any new gadgets there. On the other hand, he looked at Xli's training situation. Zai Junmai and Wang Xuanwu also practiced with the guards, and they cooperated better at critical times. Although his subordinates don't understand the art of war, depending on the performance of these guards, even the elites of the guards can't match it. Chu Siliang looked at Xli's training, and his eyes were full of radiance. As a son of a half-aristocratic family, Chu Siliang's vision is actually quite high, and he can be regarded as a young man who has become famous, and he has seen more people in the world. However, ever since he entered the Chu Palace as the master book, he was often attacked. This Majesty of Chu, Wenta and martial arts, is actually a bit of your Majesty's demeanor, and there are experts such as Xli, Zai Junmai, Wang Xuanwu, and Wang Xuans, who are really unexpected. As for the movement of northwest trade in Liangzhou, let alone up to this point, Chu Siliang was basically determined to do a good job in Chu Prince's mansion. It's not working right now. There is still a long way to go from the masters I imagined. Li Kuan was not fascinated by Chu Siliang's compliments, but clearly knew that these guards had only been trained for a few months, and they barely had a sense of discipline, and various skills needed to be strengthened. Prince, these guards are actually very strong. I have played with them these days. If one is one, no one can catch up with me. If one is 5 or 6, the subordinates can barely win, but against 10. If there are a few people, unless you fight hard, your subordinates will definitely lose. And a few months ago, when the subordinates just followed the prince, I could beat dozens of these guards alone. Zai Junmai felt that Li Kuan's request was a bit too high, and Xli kept improving his training standards, and some guards were resentful. So he hurried to explain. These guards were originally carefully selected. If a dozen or so of them can't trap you, it means that their level is not enough. You buy it, believe it or not, after 1 year, only 7 or 8 are qualified. Can you be trapped by your guard? During this period, Li Kuan can also be considered to have a preliminary understanding of Zai Junmai. Generally speaking, his and Xli's styles are relatively close. But the way is more wild, more free and easy, and a bit of a master in the world. With a little adjustment, he is a general who can be alone. Of course, Zai Junmai currently lacks command and combat experience. Even if he is recommended by Li Kuan, Li Shimin cannot give him a high position. My lord, my subordinates have also participated in their training. To be honest, I am not boasting. Unless I choose the most elite personnel from all the guards, my subordinates will not be afraid at all with just 7 or 8 people. Obviously, Zai Junmai is confident in his skill. Hey, then you have to hurry up and improve yourself, otherwise any team of guards can stump you at that time, and you will lose your face. Li Kuan didn't care about the size. Confidence is a good thing. Zai Junmai is still young and has potential for improvement. Master, you are here. It didn't take long for Xli to see Li Kuan appearing on the training ground and ran over. How about it? After the training volume is increased, can everyone still adapt? Li Kuan was sweating profusely when he saw Xli in the winter. It was obvious that Xli had also been training with the guards just now. Adapting can still adapt. That's Xli hesitated, a little embarrassed to say it. Oh, Xrengai, are you embarrassed to speak up? Li Kuan was amused by Xli's honest appearance. Let's talk about all the difficulties, and bring them up together. Master, then did I really say it? Say it. Fast hats. Li Kuan was a bit speechless, but Zai Jun on the side bought and said, Master, Brother X hasn't thought about what to say. So let me talk about the problem that I think of first. The guards have such a large amount of training, but one day there is basically no meat for the 3 meals, and many guards should feel hungry. Xli heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zai Junmai talking. Master, there is indeed this problem. Everyone is physically exhausted. If there is not enough meat, there will be no problem in a short time. But it should not work after a long time. Not enough meat? Li Kuan was really surprised by this answer. Chapter 97. Pork is poisonous. Lord, the old slaves are responsible for the food supply of the guards. According to the standard, it is definitely high among all the nobles of the Great Wall. Director X still feels that it is not enough. Please forgive the old slaves for not agreeing. Lai Fu was also nearby. Hearing Xli and Zai Junmai say this, he immediately became unhappy. Xli, can you still think that I am greedy for the rations of the guards? Seeing what Lai Fu said, Xli immediately showed an awkward smile. Come to the housekeeper, and see what you say. I have no intention of this. And I can testify for you. It's not worse than other honorable families. Then you said that there is not enough meat. What do you mean? Even your majesty didn't eat meat for 3 meals a day. Could it be that you still want everyone in the palace to have big fish and meat for 3 meals a day? Lai Fu Sorgzli acknowledged counseling, and did not let him go. During this period of time, Xli took these guards in training, and he ate more food than everyone else in the palace combined. Lai Fu was a habitual economist, so Xli could not waste food like this. Okay, this king knows. Li Qian was speechless, and he basically understood the problem. In recent years, everyone's diet has very little oil and water. According to the current training volume of the guards, it is normal to eat 3 or 4 catties of rice a day. The reason why I did not hear about this problem when I was in Liangzhou, the main reason is that Liangzhou is located in the frontier, and there is no shortage of cattle and sheep. It is even cheaper to eat mutton than food. Now when you come back to Chainan City, you don't want to eat beef. It is forbidden by the law of the Tang dynasty. There is naturally mutton, but the price is definitely different from Liangzhou. Nowadays, the various internal matters of the Chu Palace are basically managed by Lai Fu. The monthly money of each person and the various expenditures of the public school are fixed, and naturally they will not be increased at will. This led to the situation today. In the final analysis, Datang's meat supply is too small. Of course, it can also be understood that Datang's living standards are still too poor. Xli and Lai Fu looked at Li Qian's grim expression, and they were silent. Uncle Lai Fu, is the price of pork much cheaper than mutton? Pork. Lai Fu had a constipated expression. To be honest, he hasn't eaten pork for so many years. Only those poor people would buy it occasionally. Lord, this pork is cheap or cheap, but it's poisonous. Ah, pork is poisonous? Li Qian suddenly felt that his outlook on life and the world had been subverted. The second brother, who will be on the table of the Chinese people of later generations, is now considered poisonous. Yes, Prince, it is said in medical books, pigs will be stunned when they are killed, and they will not eat more. Lai Fu also looked at Li Qian with surprise. If you don't believe me, ask Lin Ran. Lord, the pork is bloody, weak muscles and bones. Don't eat. After Lin Ran returned to Beijing, he followed Sun Simiao for several days of surgery in Jamsil. It is rare for Li Qian to follow next to him. Weak muscles and bones. Weak muscles and bones without meat. Li Qian was speechless when he saw Lin Ran walk away, thinking, so, Uncle Lai Fu, now you sent someone to buy a pig in a nearby village. Come back, this king wants you to see how good pork is. After Li Qian had finished speaking, Lin Ran and the others looked at each other, not knowing which drama their prince was going to engage in. He couldn't twist his thigh. Although Lai Fu was reluctant in every possible way, since Li Qian had spoken, he had to send someone to buy a pig. Fortunately, there are some villages near the Wangfu courtyard, and I bought one soon. So small? Is it 100 catties? Li Qian looked at the limbs in front of him that were tied with a rope. His mouth kept howling. His eyes were terrified. His second senior brother was very doubtful. To eat pork, it is naturally best to have big fat pigs. This kind of pigs that do not have 100 catties looks like malnourished, with high cheekbones and dirty bodies. No wonder only the poor and lowly people eat pork. Master, this pig has already been weighed. It weighs 92 kilograms. It is already very rare. The farmer has been raising it for more than a year. Lai Fu looked at his master with a grieved expression. Okay. Li Qian felt that his ideas had been subverted again. Those pigs in later generations will have 200 catties casually. Some black mountain pigs can grow up to 300 to 400 catties. Moreover, the pork sold in the market has basically not been raised for more than half a year. Compared with the pig in front of me, it seems that everyone's ancestors are not easy. Who knows how to kill pigs? Li Qian felt that he couldn't talk to everyone anymore. So let's just start. Lord, I will. Let me try it. Zai Junmai volunteered, and without waiting for Li Qian to reply, he walked over and picked up the pig on the ground and threw it into the air. The knife fell in his hand, accompanied by the pig's screams. Sound. A pig's head and pig's body are separated. Snapped. The pig's head and pig's body landed at the same time, and at the same time, the pig blood sprayed from the pig's neck splashed everywhere. Damn. Li Kuan couldn't help but utter a mantra of later generations. This is called killing pigs! Li Kuan was completely speechless. Fortunately, the pig blood did not splash on him, otherwise he would be depressed. I wanted to have a pot of pig blood soup. Good sword technique. Li applauded, bringing the stunned group of people back to reality. Li Kuan was unable to complain anymore. Seeing Zai Junbui continue to give the pork leg hair and open his stomach, pieces of fresh pork appeared in front of him. Let's have a braised pork. Forget it. You can't find tootles of fat, and you can't make this braised pork. Li Kuan began to think about what to eat tonight. Broiled pork ribs, roasted pork knuckles, cold pork ears, fried intestines with sprouts, meatballs, and a two-bone radish soup. It should be almost the same. Some dishes take a lot of time to prepare. Li Kuan is naturally not in the mood to toss about it now. Let the people who think pork is poisonous first. Let the people who think pork is poisonous to see how the pork tastes. In the kitchen in the courtyard of the Chu Palace, a group of cooks were busy nervously. After Li Kuan and Lai Fu spent a lot of talking, they finally came to the kitchen after arguing about what Mencius meant by a gentleman far from the kitchen. These dishes are not difficult. The point is that everyone has never thought about ordering so much before. The various dishes are either boiled or stewed, and the taste cannot be compared to later generations. It was only half an hour's work. All kinds of unheard of, unseen pork products appeared in front of Xli and others. Master, I am a doctor. The so-called parent's heart of the doctor says that pork is poisonous in this medical book, but if you insist on eating pork, Lord, let me try the poison for the Lord first. Lin Ran looked at him floating in front of him. Braised pork ribs with a tempting aroma. I couldn't help swallowing. No, this kind of thing should be something that my guard should do. Let me try it first. Wang Xuanwu, who hadn't spoken much, directly picked up the chopsticks, clamped a piece of ribs, and quickly put it in his mouth. With Wang Xuanwu's action, everyone turned their heads and stared at him. I saw that this guy held his mouth first, and after a few breaths, his mouth suddenly stirred quickly, his eyes shining brightly at the plate of braised pork ribs in front of him, and before the meat in his mouth swallowed his stomach, he continued to raise his chopsticks. At this time, there is no need to say anything, everyone can't help it. Originally, the fragrance was very attractive, but Wang Xuanwu had this expression again. So what are you waiting for, Lord? I also try to see if these braised pork ribs are poisonous. Master, let me see if the meatballs are poisonous. This cold pig ear has a strange shape. Let me try the poison. 98 He said it was poisonous, but he ate more than anyone else. Master, I didn't expect this pork to be so delicious. Yeah, this is the first time I have eaten pork in my life. This kind of pork, even if it is poisonous, I want to eat it every day. We have eaten so much, and we don't seem to feel any discomfort. It doesn't seem to be poisonous. A group of people swept through the various delicacies on the table, their mouths filled with oil. Even the girl Kingja actually eats more than Li Kuan. It's really pork is good and cheap, and it is worthy of vigorous promotion. The most important thing is that this food is very miscellaneous. It eats leftovers and greens and weeds. Even if it is the old grain that has deteriorated, it will be fine if it is eaten. It's very good. Li Kuan thought about it, and to increase the meat intake of the people of Datang, the key is to look at the second brother. This is also proven by later generations. It's better to promote sheep and cattle raising in the past to be reliable. Of course, raising chickens, ducks and geese can also be carried out at the same time. There is a piece of land on the Wai River in the Chuangfu courtyard, which is suitable for breeding. Li Kuan immediately began to arrange tasks. Uncle Lai Fu, you immediately arrange for someone to build a larger pig house, build a few chicken sheds, and then ask people to buy all kinds of piglets, sows, and boars. There is no limit to the number. The more the better. At the same time, more buy some chickens, ducks and goose eggs back, and buy live chickens, ducks and goose. The sky and the earth are big, and Li Kuan is the largest in the Chu palace. Once he is determined to do something, no one can object. I have succeeded in selling such outrageous things as selling Wangfus household goods, let alone buying more livestock now. My lord, whether it raises pigs, chickens, ducks and geese, there are not many in the palace. Can it solve everyone's meat-eating problem? Li obviously lacks confidence in Li Kuan's breeding plan. Rengai, your heart is too small. This Wang Xingxi moved the crowd, just to solve the problem of eating meat for a few of you. Li Kuan looked at Li with contempt. Forget it, you can train those guards for the king, and you don't need to worry about the others. During this time, buy some mutton and pork from the market. The amount of training is increased. The meat must be guaranteed, otherwise the person will be abolished by training. There is no impermeable wall in the world, and Li Kuan did not deliberately conceal it. So soon everyone in Chainan City knew that King Chu had done something new again. Dangdang. In the Imperial study room, Li Shimin angrily threw his beloved Duan inkstone to the ground. This wicked man, only a few days back in Beijing, it made the city full of storms. Can't he worry about it? Tang Niezi, a prince, actually did the pig raising business. He is not afraid of being ashamed, and I am too ashamed. I, Li Niezi, was originally looked down upon by many aristocratic families, saying that I was a descendant of the Xianbai clan, and now this evil man is actually taking the lead in eating pork. Isn't this a target for those aristocratic families? He also said that he wanted to deal with the aristocratic families. Against the family, there was only Li Zong in the Imperial library, and Li Shimin vented all his unhappiness. Li Zong, I ask you, besides raising pigs, has that wicked man done anything else recently? Li Zong looked at the furious Li Shimin, crying without tears. How many times has he been criticized because of his Royal Highness Chu? Your Majesty, there are two major moves in the royal palace of Chu recently. One is to purchase all kinds of pigs, chickens, ducks and geese and their eggs. And the other is what is it? It's that the royal palace of Chu sent people to buy out all kinds of wood in the West Market, and they also specially selected non-dried and cheap wood. At the same time, the royal palace of Chu also bought all kinds of bark and bamboo from the common people outside the city. It is said that the royal palace of Chu also specially encircled a large piece of land by the Waishui River to place these materials, and many craftsmen entered and exited there successively, seeming to be making something. In addition, there is another thing that is a bit strange. During this period of time, the royal palace of Chuai bought all the lead blocks sold in the east and west cities of Chainan City. Li Zong told all the news he knew in one breath, and Li Shimin of the province went mad again. Buy all kinds of wood, bamboo, and bark. Li Shimin showed a confused expression. Although he was resourceful, he was not omniscient. What exactly did Li Kuan do for buying these things? He really couldn't think of it for a while. Li Zong, the use of wood is logically used to build houses and make furniture, but the Chu royal mansion buys low-quality wood, which makes people feel strange. As for bamboo, I don't know what it is used for. On the contrary, it is bark, and many paper-making workshops in the private sector use it as a raw material for paper making. Can bark make paper? Yes, Your Majesty. It seems that this wicked man is still carrying a lot of attention. Although I don't understand how Li Kuan uses wood and bamboo to make paper, the bark can be used to make paper. The royal mansion of Chu bought so many unused wood and bamboo, and it was used to make paper in all likelihood. Li Shimin didn't need to analyze it technically. You can draw this conclusion, Your Majesty. In fact, in the opinion of Waichen, His Majesty the King of Chu has always done things very well, and often achieves unexpected results. Just like when he went to Liangzhou last year, who would have thought that the prince could take the Western Turks as the elite guild? Forget it, this wicked man, don't think about him, or I will be pissed off by him sooner or later. Tanxian Pavilion. Yuna, Did His Royal Highness Chu really not go to any brothel recently? Since Zixia heard that Li Kuan had returned to Beijing, she had been looking forward to seeing him and seeing if she could get another good poem. Girl, I really didn't go anywhere. Yuna pouted. You don't believe it when you say it. Now it's spreading outside, saying that His Royal Highness Chu has been busy raising pigs, chickens, ducks and geese recently. Huh? Really? I don't know. But everyone is spreading like this. What is the meaning of empty? Nothing. Yes, it's just groundless. It won't be groundless. If you want me to say, girl, don't worry about the King of Chu. In recent months, the eldest grandson has come very frequently, and his shots are also very generous enough. Yuna, if you do this again, don't blame me for not remembering old feelings. Zixia's face turned black, and her heart was deeply helpless. As the top card of Danxian Pavilion, Zixia has actually saved a lot of money in recent years, and is fully capable of redeeming herself. But where do you go after the redemption? The world is so big, but there is no place for it. Many noble places in Chainan City have recently changed their ways to approach Zixia. It's nothing more than greedily posing with one's own body. Zixia saw this very clearly, but she couldn't change anything. 99 The westernmost part of the West Market is the cattle and horse market and the agricultural product market. All kinds of feces and sweat are mixed together, and the smell is very bad. During this period of time, the royal mansion of Chu purchased wildly, which directly affected the market supply here. Bring me 5 eggs. A woman came to a familiar shop with a bamboo basket, and took out 10 cents to the shop. Lady Liu, I'm sorry, you still have 5 pennies short. You are a regular customer in the shop. I will give you 1 penny free. You can make up another 4 pennies. Ah, isn't it always 2 pennies and an egg? Why is it not enough? Hey, 2 cents a piece was a thing 10 days ago. Now in the whole West Market, you can't buy 2 cents a piece of eggs if you go everywhere. If you can find it, hey, then you can be careful. In all likelihood, this egg is broken. How can the price be increased in a good manner? Although it was only a penny for an egg, there is no doubt that for the Liu family, the money really affected her decision. Then I will come 3. It's okay, let's pay you back a penny. During this period of time, the royal mansion of Chu bought all kinds of eggs frantically. In Li Qian's opinion, it is so speechless that such a big Chainan city has only bought such a little egg in a few days. This also indirectly shows that the living standards of the people of Datang are really not good, even if it is the so-called historical period of Zhengwan's heyday. Master, these eggs are too many. We don't have so many hens to hatch. Lai Fu looked at the pile of eggs like a hill in front of him, with a sad expression on his face. There are not many people in Chainan City who raise chickens and ducks. That is, farmers outside the city will raise a few for laying eggs, but they will not easily sell them at the market. Now that he is fully budgeted, the royal mansion of Chu has also bought 1,000 hens, and among them, there are not half of them that can enter the brooding mode. Faced with tens of thousands of various eggs, Lai Fu felt a little at a loss. It's okay. If there are not so many hens, there will not be so many chance. Anyway, the king is not ready to use hens to incubate chicks. Li Qian was talking while holding a thermometer exchanged from the system, preparing go and measure the temperature of the hen. This broken system would be great if it could directly exchange a bunch of chickens and ducks. However, Li Qian was blinded and did not find any living things in the item exchange interface. There are some eggs and duck eggs. If the incubation is successful, you can consider redeeming a batch, but it is a bit too wasteful of points. Ah, Lord, don't use hens? Then how do you hatch these eggs? Lai Fu looked at Li Qian blankly, not using the hen to incubate the eggs. Isn't this a fantasy? Didn't I let you build a few houses alone these days? Master, you are talking about the house where the heating pipes are laid down there? Lai Fu's brain circled desperately, and he didn't think of the relationship between this house and the incubation of eggs. At that time, Lai Fu saw that Li Qian had specially made copper pipes to be laid in these houses. He thought it was for something, But he didn't expect which one is there other than that, Li Qian said as he took the hen from Wang Xuanwu. 14 degrees 5. The system can only exchange very primitive thermometers, and it took Li Qian a while to confirm that the hen's body temperature was 41 degrees and 5. Wang Yi, what 14 degrees and 5? King Zhi looked at Li Qian curiously while standing in the chicken shed busying around. You don't understand what I said. He'll explain it to you later. After Li Qian finished speaking, he walked to the special greenhouses and checked the temperature inside. The hen's body temperature is only 41 degrees and 5 degrees, so it will definitely drop if it is transmitted to the egg. But how much has it dropped? Li Qian frowned and thought. Although it was the first time to do this artificial incubation, it wouldn't work if the temperature was high or low. Li Qian still understood the truth. Forget it. One of the 3 rooms is adjusted to 40 degrees, one is adjusted to 39 degrees, and the other is adjusted to 38 degrees. The 3 rooms are not all inappropriate, right? Li Qian quickly noticed that the cost of failure is not that high anyway, but once it succeeds, chickens, ducks and geese will have the basic conditions for large-scale breeding in the future. By the way, didn't your majesty release another group of eunuchs and court ladies out of the palace recently? I asked Grand Pavilion to arrange a group of people to the Chu palace. Have these people arrived? Li Qian turned and asked Wang Xuan's on the side. The prince, it was here yesterday, and it was arranged in the palace in the city. But Wang Xuan's hesitated to say nothing. What's the matter? Is there any problem? My lord, this time Grandpa Lion only arranged for an elderly palace lady. It is said that she is still a female official in the palace, and the remaining 20 or so are all eunuchs and older female officer. The female officer is better and has management experience, just so she can help King Zhi manage the maid at home. Li Qian said disapprovingly. No, Prince, I'm not talking about this female officer. I mean these eunuchs. What do we need so many eunuchs for in the palace? Isn't the prince afraid of taboos? Wang Xuan plucked up the courage and finally expressed his worries. Since your majesty released these eunuchs from the palace, he originally hoped that each clan would give them a way to survive. Our newly built pig and chicken farm is in need of manpower. Those eunuchs are used to serving people. Let them serve these beasts. I got started very quickly. The general eunuch is indeed the case. But there is actually an old eunuch in the respect room who has been in charge of purifying people in Jamsil all his life. What do we want him to do? Wang Xuan didn't understand why Li Qian specifically looked for the old, weak, sick and disabled who were eliminated from the palace. These people are not easy to use, and they are easy to gossip if they are not careful. Where can someone buy a few servants to come back and use them? Huh? You mean one of these eunuchs is specifically responsible for cleaning people? Li Qian looked at Wang Xuan's underside while speaking, and Wang Xuan got goosebumps. Master, indeed there is one. Great. Don't you say that. I didn't expect that. We are in need of such a character here. Maybe the doctor's son is also interested in him. Li Qian always felt that he had missed something. After Wang Xuan mentioned the eunuch who was responsible for the purification, he remembered that later generations of boars and roosters must be castrated to grow well. Whether it's a boar or a rooster, it's all active and aggressive, and everything to eat is consumed by exercise. It's like a steer, almost just eating and sleeping, and eating, thinking about growing meat. It's no wonder that you can grow white and fat. 100 On a piece of ground next to the Waishui tributary, the sound of chickens and dogs were heard early in the morning. Li Qian adjusted the temperature of several greenhouses and asked the new eunuch who was in charge of guarding the greenhouses to learn how to look at the thermometer. There is nothing special. The paper-making workshop is still under construction. The water wheel has been exposed. Wood and bamboo are soaked in the Waishui water. There is nothing to do in a short time except waiting. Sitting under the pomegranate tree in the palace and taking a nap, Li Qian's heart suddenly warmed up as he watched the spring in the garden. Den Shan, I heard that you were most liked by brothel girls in the past. What happened to the brothels in Chainan recently? The prince is joking. Chu Siliang smiled. The literati going to the brothel is not a matter of ignorance. On the contrary, it can be said to be part of the daily life of the literati. Girl Zixia of Tanxian Pavilion. It is said that she is about to retire. She is the most popular girl in Chainan during this time. Zixia of Tanxian Pavilion? Li Kuan didn't expect to hear this name from Chu Siliang's mouth. The scene of the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting was still vivid. This girl, in future generations, would definitely kill all first-line stars. The prince knows girl Zixia. Chu Siliang only knows that the Hongai girl in Yaihonglu was out of the limelight through Li Kuan's once the sea was troubled. But Washan is not a cloud, but he didn't expect Li Kuan to know Tanxian Pavilion. Zixia. Then we will go to Tanxian Pavilion today. Tanxian Pavilion is located on the banks of the Qiang River, and part of the building is suspended above the river like a suspended building. The quaint buildings are highly recognizable. As the premier Fenaiyu place in Chainan, the building of Tanxian Pavilion is also made by famous artists. Brother Cheng. It turns out that it is like this in Tanxian Pavilion. In the corner of the lobby on the first floor, there were 3 young Liangzhou's, one of whom was a tall man looking around with curiosity. I said, Fang Yi, can you be a little prosperous? Sit down for me, and then, I won't bring you here in the future. Cheng Chumo felt that Fang Yi was ashamed of herself and looked very shameless. Hey, I don't think we will bring it next time, because the wife will sneak over by herself. Brother Yuchi, when did I go out to play without calling you? Fang Yi looked at Yuki-wan innocently. You pull it down, you pull me up every time I get into trouble, so I am taught by my grandfather every time and again. It looks like your mother is guarding you, and the housekeeper dare not do anything to you. Loving mothers are often miserable. Don't envy Yuki-wan. You see that his beloved wife is called the 4 evils of Chainan City at a young age. Do you think it is very honorable? Cheng Chumo looked at the girl Zixia on the stage before she appeared. Chatted with a few brothers. The relationship between Cheng Yojin, Fang Xiu Anling, and Yuchi Jingd is very good. They are all veterans of the Prince of Qin. Therefore, several children of similar age have all grown up together since childhood, and the relationship is irreversible. The forces of the 3 of them united, and there are really not many who dare to challenge casually in Chainan City. Although they didn't do anything injurious to the world, they didn't do anything less than fights and fights. Slowly, the 4 evils of Chainan City came into being among the nobles. Li Kuan, Cheng Chumo, Yu Qiwan, Fang Yi. There is really no fuel-efficient lamp. Even if the Chainan County Prime Minister arrested them, it is not a matter of murder and arson, and they can only be released obediently. I envy what he does. Except for brute force, everything is stupid. Yuki-wan, who are you stupid? Fang Yi quit after hearing what Yuki-wan said. From Fang Yi's point of view, except for his mother-in-law who can call him stupid, no one else can. Do it if you don't accept it. Hey, I said you guys, what are you doing here? I don't know when. Next to the platform on the 2nd floor, there were a few brothers sitting next to them. Hearing where Cheng Chumo was yelling, he threw a word in disdain. Stab past. You are really promising. You follow Cheng Sun Chong like a worm all day long. If Duke Xiang Kun knows about it, you must have vomited blood. Cheng Chumo saw Duhe beating himself, and immediately fought back unceremoniously. Anyway, Cheng Chumo and the children of military commanders, and the children of civilian officials such as Chang Sun Chong, have always been at odds. Of course, Fang Yi is an exception. A good bird folds a tree and wells. No matter where you, a well-developed, simple-minded person can understand. I don't bother to be familiar with you. It's not the first time Duhe has quarreled with Cheng Chu silently. Forget it. Don't be familiar with rough people. You have to lower your style. Soon girl Zixia will come out to play the piano. Let's let them go. Chang Sun Chong came to Zixia again today. Even it is the determination to be benevolent if you fail to succeed. During this time, there were rumors outside that Zixia was about to redeem herself, and Cheng Sun Chong felt that her hope had come. At the same time, Li Kuan and Chu Siliang also came to the door of Tanxian Pavilion. and Wang Zhu and Wu and Zai Junmai followed behind holding big swords like guardians of the left and right sides. Although the turtle at the door did not recognize Li Qianlai, he did know Chu Siliang, and when he saw that Chu Siliang always walked half a step behind by the young boy, he naturally knew that a big man was coming. "Two princes, please come inside. It's a coincidence that you are here today, and Miss Zixia is about to appear on stage to give everyone a piano." Chu Siliang threw out a piece of silver casually. "Reward you, don't hurry up and find a seat for our prince." Tangxian Pavilion occupies a large area, and the lobby on the first floor of this main building is also very wide. But when Li Qian and the others entered, they found that it was almost full of people. There are young people who are similar to Li Qian, middle-aged wealthy businessmen in their 30s and 40s, and old scholars who want to spend their lives full of huafa. It is estimated that you can find 9 class figures in the Tang dynasty. "Master, it seems that we are really here today. I rarely see Tangxian Pavilion full of friends at such an early age." Chu Siliang swept around the lobby, slightly revealing an unexpected expression. It is the first time that Li Qian came to the brothel after crossing, and he was a little curious about the style of heaven on earth in this era. In the lobby between, there are tables and chairs in 2s and 3s, most of them are against the wall, and there are calligraphy on the wall that I don't know which famous artist left. I think Tangxian Pavilion occupies a very large area. Except for this building, what else is it used for? Li Qian asked curiously after sitting down. "Master, some girls are good at staying." Chu Siliang showed an expression that a man understands. "Okay." Unexpectedly, a dignified Prime Minister-level figure entered the Tangxian Pavilion and immediately turned into an old hooligan. "Girl Zixia is out." Accompanied by Gui Gong's shout, the lobby immediately became lively.